Chukchee Mythology. By Waldemar Bogoras. 1. Introduction. The following series of texts was recorded by me during the years 1900 and 1901 in various villages on the Pacific coast of the Chukchi Peninsula, between Mariinsky Post and yñị-lŭ. A number of tales are here given with interlinear translation and free translation. The attempt has been made to render the texts as accurately as possible. But it has been found necessary to omit in the translations many of the conjunctions and interjections which are quite numerous in Chukchi and which often appear in extended groups. Most of the tales have no native names. For these, titles indicating the contents have been added. All such titles are placed in parentheses. Only a few tales are named, like the Raven Tale, the Polygamous Tale, and others. Words added in the translations for the sake of clearness are placed in parentheses. Literal translation of Chukchi words or phrases are enclosed in brackets. The following alphabet has been used for transcribing Chukchi sounds. Vowels. I, E, A, O, I, E, A, O, U, I, E, A, U, A, E, I, U. Have their continental sounds, always long. O. Like O in nor. A. Obscure vowel, long. A, E, I. Obscure vowels, short. E. Like E in bell, but prolonged. EI. A diphthong with an accent on I. It always has a laryngeal intonation, EIE. O. Between O and U, long. U. Posterior part of mouth in I position, lips in U position, short. Very long and very short vowels are indicated by the macron and breve respectively. The diphthongs are formed by combining any of the vowels with I and U. Thus. AI. Like I in hide. EI. Like EI in vain. Oi. Like oi in choice. O. Like ow in how. Consonants. Glottal. E. Velar. G. H. Q. Palatal. K. N. Alveolar. D. J. T. C. S. N. J. C. R. D. T. S. N. R. Labial. B. P. M. V. Lateral. L. L. W. Y. L. As in German. L. Posterior palatal L, surd and exploded, the tip of the tongue touching the alveoli of the upper jaw, and the back of the tongue pressed against the hard palate. Posterior palatal L, like L, but sonant. R. As in French. R. Dental with slight trill. M, N. As in English. N. Palatized N, almost like New York with consonantic Y. N. Nasal consonant, with K position of tongue. B, P. As in English. V. Bilabial. E. A glottal stop. G. Velar G. H. As in English, used after C, T, L. K. As in English. Q. Velar K. D, T. As in English. D, T. Palatized, similar to dy and tie with consonantic Y. S. As in English. S. Palatized, similar to sy with consonantic Y. C. Like English ch. J. Like English J in joy. C. Strongly palatized C, intermediate between T and C, but weaker than either. J. Strongly palatized J. Y, W. Always consonantic. The following additional symbols have been used. Designates increased stress of articulation of the preceding consonant. Designates a full pause between two vowels, yñị-lŭ. Is used to connect parts of compound words. WKW, before and after U, KW, is pronounced as a compound sound. The lips are placed in U position, while K is formed by the back of the tongue. In a similar way, gu and go are often pronounced with a faint W sound between consonant and vowel. I terminal and unaccented is often pronounced with a slight nasal sound. In a few cases, W in the beginning of the word is also pronounced with a nasal sound. No additional signs have been used to indicate the nasal character of these sounds. I, consonantic Y, between vowels is generally omitted or pronounced very faintly. E when preceded by the vowels E and I almost always loses its consonantic character and becomes I. For instance, Gael Colin instead of Geel Colin. The terminal sound is often modified by the initial sound of the following word, according to certain phonetic rules. These will be given in a discussion of the Chukchi grammar. Owing to the slowness of speech necessary for writing from dictation, many such changes have disappeared in the texts as taken down by me. I have thought it advisable to leave these cases uncorrected. I have written, for instance, correctly, yñị-lŭ instead of yñị-lŭ in accordance with the rule that terminal L before R changes to R. But in another case I have left mñịl. In contrast to the Koryak, the Chukchi language has hardly any dialects to speak of. This is probably due to the mobility of the tribe and to the frequent intermarriages between the reindeer and maritime branches of the tribe. Among the Koryak, such intermarriages are quite rare. There exist some differences in the vocabularies of the Kolyma and Pacific Coast regions. Several words that are used on the Pacific Coast, particularly south of the Anadyr River, are found also in the Koryak language. The reindeer people of the Kolyma know their meaning, but usually employ other words, which are in turn known, though not commonly used, on the Pacific Coast. The people of the Arctic villages speak faster and harsher than the reindeer Chukchi of the inland. The pronunciation of women differs from that of the men. They use in most cases instead of C and S, and instead of R, particularly after soft vowels, S. They also use instead of RK and CH the double SS. Contracted forms of words are never used by women. Men, for instance, say nitva kennet, or nitva kot. Women say only nitva kennet. The sounds C and R are of frequent occurrence in Chukchi, so that the female speech with its recurrent S sounds quite peculiar, and is not easily understood by an inexperienced ear. The women are not by any means unable to pronounce C and R like men, and in tales, when quoting a man's words they use the male pronunciation. But in ordinary conversation the male pronunciation is considered as unbecoming a woman. Specimens of female pronunciation will be found in a few songs of the reindeer Chukchi of the Kolyma, all of which belong to women. A few songs, proverbs and word games, fast speeches, taken down among the reindeer Chukchi of the column 1 have been incorporated in this collection. These songs are not mere improvisations, like most of the songs of the reindeer Chukchi, since I heard some of the words repeated many times without change. Proverbs are quite few and undeveloped. I am not sure even that these phrases are proverbs in the strict sense of the term, though they are fairly generally known and used in stereotyped form. Word games are in use among children, just as those of Europe. Those given here are well known also on the Pacific Coast. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. 2. Myths and Tales. 1. The AI One Shamans. Once in olden times, the yñị-lŭ and the people of St. Lawrence Island were at war. One man from this shore met with misfortune through the wind. While on the icefields he was carried away and spent 2 months on the icefields. One day there was a fog, and no land was to be seen. Then he heard the roaring of walrus. Still he remained with head drawn back into his coat. Then he was visited by another man, by a shaman, who found him sleeping on the surface of the ice and awakened him. "Oh, how wonderful, you are here." The other one looked up and, indeed, he wept aloud. The shaman said, "Do not weep. A settlement, though of St. Lawrence people, is quite near." Then, suddenly, they saw it. They came ashore. A number of houses were there. The people were clad in bird-skin clothes. Those of St. Lawrence Island are also yñị-lŭ, their language being the same. They took hold of the strangers, they took captive those 2 men. They bound the shaman, the other one they killed with a drill, having perforated his head at the crown. After that they set free the shaman, intending to keep him as a slave. He passed there only 1 night. When they were about to go to sleep, he went out and shouted toward the sea, calling the walrus spirit. Immediately from afar came the walrus. Oh, the walrus came. Indeed, they were as numerous as sand. He walked along over their heads and went away. Then also the walrus which he had passed would come up in front. An old male walrus said, "Oh, now we are nearing the land. Your people are eager to pursue us. Oh, therefore some of us are going away. It seems that your people are bad." "Oh," he said to 2 walrus, 2-year-old ones, "let us carry away our guest." By one of them he was made to sit on its body, and it dashed on, plunging along. The old walrus, the one that was most clever, followed it, like a leader. When one walrus got tired, he was made to sit on the other one. When night came, they found a floe of sea ice. The old walrus said, "Oh, all the people are tired. Let the people go to sleep." They put the man on the surface of the sea ice. The old walrus said to the man, "Oh, you may sleep on the surface of the sea ice. We will sleep by your side on the water." They inflated the crops on their throats and floated on the water like bladders. In due time the old walrus awoke. "Now let the people go along." "Oh, my! You must be hungry." "Oh yes," said the man. It was still dark. The old walrus dived to the bottom of the sea and saw something like the motionless star, polar star. He bent over it and it proved to be a shellfish. The little man was fed with those shellfish. They were quite warm and even hot. Probably the walrus cooked them secretly, therefore they may have been hot. They set off and moved on till midnight. The old walrus said, "It seems we are nearing land." They moved on, and before the land was near, the dawn came. "Oh, you must be hungry again." "Oh yes." The walrus again plunged down. This time he brought some shellfish of oblong shape. He ate again. "Now we are going to leave you. As soon as we shall see a floe of sea ice, though a small one, we shall leave you on it." Then they saw one. "Well, your people will be here this morning. We are beginning to feel afraid." They put him on the ice. "Oh, what are you doing? You are leaving me alone. It is quite certain that they will come." Then he was told by the walrus, "When you are overtaken by sleep, roar like a walrus, when you are going to sleep." Then the walrus dashed on, plunging on the way. They went away, very far to the open sea. Soon after that he began to be overtaken by sleep. So he roared like a walrus and immediately turned into one. When the dawn of the day came, some people approached in a boat and began to move along towards him. Before they were too near, he awoke. Just when the bowman was going to throw the harpoon, he said, "Oh, what are you going to do unto me? Oh, dear! Is it not wonderful? You have become a walrus, and we came near killing you. Oh, Whence did you come back? Truly, it is bad. We come from a settlement of men. My companion, however, is not with me. Those people are wrongdoers. They drilled through his head and killed him. He entered the house. Oh, what news! Truly, it is pitiful. Evildoers are those people. The summer came. They went to war, the men of yñị-lŭ, and probably from every neighboring settlement a number of boats assembled. Then a large company of boats set off. All boats were overloaded with warriors. Before they were too near, they saw a cluster of houses of the St. Lawrence people standing on the seashore. In the rear of the houses was a bay of St. Lawrence Island. There actually a large part of the boat's men went ashore. They walked along in the fog from the rear, just out of sight of the islanders. Then an old man, one of the crew said, "Oh, how like wolves." They had not been seen by the St. Lawrence people and they were not expected by them. Now, when they uttered their howls, another old man, one from St. Lawrence Island, said, "Oh, now they are coming." The young men said, "But we are on an island. Give answer to them." So they roared like walrus. Then the old man, one of the boat's crew, said again, "Oh, where are you? Now they have become our quarry." The larger part, those who had landed in the rear of the houses, were still unknown to the St. Lawrence people. Those from St. Lawrence Island hid by the seashore. But those from the boats attacked them from the rear and a slaughter ensued. The St. Lawrence women were already strangling themselves from mere fright. The others, at the same time, were mincing a large quantity of walrus blubber with their kitchen knives, preparing a meal for the victors. It was a great slaughter. Many St. Lawrence women were put on board the boats and brought over here. Some years passed. The 4th year, the St. Lawrence people went to war. They landed in the night time and found the people sleeping. So they started to murder them, thrusting their spears from outside under the outer tent cover, all around the sleeping room, and stabbing the sleepers. A small orphan child hid himself somewhere near the house, while they were still killing some of the sleepers, and before they had time to go to another house. He awakened all the neighbors. They rushed out. Then those from St. Lawrence Island fled to the open sea. 2 men stayed behind on the ice floe. They lived on the ice floe. Before the strong winds of autumn began to blow, they came to steal some meat and so were taken captive. "Oh, we will not kill you." They, however, struggled on, not heeding these words. The next night, they stole some warm clothes and departed again. They went away together over the sea ice, they walked along over the newly frozen sea. The ice was salt and yielded under every step. Then they came to the shore. A St. Lawrence old man asked them, "Well, what kind of men are the land people?" "Oh, they are deucedly good." Oh, said the St. Lawrence old man, "now let the 2 people become friendly to each other." Summer came again. "Oh well, now let the people set off." Then the people of St. Lawrence Island came over here. They brought a quantity of wooden vessels, walrus hides, everything they had. They landed and the people became friends. So they distributed their vessels among our people. An old man from this side said, "Indeed, what will you give as return presents?" The visitors were clothed in bird skins. "What kind of skins are these?" "Reindeer skins." "And what is a reindeer?" Then they showed them the reindeer muzzles. They examined them. They said, "Oh, thus they are, like the holes in a boat cover too, namely in the walrus hide cover, all along the border. Now then, eat some of the meat." They cooked fat meat. "Oh, just like blubber." They ate of it. Oh, quite exquisite. After that they went away. One man was left. He was a shaman, and he was treated just like the former one, i.e. he was bound. When winter came, they set him free. The shaman had a sledge. So he departed in the night time. He was hauling the sledge loaded with walrus blubber. He moved on until he felt tired. It was full moon. At that time he was overtaken by another shaman, one from the western country. That shaman also was hauling a sledge. The former heard only a noise above, that western shaman was flying along. On both sides he had long knives, which he used as wings. The other shaman who was hauling the sledge was startled and fled. When he was approached by the other one, just on his arrival, he also fled up with his sledge. Still, the other one was about to overtake him. Before he could catch up with him, the other one dived underground, only the sledge remained there on the ground. Oh, the other one was unable to pursue him, the western shaman. Then he sat down. Oh, indeed, indeed. Not without reason was he talked about. Really, I am much interested in seeing you. It seems that shaman was called Kuniku.3. No shaman from any country whatsoever can vanquish me. Then Kuniku spoke to the ground downward. Nevertheless, you have frightened me. I thought you were a yñị-lŭ. Now come here. He appeared. Give me your necklace. Let me give you this knife in exchange. No, I do not want to give it to you. Then I shall not be believed. Please, do give it to me. No, I won't. Then I will give you this big knife. Please, give me your necklace. Then they exchanged their assistant spirits. And the other one gave him the necklace. He gave him the knife. The western shaman said to the other one, now then, move about with the knives. All at once the other one moved upwards in this manner. Then Kuniku said, after they had exchanged even their bodies, well, now put on the necklace. Go away and fly up, just as I did. You will fly up, then sink down to the ground and plunge in. The other one flew up. Then, slowly moving, he fell down, plunged into the ground, but, when he was in as far as the middle of his body, he stuck fast. Oh, I have been unable to do it. Give me your wristbands. I will not give them to you. Then I will give you the tassel from my back. It is my tail, my guide in motion. Then he consented. The western shaman said to him, after the tassel had been given, then he said to him, well now, fly up just as I did. He, himself, flew up and just went up clattering. The shaman from St. Lawrence Island said to the other one, well, now it is your turn. He gave him the wristbands. You will fly up, then you will fall down again and plunge into the ground. Then the western shaman flew up. Slowly moving, he fell down. Then he plunged into the ground and was submerged as in water. After a while he reappeared. He said, oh, indeed, Kuniku is talked about. How is it now? I am unable to pursue him. Still before this in my own mind I thought I could hardly be pursued by anyone. Oh, truly, Kuniku has been talked about. How is it now? You have vanquished me. Oh, let us go away. Then the western shaman flew up. They were traveling at night. In one night they traveled flying through every land. Kuniku said, I am going away. The western shaman came home. He said to his companions, I saw a shaman from St. Lawrence Island. I was unable to follow him. You lie. Indeed, it is true. Well then, what kind of a shaman was he? He showed the necklace. This is his necklace. You lie. You have stolen it somewhere. Indeed, no. Well then, what kind of a shaman was he? Then he flew up with easy motion, then fell back to the ground and plunged in, as though it had been water. Oh, really, you have acquired new shamanistic powers. His father said to him, well now, let us see, whether he has really acquired new shamanistic powers. Go on, look for children's death. He flew away night after night and traveled among all kinds of beings. Nothing. He came back to the house. By his father he was told, what is the matter with you? You cause delay. Oh, surely he lied to the people. He departed again. This time he went underground. Then he came back and said, I have been unable to do it. By his father he was told, Oh ho, what is the matter with you? By his son, the Western shaman, the father, was told, Oh, but I could not find him among any kind of beings. After that he went to the being of darkness. Then at last he saw a man. A mere mouth. This was children's death. By the darkness he was questioned, What do you want? By my father I have been sent. I was told, Go and look for children's death. Oh, and for what purpose? Only to show him to the people. Well, surely, he is in my neighbor's house. He went there. There was an old man who dwelled in those regions, a mere mouth, smeared all around with dried blood. The shaman entered. Oh, at last I see you. The other one questioned him. He replied, By my father you are bidden to come. And for what purpose? He said thus, I want to see the old woman for yonder. She refused to go. For what purpose? They only want to see you. My father said, Go and look for children's death. Oh, but I refuse. Please come. It seems they will not believe me. Then she consented. She said to him, Sit down on my body. Then she flew up with him. A great noise spread around. It was very loud. And the whole world clattered and resounded. His father said, Oh, what is the matter again? The world is full of noise. It appears that really he has acquired new shamanistic powers. In coming he let her plunge underground, and after that appear in the outer tent. What luck! It seems that this time I brought children's death. Now bring her here. I want to see her. She was as large as a tree. Still she decreased in size very quickly, and he put her on the palm of his hand before he showed her to them, so small had she come to be. Before she dwindled away, he spat on her, and she grew again. Then, on becoming thus, she decreased again in size. He made her plunge underground, then he made her appear. Then he took her in the other hand, and she became as large as before. Oh, that is you. You are the source of sorrow among every kind of beings, to those that have children. To whomsoever a child is born, it dies suddenly, and you are the cause of it. You are children's death. Now we will bind you. They tied her with thongs, but she broke them all. Then they tied her with a grass blade. She was struggling the whole night, but the grass blade proved to be tough, it could not be broken by her. The whole night through there was clamor and weeping. Then they said to her, Will you do evil the same as before? Oh, no. Not now, not from now on. I will cease doing so. Oh, but it seems to us, you will do evil again. You are bad, you are the source of trouble. You kill newborn children. Oh, no. I have been made to obey by the angry ones, evil-minded conjurers. From now on, I shall not obey them. I repent having done so, heretofore. Oh, indeed. Set me free. But it seems you will do evil again. Well, we will set you free. From now on, I will turn to the life-giving being. Now the newborn child shall grow up, it shall die only in its old age. Then they set her free. She departed. Darkness asked her, Well, how were you treated by the human beings? Oh, I have been cruelly treated by them. Now I repent. Whatsoever I may be ordered to do by the angry ones, from now on I shall not obey them. Darkness said, That is your way. Though you say now, I shall not obey the angry ones, still you lie. It seems, when you will be hungry again, you will comply again with their requests. Nevertheless, when the angry ones spoke again, she paid no attention to them. Oh, but are the children dying only owing to the angry ones? Again the shamans, father sent him, Go and look for death, by whom people are killed. Then again he sought among all kinds of beings, but could not find him. What luck! Oh, nothing. Oh ho, I thought you were a shaman. He departed again, this time underground. Again he could not find death, and came back. What luck! Oh, I could not find him. Oh, but what is the matter with you? That was a wonderful father. Then he traveled along the crevices in the ground, and saw yñị-lŭ. 5 yñị-lŭ was black like coal, and had only 3 fingers on each hand. Oh, that is you. You are the source of death. Yñị-lŭ said, what do you want? I have come to visit you. Oh, now you are meddling again with my affairs. No live being has ever been able to see me, and now you have seen me. I was not, however, to be seen by anybody. My father bids you come. Where to and for what purpose? They only want to see you. They departed. What luck! Yes, now I have brought him. Well, bring him here. Then he showed him to them. He was no larger than a reindeer fly. Ah, here you are. You are yñị-lŭ. You kill everybody without illness. We say, how wonderful, what has killed him? And it is you. No, I am not the one. Indeed, you are the one. If you are not the one, then, indeed, I cannot become black. But if you are really yñị-lŭ, I shall become black from you. No, truly, I am not the one. Set me free. Indeed, he renounced his own body. Now we will bind you. Meanwhile he was induced to touch the man's skin. All at once the place where he had been touched reddened, and then became black. What now, then? Indeed, you are yñị-lŭ. Oh, truly I am not he. Yes, you are. You are evil, you are a source of trouble. Why do you meddle with the affairs of man? Oh, the ground beings, evil spirits, tell me to do so. Also, when a man is alone in the open country, you meddle with him. Oh, we will tie you up. Oh, set me free. From now on treat the clefts of the ground with offerings. And when a shaman accuses me as the cause of suffering of a man, that shaman shall be able to cure him. Every source of illness of man shall be seen by the shamans, and even by merely breathing on the skin, they shall set the sick right. Also when a ransom is paid to the spirits, a single bead shall be used by the shaman as a sufficient payment. But when in a serious illness a reindeer is presented as ransom, let it be a buck, well broken, because if it struggles, it is not good for the suffering body. Also by incantation suffering shall be alleviated. Then the old man said to him, you lie. No, I do not. I was not a murderer of my own free will, the ground beings told me so. Set me free. Now, even when an orphan child wanders alone in the open country, I shall not meddle with him. Indeed, also an orphan child shall be able to sleep safely in the open country. But surely, you deceive us. No, indeed. Set me free. Now I shall turn to the merciful being, and I will help every orphan child. I have been induced to do wrong by the ground beings. From now on, let the ground beings be placated by offerings. Let a dog be killed, let it be stabbed with an iron knife. Also let blood be sprinkled on the ground. Sausages let also be stabbed, offered. The sea beings also must be made friendly. When the people are unable to find game, something small may be used, a small root of Polygonum viviparum. It must be thrown into the sea. Then sea game shall appear again, and all kinds of sea game shall be taken. Also a man who has trouble with his young children may call as a shaman a little old beggar woman. 6 Then the child's clothes must be pinned in some unusual manner. Let them be quite friendly to the conjurer. And when the conjurer comes, let them give her some small presents. She may take home some sausage. A part of it has to be thrown to the incantation beings. Then the child shall cease to suffer. Oh, set me free. They set him free. Unfortunately he proved a liar. The end. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 2. The Woman and the Lake Spirit. This tale was left unfinished, because the next one, which was taken down earlier, and from another person, forms its continuation. The two tales form a unit. But the second half is more popular among the Chukchi, and has been found in various localities. A girl refused to be married at the behest of her father. To whom do you want to be married? You do not consent to be married to a man. Perhaps to a yñị-lŭ you want to be married. She paid no attention to her father's words. At the same time, every evening she would sing outside of the tent, "From the lake, O penis, come out." After that she would enter the house. Her father heard this, and said to his wife, "Oh, this daughter of ours, when we try to persuade her to marry, she quarrels with us, but to whom is she married? She is married to a yñị-lŭ of the lake." They said nothing to her. Evening came. She went to the lake. Then she began to sing on the lakeshore. "From the lake, O penis, come out." Then a mere penis appeared. She sat down upon it, and she herself copulated with it. At the dawn of the day she went home. Then her father said to her, "Go and fetch some wood." She obeyed. Meanwhile they went to the lake, he and his wife, and they deceived it, by this song, "From the lake, O penis, come out." Then from the lake a penis was thrust out. They caught it and cut it off. Thus they killed it. The wood carrier came home. Evening was approaching. The girl quickly cooked food. Evening came. Then again she went out to the lake. Then she was secretly watched. Again she began to sing, "From the lake, O penis, come out." Nothing appeared. Another time, "From the lake, O penis, come out." After that she even began to cry. Oh, how strange. Then again, "From the lake, O penis, come out." Nothing appeared. Then she cried. She sorrowed much for the penis. Her housemates were secretly watching her. Oh, oh. But it was not there. She finished crying, and again, sang, "From the lake, O penis, come out." She cried much, as if she were sorrowing for a dead husband. At last she came home. She could not do anything. On the next day she went to the open country and found a bear skull. 3. The Girl and the Skull. Once upon a time there was an old man and his wife. They were 3 in the family. Their daughter was the third. The daughter was a girl unmarried, without a husband. This daughter had a separate sleeping room. They had 2 sleeping rooms. That of the daughter was separate. She was sleeping all by herself. The parents were sleeping together. Once upon a time the young woman went out and was walking about there. Then she found a bear's skull lying in the wilderness. She put it into one leg of her breeches and took it home, this human skull. She carried it into her sleeping room. There she concealed it. She made a cap, puckered, along the border. With that cap she covered the skull. Then every evening, as soon as the sleeping rooms had been put in order, the woman sets the skull near the rear wall, then she laughs at it. And that bear's skull also laughs a little, Her mother heard it, and said, "What may she be laughing at, this one? I am laughing only at a cap, newly made and adorned." Thus she deceives her mother. Then every time when she awakes in the morning, she puts the skull in the bottom of the bag, lest they should find it. Once, when the girl was again walking outside, her mother took out the contents of her daughter's bag pillow. 7. She was looking for something, and therefore searched in the bag pillow of her daughter. Suddenly she caught that skull by the mouth and took it out. She was startled. Oh, 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 horror. Horror. 8. What has become of our daughter? How very strange. Our, quite, unmarried daughter has become a yñị-lŭ, she has become an abomination, an object of fear. 90. Wonder. What is she now? Not a human being. In truth, she is a yñị-lŭ. The father presently said, "Oh, let us leave. No need of her. You speak to her tomorrow, and invite her to a walk outside with you." Just as before, the mother filled her bag pillow and closed it in the same manner. The girl came back, it grew dark, and they lay down to sleep. Again she set the skull in the evening before herself, and laughed at it, "Hi, hi." And the other answered, How wonderful you are, O woman. Why are you laughing so, being alone, quite alone in your sleeping room? No, indeed. I am only laughing at a cap, newly made and adorned. On the next day the mother said, "Let us go and fetch fuel." They gathered fuel, cut wood, and broke off branches of bushes. Then the mother said, "The wood binding is too short. I will go and get some more. Surely, I shall be back soon." "No, indeed, I will go." "No, well, go and get it." So the mother went home. When she came home, her husband had broken camp and loaded a boat. He loaded the tent on the boat. They were setting off for the opposite shore. They left their daughter and cast her off. When they had almost finished, the girl could not wait any longer, therefore she went to look. She was moving along the steep river bank when she saw that boat loaded, and her father's work finished. Oh, she ran on and rushed to them. Just as she came, they went aboard and her father pushed off. The girl held on to the steering paddle, but her father struck her with a paddle 10 on the wrist. So she let go of the steering paddle. They left her, and set off far away for the other shore. The daughter was left quite alone at the campsite. Even though a house had been there, there was now nothing at all, no house. Therefore she began to weep, and put that bear skull outside. Then she pushed it with her foot, and said, weeping, "This one is the cause 11 of it all. What has he done, the bad one? They have left me, they have cast me off. Oh, dear." Then the bear skull began to speak, "You make me suffer, indeed. Do not push me with your foot. Better let me go and procure a body for myself, only do not push me so. Go and make a wood pile, make a fire, then throw me into the flames." "Oh, all right. Then, however, I shall quite alone. I can talk with you at least. Obey me, indeed. You are suffering, quite vainly we suffer together. I shall procure a body for myself." Oh, she made a fire. It blazed up. Then the skull spoke to her again, and said, "Well, now, throw me into the fire. Then stay with head drawn back into the collar of your dress, in this manner, and do not look up. Indeed, no matter who may look upon you, or what voices you may hear, do not look up." She obeyed, threw the skull into the fire, then stayed with head drawn back and bent down. Thus she remained. Then the fire blazed up with a noise for a long time. Then it went out. She remained with her head bent down, then she began to hear a noise, a clattering of runners, then also, oh, 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 from a herd, loud voices, ah, 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 and whistling. Then a caravan clattered by, still she continued to sit with head bent down. The clattering came nearer, and the cries, "Wago, Yago." Then a man called her from the front. "Well, there, what are you doing?" Oh, she looked up. A large caravan was coming. The herd was quite big. The man, her husband, was standing in front of her, clad in a shirt made of thin furs, in the best of skins. They built a camp, and put up the tent. He was quite rich in reindeer. Then, in truth, she began to feel quite well. In the beginning of the cold, early in the fall, the parents of the woman saw smoke rising. "Come, say, what settlement have we noticed just now? Come, let us go and visit it." They crossed with a boat, her parents, the father with the mother. "Oh, sit down in the outer tent. I shall cook some food for you. She prepared for cooking, and filled the kettle with meat and fat. While she was cooking, she broke some thigh bones to extract the marrow. When the meal was finished, she gave them the marrow, with the bone splinters. Eat this marrow. They ate the marrow, but the thigh bone splinters stuck in their throats and pierced them. Thus she killed them, and they died. Finished. I have killed the wind. 12. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, in October, 1900. 4. The youth who received supernatural powers from the Colette. Once upon a time there was another man who lived in a single house. There were only 3 of them. The son was suffering, so the parents, even, could not sleep. A strong gale was blowing. Notwithstanding the noise, they heard the clattering of sledge runners. The man's wife looked out into the darkness and saw the visitors. They were reindeer. 13. She said, "Oh, they are coming down upon us." Their reindeer were breathing fire. They came and entered the house. The suffering one immediately even ceased to moan. "Oh, we come for provisions." "Oh, dear. With what are you going to treat us?" "Oh, with thong seal meat. We are not used to it." "Oh, with what are you going to treat us?" "With ring seal meat. We do not eat such things." They pointed at the direction of the suffering one. "We want that one." "Indeed, there is nothing there." Then one of them entered the sleeping room, caught the suffering one by the ankle and carried him out. As soon as they had caught him, they only did thus with their mouths, whp. And only his bones were left. His little mother cried. Then one of the reindeer took off his overcoat, picked up the bones and put them into the overcoat. The Colette did so with the bones of that man. Then they went out and said, "We are going away, watch us." The old woman watched them when they were going to their sledges. They came to the sledges and emptied the overcoat, flinging its contents in the direction of the house. And there was that one just now eaten by them. They restored him, the suffering one, to life. He came to the house, quite naked. And he had acquired great shamanistic power. He entered the house naked. He seemed to be out of his wits. All at once he would strike his own body with a boulder, and the boulder would crumble to a mere nothing. From every settlement in the neighborhood there came inquisitive people. They wanted to kill him, and all at once they struck him with a spear. But his body was as hard as stone. And they could not do anything. After a while he married. His wife was very pretty. So the other people, the wrongdoers, felt a desire to have this woman. They took this shaman and carried him to the open country. There they strangled him, and he was killed. They took his wife and went with her to the house. Then they saw the one whom they had just killed sitting in the house, as before. "Oh, again. Oh, dear. What shall we do?" The woman was too pretty. So they dug a cellar, filled it with insects, mere, hairy grubs. These grubs soon became quite large in size. Then they called him. He said to the woman, "Oh, but now I must give up the struggle. Now they will take you for good. But you must remember to dig the ground in the cellar." They pushed him into the cellar. The grubs caught him and consumed him. Then, his enemies took the woman. As soon as night came, she went away quietly and followed a trail. This was the working trail of her husband. She followed the trail, and found the duodenum of a reindeer hanging on a bush. She stopped there and made a fire. After that she departed again and felt thirsty. She saw a river quite filled with grubs, so she did not drink from that river. After a while she saw a lake. It was full of fish, but from this lake she could take a drink. At last she found her husband. He was standing outside a house, and was working at something. He said to her, "You have come." Meanwhile he had married also among the Colette. The other wife said to her, "Put on my combination suit." But her husband said, "Do not put it on, you will die." His other wife said, "At least do look upon me." Her husband said, "Do not look upon her. She will take your female soul." This was a yñị-lŭ woman, therefore, if she had looked upon her, she would have died immediately. The other woman said again, "At least do sit on my pillow bag. Do not sit down. She will kill your child." The human wife went out and busied herself in the outer tent. His other wife had made a cellar in the outer tent. In the darkness the human wife fell into that cellar. At last the child began to cry quite loud. Their husband said, "Oh, where is she?" He questioned his other wife. "Don't you know anything about her?" "Oh, I do not know anything at all." "Oh ho," the child was crying quite loud. Their husband said, "Now, then, give me the drum." Then he looked for his wife among the various beings and could not find her. Then he set off, to visit, other kinds of beings, those of the morning dawn, and she was not there. Oh, oh, oh. How very extraordinary. I cannot find her. Again he struck the drum. This time he went to the midday, and searched for her there. She was not there. He said to his yñị-lŭ wife, "It is you, who did harm to her." The yñị-lŭ wife answered him, "Why should I have done harm to my working companion, my wife mate? Now then, give me the drum again." He searched for her among the ground beings and saw her. He said to her, "Oh, what are you doing here?" She was starving. She said, "It is your wife who made this cellar for me with the desire of murdering me." Then her husband said, "Now let us leave her. She is bad, and so we shall be made childless." "Oh," he said to his yñị-lŭ wife, "you are an experienced shaman. Do practice your art a little, and let us have some recreation." "Aha, all right." The woman practiced her art. The shaman, her husband, made a man of excrement, to give her the usual answers. Then the woman practiced her art. The man made a fire all around the house, and flames flashed up. Meanwhile the mannequin made of excrement was giving answer, "Git, git, git." He proved to be quite lively. Then the yñị-lŭ woman felt quite warm, because the house was ablaze, and the fire approached the sleeping room. The husband and his human wife went far away, taking with them their obsidian scraper. The following is also used as an incantation. At last the yñị-lŭ woman appeared from the sleeping room, because she felt too hot. And the man made of excrement, who was giving answer, was downcast, because the excrement was melting. He could only call out feebly, "Git, git," because this lively answerer was melting in the heat. Then the tip of the tongue of the yñị-lŭ woman jumped out and rushed in pursuit of the fugitives. It was quite swift, and soon drew near. The man said, "Now put down the obsidian scraper." A big mountain originated, quite slippery. The tip of the tongue would climb up halfway, and then slide down again. Still, somehow it succeeded in crossing it, and continued the pursuit. They stuck into the ground a piece of wood, and it turned into a dense wood. The wood had no openings, and was quite thick and dense. When passing through that wood, the tongue came to be covered with blood. Still it passed through it, and continued the pursuit. Then the man said to his wife, "Draw a line on the ground with the little finger of your left hand." This time a river originated. As soon as the tongue left the bank, it was carried down by the current, because the river was flowing in rapids. Still it crossed the river. Then the man said to his wife, "Draw another line on the ground." They apply all kinds of means, it crosses again and pursues them. At last he ordered her to draw a line with soot 14 of her lamp, using her right hand. When the tongue came to that soot river, it felt superstitious fear, and could not cross it. Then they went away and disappeared. The tongue probably turned back. The human beings ascended to the morning dawn. There in the upper world they died of old age. The name of the shaman is Tai-Pat. His son took his abode on the moon, and became a sacrifice being. They throw up to him some thong, and in doing this they throw that thong upon every kind of game. They sacrifice also blood to the moon. The mother was immortal. And she became the left side morning dawn. 15 Those probably were the people from the time of first creation. Those that possess evil charms also dwell upon the moon in another place. Also epilepsy. 16 was created. Of old the people were immortal. Also coughing of blood comes from there. And also a man who is visited by his enemy's anger and ceases to catch game, his misfortune is also from there. It is necessary to be on guard, else even the lucky one may feel want. Truly, the game is made scarce by supernatural means. Then it becomes hard to kill. The sacrificing shamans also have been created from there, and every kind of beings, 17 at least part of them. The end. Let the wind cease. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, in October, 1900. 5. Contest with the Colette. Free translation. One time there was a man whose sons were all dying. He became old, and was left without sons. Then in his old age a male child was born to him. The child grew, and began to construct a boat. While the father was sleeping, the boy would work on the boat. Then he set off, departed far yonder. 18 On his journey he saw a man who was on an island. Here, come hither. I will. He came. While he was traveling, he had caught a small seal. Oh, let us play, let us have some fun. Yes. Oh, then the little man hid in a boot. The other one was searching for him. He was nowhere. Then he fell out of the boot. Oh, here I am. Now it is your turn. The other one became a house. Where is he, the source of trouble? Oh, here I am. He found him. Now let us eat some liver. Oh, all right. But I will go and bring my knife from the boat. He brought the knife, and at the same time he put into his bosom the little seal lately killed by him. He put it into his bosom, together with some blood. Oh, I will be first. He pretended to rip open his abdomen with the knife and to eat his own liver. He cut the seal's liver and ate it. Now it is your turn. All at once the other one ripped open his abdomen, and so died, perished, killed himself. The man set off, and saw another jawbone house. There an old yñị-lŭ woman was cooking heads. He entered. What is the matter? Who has pushed his way into our house? Then he entered, and sat down on a pillow. When he sat down the yñị-lŭ woman came to meet him. She carried her woman's knife, which was covered with coagulated blood, and began to whet it. All at once he rushed upon the one who was whetting the knife, snatched away her woman's knife, hit her on the head, and so she perished. He murdered her. Then he went out, set off again, and saw a house. He came to that house. Clothes were scattered about in it. Then suddenly a voice came from the hearth. Oh, there he is. Also, this one murders the procurers of game. Those whom he murdered were also procurers of our food and of game. Then a head appeared. He hit the head with a harpoon. Then a yñị-lŭ man from underground pulled it down, together with the thong, and made it go underground. He was moving along underground. Another small jawbone house stood directly opposite. There he set the yñị-lŭ free. The latter passed on, and he entered the jawbone house. Two eyeless old women were sitting there. He drew out his penis, directed it toward the nose of one of them, and swung it. The old woman said, "Halloo, ho. Really, something made me think of the time when I had a husband." Is that so? He killed one of the old women, and flayed her, beginning at the anus. The body he threw on a dunghill. The skin he put on. The people came, looking for a shaman. What do you want? Oh, you have said, enough. A man's head is aching. By the way, why has your jaw become so long? Oh, has it really become so long? Well, now, you go home. I will come quick enough. Shortly afterwards he departed. Let the one whose head aches sit up. Oh, this here. And all at once he hit him on the head with a harpoon point and killed him. So he died. He killed many more, destroyed a houseful. Then he came out and departed far yonder. He went home. He reached home, and his parents rejoiced. He said, "Oh, indeed. I have destroyed some of the murderers. Ended. I have killed the wind." Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, in October, 1900. 6. The yñị-lŭ and the Reindeer-Breeder. In olden times there was an yñị-lŭ warrior who hunted whales. He had killed a whale. He had a reindeer-breeding neighbor. The son of this neighbor said to his old father, "Now, then, go to the whale hunter, and ask for some meat." "All right." The yñị-lŭ said to the old man, "Oh, what do you want?" "My son sent me." "Did he?" He turned out the upper part of his trousers. Then he filled it full with blubber. The old man came home. What result? But he felt angry. "Why did you not go yourself?" Then the son went, in his turn. He came to the yñị-lŭ. The latter was cutting the whale, in the shallow water. One of his companions said to him, "The reindeer-breeder has come to you." Then he came to the shore. A walrus hide destined to be split, with the blubber not yet scraped away, lay buried in the sand. He dug for it with his nails. Somehow then he took it by the holes in the edge with 2 fingers, and, ceasing to dig any more, shook off the sand. He pulled it out, so strong was he. He spread it upon the ground, the blubber upwards, to serve as a resting place. Then they took off their clothes, the yñị-lŭ and the reindeer-breeder, and they wrestled. It was quite slippery just to tread upon that blubber. The yñị-lŭ extended his hands. Then he was attacked by the reindeer-breeder. The latter, catching him by the head, caused it to spring off. The head rolled down upon the ground. He is still standing with extended hands, headless. Then only did the others say, "Oh, how wonderful! The head has sprung off." The yñị-lŭ fell down and died. The reindeer-breeder took possession of the whale and went home. His father asked him, "I came back. What result?" "Indeed, I took the whole whale." "Oh, you are wonderful. Still we have remained without maritime neighbors." They went for the whale with a train of pack sledges. He stood on the seashore. That yñị-lŭ who was killed had sons, and while the reindeer-breeder, the victor of yesterday, was standing on the shore, the son of the yñị-lŭ concealed a long thong in the sand, across his path. He tugged at the thong, tripped up the reindeer-breeder, and made him fall into the water. So he was drowned and died. The yñị-lŭ took the wife of the reindeer-breeder, and also his herd. Nevertheless he did not care very much about the reindeer, only slaughtered them all the time in great numbers. Still he ate no meat, only the tongues of the reindeer. Every morning he slaughtered reindeer. On waking up, he would say to his wife, that of the reindeer-breeder, "Put my clothes on me." On her refusal, he would beat her so hard that her head would become all swollen from the blows of his stick. "Oh, bring the herd to the house." Then again he slaughters reindeer. The wife cried, sorrowing for the reindeer, "Why are you crying?" "So. You are mourning for your husband?" "No." "Then why are you crying?" He was ready for violence. A small spider woman visited this one who was secretly crying. She came down to that place. "You are married to the yñị-lŭ?" "Oh, yes. And he is all the time exterminating the herd. The whole time he is slaughtering, but he eats only tongues, and consumes no meat." "Oh, right away prepare some clothes. When you are ready with them, when you have finished them, promise to the sea a shy reindeer buck. Then offer to the sea those clothes." She promised. Then she threw those clothes in the direction of the sea. The yñị-lŭ was asleep. The wife remained outside, and continued to cry. All at once her husband appeared in the distance from the direction of the sea, the one who was drowned the other day. The wife brushed away her tears. "What is there?" "Methinks, my husband." "Then he came, oh, my. You have come." "Yes." "Why are you crying?" "Why, this yñị-lŭ here, who stays with us, has almost exterminated our whole herd." Her husband questioned her, and said to her, "Oh, let us seize him." They seized him and carried him outside. Then they laid him, stretched out on his back, on a dunghill. They fastened his hands, to the ground, with spikes. And every morning all the neighbors, on awakening, would pour, the contents of, their chamber vessels into his mouth. Still he lived. Thus they poured into his mouth urine and excrement. "Oh, let me go. I shall give you my wives. Have them for slaves." "Oh, but we do not want them." "I shall give you my riches." "I do not believe you." "Indeed, I shall give you my wives and children. And you shall have, my, children for slaves." And, indeed, he was a rich yñị-lŭ. So they unbound him. The reindeer-breeder followed him. He gave his wives, and his children for reindeer herdsmen. Then he brought to his home the small old woman, the yñị-lŭ old woman, the mother of this one, who before that used to employ evil charms. He took a reindeer, a quite unbroken one, then he undressed her, and attached her, to it, by the ankle. Thus he tied her to the unbroken reindeer. The reindeer ran away. It was winter time. Then the reindeer dragged her away, at first to the reindeer herd, then to the open country. After that the reindeer brought her back, and her backbone was all torn off, and destroyed. From there the reindeer took her to the reindeer herd again, running. After a while it brought her back, and her whole body was destroyed. Merely her legs were left unbroken. After that, before the time when only her legs were left, he unharnessed the reindeer. Before he freed it, it fell down and died. Then the master began to cough in the manner of a reindeer. And he was tearing the ground, all the time, reindeer-like. After that he fell, swooning. Then he died. The end. 19. Told by Qo Turgeon. A maritime Chukchi man, in the village mqäqäi, in March, 1901. 7. The visit of the Colette. Once a small house stood alone in the wilderness. The Colette were going to visit it. Only a woman and her children were at home. The man, her husband, was with the herd. On the rear side of the house was a funeral place, 20, and there lay a corpse. One time the woman showed herself to the middle from the sleeping room, 21, and saw the dead one. In the evening the woman saw him. "Ah. Where are you from?" "No. I am your neighbor. I came to see you." "Oh, enough. You do not know. Colette are going to visit you, and they are already nearby." A little dog was there, a tiny one, somewhere in the sleeping room or in the outer tent. "Oh, there is no need of grudging this little dog. Now, then, I am going back. Come out and go with me, along my road." She dressed herself, carried out the little dog and slaughtered it behind the house. Then she drew a line with blood all around the house. "Now, enter. They are coming yonder." "Oh, how is it, it stays on the other shore?" "What, now on the island? From what point must I begin?" "Let it be from there." "Oh, it seems to be deep." He, the yñị-lŭ, thrust down his spear shaft 22 but could not touch the ground. "Oh, it is deep. Let us leave it." "Indeed, what shall we do?" They left them. The next day the husband came, and saw the slaughtered dog lying by the entrance. He said, "Oh, good gracious. I left all of my housemates quite safe, but what may have happened to them?" He gave a start and forced an entrance. The woman appeared, from under the cover of the sleeping room. "Hello. What is the matter with you?" "Nothing. We are all right." Only when in the sleeping room did she tell him. Ended. Told by mqäqäi, a maritime Chukchi woman, at Mariinsky Post. October, 1900. 8. The Child Monster. One time some people lived in an underground house. It had 3 sleeping rooms. That of the son was on the eastern side, that of the father was on the western side. The third one was in the middle, on the rear side of the house. This last was another man's. They lived in group marriage, and their habitations stood quite close to one another. The woman of the sleeping room to the east was with child. Her husband, however, had gone far away for a visit to the people, and remained with the people quite a long time. In his absence the woman bore a child. They awoke the next morning, after they had slept one night. They awoke at dawn, and the young mother had to go out and walk around the house, as is required by the ceremonial. Still, after they awoke, the woman did not go out, and did not carry the infant out of the sleeping room. "Oh, come out. Bring out the infant." Still the woman does not go out, acting as if she had not heard. The next day it grew dark again, but the woman did not go out. "Oh, oh. You with the child. Why do you not come out nor bring out the infant? Notwithstanding everything, you do not listen, nor do you want to obey." Once more it grew dark. They went to sleep again. All the people of that place, the whole house, went to sleep. 2 men from the neighboring camps, who were serving there as suitors, they also went to sleep. The old man had a single unmarried daughter. Both of the suitors were serving there with the desire of having her for a wife. The little infant awoke and began to cry, "Anna, Anna, Anna." The mother and her female companions were sleeping quite soundly. So from the outside, from the side of the outer tent 23 the yñị-lŭ answered, "Anna, Anna, Anna." Once more the infant cried, "Anna, Anna, Anna," and from the entrance room was answered, "Anna, Anna, Anna." And still before the yñị-lŭ reached the entrance room, the infant crept out from under the pillow, then rose and strode over to the sleeping room on the rear side. Before he could reach the rear side sleeping room, a boy who was there awoke, and uttered a cry. Then the infant dropped down. All the people awoke. "See there. The little infant has appeared, out of the sleeping room." And from under the pillow it still continued, "Anna, Anna, Anna." The people awoke. How strange it is. Think of them. The mother and her female companions are still sleeping. The old man, even, began to mutter, "Only think of it. The infant has appeared from under the pillow. Let them carry it back." No answer. They do not hear. Oh, oh. There, now, rouse them. One woman went out and walked over to that sleeping room. She lifted the cover of the sleeping room. But there was nothing at all there, only plenty of blood on the bedskins. Indeed, the infant has eaten up the mother and her companions. Oh, there is nothing here, only the bedskins full of blood. The women did not take care of the child when it cried. So the yñị-lŭ did so, in their place. Oh, oh. Let us go away quickly. No need of this child. That very night they left the house before dawn. They pitched their tent some ways up the hill nearby. They left the little one in the old house, quite alive. All of a sudden the old man said, "Oh, we have left a knife, a big knife, carried on a shoulder strap. It is hanging down, in the sleeping room, on the western side in the corner." Alas! One of the suitors heard this, and spoke thus, "Oh, truly, I want to show myself a true suitor. I will fetch the knife. I am able to do it." The other one did not utter a sound. "I say to you quite openly, I came for a wife. I want to marry her straightway." He took off his outer clothes, then tied his trousers tightly above the ankles. The old man said, "No, indeed. Be quiet. No need of this. Even of the knife there is no need at all. Nay, certainly I shall fetch it. He ran to the jawbone house, heeding not the night time or the darkness. When he approached it, the same ominous crying was heard from it uninterruptedly, Anna, Anna, Anna. He walked around the jawbone house and entered it. Then he walked around the crying one close to the sleeping room. As soon as the man entered, the infant gave pursuit. In the outer tent, through the darkness, from that corner the infant pursued him, crying all the time. As soon as it scented him, it gave pursuit. The man stretched out his hand and found the big knife. He caught it and rushed out. The infant followed, still crying. He rushed out and ran away, but before that he made a tour around the house. Then the crying one entered again. He came to the tent and rested for some time. The old man was muttering still, "What noise is there?" Then he would stop, his voice, and listen for a while. "Oh, I wish we had not sent him. We have brought a stranger to peril." He rested a while and entered the tent. There, take your knife." "Oh, oh. This is the knife I was so sorry about." And presently he cried to the girl, "There, you woman. Hurry up and arrange the sleeping room. He will get a chill in his back. Bring him in. Let him warm himself. His back will be cold. Now, then, come in." So the man married and took the girl. At that time he married. The end. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 9. The Orphan. Once, there was, an orphan child who lived quite by himself, quite alone. In that place there lived numerous people. The people beat him all the time, and they always treated him violently. The neighbors were all the time striking him. Some of the people arranged a Thanksgiving ceremonial. He came to that house, together with the other guests. Then they said, "Oh, you take part in the ceremonial." "Oh, how can I take part in the ceremonial? I have no shamanistic knowledge. I am wholly ignorant." "Oh, then just sing a little." Then he began to take part in the ceremonial, and simply sang a song, "Otototototoi, otatatatai." "Oh, what is it? Why does he use this bad little song?" They gave him a sound thrashing. He was defenseless. Then they ordered him again, "Well, then, take part in the ceremonial. Otototototoi, otatatatai." They gave him another thrashing. There was an old jawbone house, quite ancient and empty, the jawbone house. He went there in the dark, and there he sang into this house, "Otototototoi, otatatatai." Then from the dark, from within, the yñị-lŭ answered, "Otototototoi, otatatatai." He sang again, "Otototototoi," and it answered, "Otototototoi," from within. Then the yñị-lŭ called him, "O child." Till then he had no assistant spirits, not a single one. "O child. Ho! What do you want?" "Oh, enough of this. The people treat me very badly and with violence, all the people." "Oh, well, go out." The yñị-lŭ made him go out. He went out, and went again to those who were performing the Thanksgiving ceremonial. "Oh, indeed, take part in the ceremonial." "Oh, where have you come from? Take part in the ceremonial, will you?" He again began to take part in the ceremonial, and sang as before, "Otototototoi." Ah, what a song he is using again. He continued, notwithstanding, "Otototototoi, otatatatai." Then from within, from underground, came the answer, "Otototototoi." One old man from a neighboring house heard this. The others were noisy, and heard nothing. "Well, now, stop your noise. I heard something. A voice came to me." Where should he find such a voice, this scamp? Then again it came from within. "Oh, my! What is it?" The voice gradually approached. They heard it, all of them. Oh, there. Stop it. Oh. They felt afraid. Notwithstanding, it continued, ototototototoi. And now you may jostle me with your elbows, as before. Ototototototoi, otatatatatai. With one breath the Kolo swallowed all the people, the doers of violence. He killed them all. The end. 10. Yñi-lŭ's adventure. This, indeed, is not a story, it is actual fact concerning somewhat ancient times. A certain man lived in the olden time. In those days the Kolo evil spirits were going around visible, just like our own people, quite openly. Then in the Telka-P land one yñi-lŭ and his companions were going somewhere, driving reindeer. There were 3 of them, all reindeer drivers. So many they were. Then they saw a herd, and passed by on the outside of it. They also passed by houses. There were 3 houses, but nobody noticed them. They were quite invisible, were not seen at all by the Colette, just as at present an evil spirit is invisible to us. After that they passed by a pile of household things, 24 passed some luggage and loaded sledges. Some had their reindeer tied up there. Then yñi-lŭ untied his own thong, one of young walrus hide. He discovered a grassy hummock on the ground. To this hummock on the ground he tied the thong. Then he tied his reindeer to the end of this long thong, and let them go. Only the end of the thong remained fastened to the hummock. So, then, yñi-lŭ's reindeer are tied to the end of a long thong of young walrus hide, let out to its full length. After that yñi-lŭ and his 3 companions sat down, with their faces toward the entrance of one of the houses. The Colette in the house were cooking food. They hung up a kettle. One Kolo man was working on the curve of a sledge runner. He was bending it quite a little. A Kolo woman was cooking food. She was very pretty. She went out and looked around. Then she entered, and said, "Oh, oh. As compared with yesterday, we feel ashamed. 25 Oh, my. We are terrified. We call superstitious terror also shame. 26, the woman entered, and said, "Oh, we feel ashamed, we are terrified. Oh, how strange you are. Wherefore this shame? Good gracious. What is oppressing us so?" And it was only the men who came, "Oh, how strange you are. You feel terrified. But what is oppressing us so?" Then yñi-lŭ pointed with his finger at the woman. Immediately she felt a stinging pain, and could not breathe freely. "Oh, oh, oh. Oh, how strange you are. What is oppressing us so again? Then let us make haste. Oh, something is oppressing us." Then yñi-lŭ and his companions fled far away. We call such a departure to a distant point a flight. 27. The others quickly untied their reindeer. But yñi-lŭ's reindeer tightened the noose, so that he could not untie them. Then he pulled the noose over the grassy hummock, and thus loosened his reindeer. They fled, all of them. The ground became soft, like water. Nevertheless they came to their house. The end. Told by Qo Turgeon, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village of mqäqäi, November, 1900. 11. The Adventures of the Brothers. This tale represents a clever intermixture of some elements of Russian or Turco-Mongol origin with others which are genuine Chukchi. A company of brothers went to sea in a boat. They were caught by a foul wind and carried away to another land. They lost their way in a dense fog, but at last they sighted land. It was an extraordinary land, a quite dark one. They spoke thus, "Oh, my. We have come to a strange land." They walked for a while, and saw people that were gulls. The gulls could also speak in the manner of men. "Oh, here are those people from the mainland." "Yes. What is the matter with you?" "We were badly treated by the wind." "Oh, how terrible. But we are dying." The gull people said, "You shall not die. Go down slowly along that sea beach yonder, then you will not die. Indeed, on your way, there is a stranded carcass, lying on the beach. You must not eat of it. Otherwise you will die. When you shall have passed it by, then you will see the carcass of a hunchbacked whale, mqäqäi, stranded, on the beach. You may eat some of its liver. They were quite hungry when they found the carcass of the hunchbacked whale. They ate of its liver. One of the brothers was, a fool, even, quite foolish. He said, I wish we could eat a little more. The eldest brother said, what you have eaten, is enough. You would die. They departed again, and saw people that were gulls, larus glaucus. Oh, where are you from? We were badly treated by the sea. We have lost our country. And so we are dying. Indeed, you shall not die. Go down again slowly along the seashore. There you will see the stranded carcass of a whale, Balænoptera volifera. You must pass it by. Then you will see another carcass, that of a sea lion, Eumetopius stellari. Of that you may eat your fill. They departed from there, and saw the stranded carcass of a whale. They passed by it. And the foolish brother said again, oh, let us eat of it. The eldest brother said, such is he, the quite foolish one. You, actually, want to die. They left there again, and saw people that were gulls of a smaller size. Oh, here are those people from the mainland. Yes. What is the matter with you? We were badly treated by the sea. Oh, then move on slowly. You will see the stranded carcass of a white whale. Do not eat of it. After that you will find the stranded carcass of a walrus. You may eat your fill of that. That place is near to a settlement. A strong man lives in it. They departed, and saw the stranded carcass of a white whale. They passed it by. The foolish brother said again, let us eat. The eldest brother again gave him a scolding, and said thus, spoke to him, what do you want, you greedy one? They passed by it again. Then they found the stranded carcass of a walrus. They ate a full meal of it. After that they traveled a little longer, and then landed. They brought their boat to the shore and buried it in the sand, so that it was not to be seen. Then they slept. They awoke, in the morning, and, lo! A man was walking along the shore. He was full of fear. Now he would come near, and again he would flee. The foolish brother was quite eager. He said, let me catch him. The eldest one said, wait, wait. They were keeping him back like a dog. Then the other man approached again. The foolish one rushed at him. This foolish brother was also very strong. Oh, let us kill him. Wait a bit. We will question him first. They kept him down on the ground. Then they asked him, are your people numerous? Yes. Have you strong men? Yes, one strong man, and he does much violence. He takes away everybody's provisions. Oh, do not tell him about us. We will visit him. Evening came again. They sent the foolish one to get provisions. He went, and stole provisions from a cache. He came back and brought a load of whale skin, ever so big. Yñị-lŭ, I was almost up to their houses. What did you do that for? Do you want to die? Thus spoke the eldest brother, as before. Morning came. A man from that place paddled out in a canoe. The canoe was quite large. He caught many seals. They looked into his canoe, and the canoe was filled, separate boat, with seals, among them thong seals. Halloo! Haul me up on shore. The people did not hear. So he landed. He was very angry. He carried a walrus penis. With this he began to strike about among all the people there, the neighbors. Then he went back to the canoe. Haul me up on shore. Of course the people knew better now. So the entire number went to the seashore. He was taking the thong seals with one hand, with a single hand, and, sitting in the canoe, was hurling them ashore. So strong was he. The foolish one said, "Oh, indeed. I shall be able to manage him all right. Now, there. Be quiet, will you?" They came there in the evening. A big jawbone house was standing there. The housemaster was squirming upon his back in the inner room. Then he saw them. "Oh, guests. Yes. Tomorrow we will arrange a Thanksgiving ceremonial." They passed a night there, and the people were arranging the ceremonial. The master brought in a big stone. They entered, and the entrance was closed. The foolish one spoke to the other brothers. "Oh, but they are going to kill us." All these men had ermine skins hanging down from their belts. Meanwhile the lamps were put out. That stone was a very old one. It was covered all over with dried blood. They brought it in. The guests put on their ermine skins, in the dark. After that they burrowed, themselves, in holes under the bases of the house poles. Meanwhile the master was swaying in the dark in a ceremonial dance, and the stone was clattering all around in the house, pew, pew. He ceased swaying, and said, "Oh, where are the guests?" And in a moment they were in their former places upon the pillow. "Light the lamp." The foolish one said, "Oh, oh. But it is a good merry house for Thanksgiving ceremonials. Oh, oh, how wonderful. Oh, my. Which way have they gone? Oh, there. Let us try it again." They brought in some slabs of whalebone. They were covered with dried blood. They were really murderous. Then, again, "Oh, put out the lamp." They put out the lamp. Those men again concealed themselves in the same place. The master swayed again in his dance, and those slabs of whalebone were doing thus, sig, sig. Thus they clicked. If these men had remained on the surface, they would have been cut down by the whalebone slabs. Again he called, "Oh, yñị-lŭ." They were sitting in their former places. "Oh, where are the guests?" "Here we are." "Oh, oh, wonderful." Again the foolish one said, "Oh, oh, my. But it is a good merry house for Thanksgiving ceremonials." "Oh, again." They put out the lamp again. This time they fled upwards, close to the vent hole. Then a sling began to hurl stones about in the sleeping room, so that the jawbone house was shaking. Again the master ceased swaying. Oh, they were sitting in their former places. Oh, where are the guests? Probably this time, they are killed. Oh, indeed, here we are. How wonderful. Light the lamps. Again the foolish one said, while the lamps were being lighted, "Oh, my. What a good merry house for a Thanksgiving ceremonial. We feel merry. Oh, bring the maritime woman for a dance." They brought her. Again, "Oh, put out the lamp," the old woman danced. They hid themselves under the stone. Oh, oh. The jawbone house swayed to one side, and even the ground bent to one side. This time the foolish one was hit upon the head. Then again, "Enough. Light the lamp." Oh, they appeared, and the head of that one was covered with blood. Then one of the guests, the eldest brother, said, "Oh, now it is our turn. Listen." And so also put out the lamp. He began swaying in a ceremonial dance, and a big stone from a mountain rolled into the jawbone house. And it crushed even all the stands made of ribs of whale. There was a great clatter. The stone rolled about like thunder, and still more thunder approached. There, enough. You will hit the children upon the head. Still it continued. And as to the strong man, the present performer of the ceremonial, the stones that were rolling around in his house also broke his bones and killed him. Then a little old man, a neighbor of his, called out, "mqäqäi, now the people will have a rest from game robbing in a quite different manner, for this one was robbing from his neighbors all their provisions." The people were very glad. The brothers ceased killing. The old man said, "On the seashore, on your way, lies a big thong seal, it lies on the shore with half of its body out of the water. Do not pass by it at a distance, but go quite close to it, just by the tip of its nose. If you pass at a distance, it will right away kill you. When you shall have passed it, farther on there is a young seal lying on the shore, out of the water up to the middle of its body. Do not attack it, only pass it by. When you have passed it, you will see there a young thong seal. You may attack that. Oh, indeed, they departed. They passed the first one close to the tip of its nose, and saw the young seal. The foolish one spoke again, "Oh, we are too hungry. I wish we might kill this one." The eldest brother said, "You are so greedy. But it is because we are hungry. Such a one are you, that you cannot keep your big greedy jaws quiet." They passed it, and saw the young thong seal. They slew it and had a meal. Just then they saw that a man was coming down the river. This was the master of the first thong seal they had passed, on their road. He asked them, "Have you met nothing on the way?" "Nothing." "Oh, there. He has not seen them." They departed again. This time they saw the giant bird. 28 It sat crouching on the sea beach. They passed it from the waterside. When they were moving at a great distance, the bird stretched out its neck, and swallowed them, together with the boat. They made promises, they were so frightened. They promised, to the spirits, a white-haired dog in their house. Then they came out through the anus, quite safe, only their heads had become bald, and they had lost their hair. They departed again, and saw some people who were mice, who were digging earth. They dug out underground houses. They passed a night there. One old woman was still sleeping, an old mouse woman. The foolish one said, "Oh, we are suffering from thirst. I will go and have a drink in the house." The eldest brother said, "Go, but do not play any foolish tricks." Oh, he came to that house, and saw the old woman. She had her eyes closed, and had not hailed him at all. Then that man, the foolish one, stood there for a while. Then he came near the old woman. He took out his penis and directed it toward her nose. Then she stirred up and snuffed around. She spoke thus, quite alone, "Oh, indeed. Where does this smell here of husbands come from?" She moved on and snuffed around. Then the other one laughed. He laughed on the sly when going out of the house. "Oh, oh. Who has made me a laughing-stock of the people?" She, however, heard this low laugh of his. Let his penis grow in length. He went to the boat. His penis was growing very fast, his trousers were soon quite filled with it. He came to the boat, and his eldest brother scolded him. "I told you not to play silly tricks." "Indeed, I played no tricks. I only saw an old woman who had not hailed me at all. All at once I took out my penis and directed it toward her nose. She snuffed around, and then said, 'Whence, again, comes this smell here of husbands?' Then, on going out, I laughed a little. She said, 'Who has made me a laughing-stock? Let his penis grow in length.' Oh, sorrows! Quick! Let us push off." The boat was very soon filled with the penis. They tried to cut it off, but the remaining piece still continued to grow. At last they were coming home. The eldest brother was a shaman. So the eldest brother addressed that old woman, the mischievous one. "Oh, you old woman! Thrust something between your own legs." Then the old woman sat down upon the ground undressed, and began to shove her posterior parts to and fro. She thrust into her vulva a splinter of wood, and so killed herself. Those men came home. They brought out into the open a shaggy dog and slaughtered it. Their wives had become decrepit from age. The foolish one, on landing, was already quite bloodless, because they were cutting off his penis all the time. As soon as they landed, they went to sleep. Then they turned to stone, and never again awoke. Oh, the end. The wind has been killed. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 12. The children carried away by a giant. One time a man was hunting whales. And he killed a great number of whales. They departed in skin boats. 2 children were playing on the seashore, one a girl, the other a boy. The father was hunting whales. From the open there came a man in a canoe. He was quite big. He said to them, father said, go and fetch them. His paddle was very large. So he moved, working, with the paddle, right ahead of the children, who were walking along the shore. Then he said to them, sit down here upon my paddle. They sat down. But he deceived them. He carried them away to the middle of the sea, putting them inside of his canoe. At last they saw a jawbone house, which for a long time had remained uninhabited. He put them in there. He also stopped up the vent hole, and so left them quite in the dark. The young brother began to cry. The little sister was lulling him to sleep. They were thirsty. There was also no food. Then the little sister, groping around, found some old boot soles. These she took, and put some of the stuff into the mouth of her young brother. Then the jawbone house became hoary with frost. It grew quite cold. She continued to rock her brother. At last he fell asleep. The little sister was singing. And while she was singing, a small bright hole appeared on high. Then it approached. Then it grew larger. She wakened her young brother. Then she put him outside, of the house, first. After that both escaped. The exit suddenly vanished. They looked around. They were outside. Open land was all around them. Then they saw some gull travelers. Oh, do carry us away. Let those who are behind carry you. And really 2 gulls were moving in the rear. They called again, oh, do carry us away. They carried them. They said, we will take you away, and they took them. The father was all the time going around their former playground. So they took them to that playground. The father came to the playground and saw the children. Oh, where have you appeared from? What became of you? Oh, a canoe paddler took us away. He said, your father bade you come. Oh, he is kissing them all the time. Then they said, gulls brought us. They went to the storeroom and took out plenty of blubber, and with that they rewarded the gulls. The father simply ripped open a large blubber bag on the seashore. Then the gulls ate their fill of blubber. In the end they anointed both children, one with ochre, the other with graphite. The one anointed with ochre lived. The one anointed with graphite died. Oh, the end. Told by Qo Turgeon, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village of mqäqäi, November, 1900. 13. The Raven and the Girls, Valvị yñị-lŭ. One time a company of little girls found upon the seashore a little seal. Then Raven saw them. Therefore they put the little seal under their bodies. What is that? A splinter of wood. Still it has whiskers. It is a whiskered splinter. Still it has eyes. It is a splinter with eyes. Still it has paws. It is a splinter with paws. Then he pushed them apart. He took the seal and brought it home. His housemates skinned it, had supper, and then went to sleep. Some cooked meat was left in the kettle. The little girls came in the night time, ate up the meat, then they defecated into the kettle. After a while the raven husband awoke, and said to his wife, who was sleeping, I am hungry. Give me some cooked meat. The wife, with eyes shut, stretched her hand toward the kettle and took the feces. Oh ho! It is feces. The company of girls stayed outside. Raven put on his clothes, and called to his wife, give me my wretched bow, give me my wretched arrow. They, however, were only the fire drill and its bow. Oh, the little girls fled. Grandpa, Grandpa! We shall louse you, we shall louse you. Oh, what have I done to my little granddaughters? I have frightened them. Then they loused him. When he fell asleep, they fastened a bladder under his anus, and then wakened him. Oh, now wake up. You must defecate yonder on that good dry place. He obeyed and defecated. The feces fell down into the bladder, pat, pat. He turned back toward them, and saw nothing. Then he came home and said to his wife, "How very strange. I defecated over yonder, but I could not see my feces. Still they clattered down. Well, now, turn to this side." And there his anus had a bladder, tied to it. He called again, "Here, give me my wretched bow. I will shoot them down. Give me my wretched arrow." He visited them again. "Grandpa, Grandpa, eat some diarrhea excrement." "I do not want it." "Then let us louse you." "Oh, what have I done to my little granddaughters?" He threw away the bow and slept again. They loused him and made him go to sleep. This time they fastened over his eyes some red tassels. Then they wakened him again. "Oh, go there and look at your house." He obeyed again. He looked upon the house, and began to cry, "Oh, oh. The house is ablaze." His wife went out and walked around the house, but saw nothing. "Look up here. Oh, your eyes have things fastened on them." Again, he grew angry, and the girls called to him, "Grandpa, Grandpa, let us louse you, let us louse you." They loused him, and he went to sleep. Then they tattooed his face. After that they wakened him again. "Wake up, there. Have a drink of this clear water." Then he saw in the water his own tattooed face. "I will marry you, eh." Still it was, no woman, but his own body in tattooed face. "Shall I bring my tent, eh?" Then he called out to himself, "She consents, she consents." After that he went home. He began to break down his tent. His wife said, "What are you doing? Be silent." "Oh, but it is only your own face that is tattooed." "Oh, you are jealous, you are jealous. Really, your face is tattooed. What do you want, what do you want?" Oh, he carried away the flat stone, anvil, together with the stone hammer. .29 Again he came and looked down. "Here you are." Still it is his own former face. He put down the flat stone. It went under. Then the stone hammer. It also went under. "Oh, I have married a wife from the reindeer tribe." She accepted them. Oh, now the poles, they floated on the surface. Those she has refused. Now the tent cover. It was carried down by the stream. Now it is my turn. When he was in the water, his head grew giddy, and he also floated on the surface. The stream carried him down the river. Oh, the skies are moving. Still it was the stream that was carrying him away. Oh, oh. The skies are swinging. Then he was drowned. Told by Qo Turgeon, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village of mqäqäi, November, 1900. 14. A Tale of the Raven urkịl, yñị-lŭ. Once, upon a time, there was a young girl, a daughter of urkịl. 30 Her father made a public call for suitors. Everybody assembled, suitors from every land, the wolf, the wolverine, the bear, the wild reindeer, the mouse, the fox. The hares also heard of the news. They spoke thus, "Oh, let us also go and be suitors." One of them said, "Oh, no. Why, I have no sledge." "Oh, well, do try." Then he consented. They came to the place. A rod was set down as a target for a shooting contest among the suitors. Then the others began to shoot. The wolf shot, and could not, hit the mark. Then the wolverine shot, and could not, hit the mark. Then the fox also could not, hit the mark. Then the mouse shot, and could not, hit the mark. After that the hare shot with a bough of grass. He hit the rod, and it fell down. Then they scrambled to see who was the strongest, and all said, "Oh, let her sit down first on my sledge." The wolf said, "Let her sit down first with me." But the sledge broke down. Then the wolverine said, "Oh, with me." The sledge again broke down. Then the hare also said, "Oh, with me too." His sledge was of grass. Still, though she sat down upon it with a thump, it did not break. So he married her. He took her home. They came to his mother. The mother was staying simply under a heap of drifted snow. They had no house. "Oh, there. I have brought a woman." Then the mother began to sing, "Stranger's daughter simply under drift snow ow." Oh, the son said, "Well, now, let me go on a search." He kicked, with his foot, a hummock, it turned into a house. He kicked some small willow boughs, they turned into a train of sledges. Then he found bushes of black stunted willow, and kicked them, and they turned into a reindeer herd. He came back to his mother. "Oh, now let us go to our house." They came to the house. The mother-in-law said to the woman, "Enter with your eyes closed." The woman entered with her eyes closed. Then the old woman said, "Look up." She looked up. The inner room was of white skins. All kinds of objects, of value, were hanging around in the inner room, beads, earrings, bead necklaces. Then she brought forth a child. They went visiting to dispel their loneliness. 31 They came to the father. Urkịl came out, and then he said to his wife, "It seems to me that I have seen our daughter." The wife said, "Where may our daughter have come here from?" He said, "Still I saw her." The mother came out also, with one sleeve dangling down. 32 They entered the house. Then Urkịl's son, the brother of the young woman, came home from a walk in the open. The father said, "Our son-in-law has come here. What shall we give him to eat?" The son said, "All right. Let me go on a search." He went to an old camping place, and found there a dead puppy, which had died from having too many lice. It was quite lean. When he came back, the father asked him, "Well?" And it was only a small puppy, exceedingly lean. "Oh," the father-in-law said, "Hi. The son-in-law is hungry, cook some meat for him." They did the cooking, but he could not eat anything. He felt too much aversion to eating. "Oh!" exclaimed the raven, "how very extraordinary. Now, then, let me go for a walk myself." He also went to an old camping place of the reindeer people. He found there some excrement, simply an outpouring from diarrhea. He brought this home. "Now, here. This is, at least, more slippery, for swallowing." Then the son-in-law became angry, and began to chide, "Oh, the deuce. What have they brought? How can I eat this?" He felt much aversion to it. "We do not feed on such things." They went away. The next morning the father-in-law went to visit them. When he came to them, they were about to move camp, and the tents were already broken down. The son-in-law said, "Oh, goodness. We are going to move. And just at this time you come. Up to yesterday you could not come." Then the son-in-law said, "Well, now, anyway, have a reindeer slaughtered for you." The father-in-law said, "Oh, I will slaughter it myself, with your leave." He had the reindeer slaughtered when they were ready to start. He slew a fat doe whose fawn had died in the spring. The son-in-law said, "I will carry it for you." He said, "No, I will carry it myself." They went away with their pack sledges, a whole train. Still before they vanished from sight, he began to eat. He ate the whole day long of that reindeer carcass, and pecked at it. After that he passed a night there near the carcass. While eating, he was also defecating upon the carcass. The son came to see him, and looked on at his doings. "What are you doing?" "Oh, I am tired out. I have worked till this moment." Well, let me bring a sledge. The son departed. He came home, and said to his mother, "Oh, your husband has made the whole reindeer carcass into mere excrement." The mother said, "Oh, he will come all alone, i.e., empty-handed." The raven's son hauled the sledge, and came to the father. "Oh, you have come," said the raven, and he had almost consumed the whole carcass. "Where is the carcass?" "There it is." "Is it?" said the son. They went away, and came to the house. Midi, 33. She paid no attention. "Oh, I have a slaughtered reindeer." Still, she paid no attention. "Are you not glad?" Then the wife gave utterance. "For what should I be glad?" "Oh, here is a slaughtered reindeer." "What reindeer?" "The fawnless doe." "But it seems that you have brought only the skeleton, mere bones." "Oh, look here, come out. It is simply white with fat." But in reality it was his excrement, which looked white upon the carcass. It seems that it is the skeleton covered with excrement. In a moment, from mere confusion, he was dead from mere shame, or, rather, he simulated death. His wife carried him to the funeral place. She put him into an old jawbone house. Then she went home. As soon as they went home, he also went away. He came to some reindeer people. He cut off his penis, and made it into a needle case, his testicles, he made into thimbles, and the hair of his pubes into needles. He found a husband among the reindeer people. He hung his needle case with its appurtenances, up on his sitting place, and when the other, women, came near, he would cry out, "Beware! You will break my needles, lest they should look on them." The needle case was simply his penis. At the same time the wife, forsaken by him, was crying, in her house. A small fox visited her. The fox said, "What is the matter with you?" "My husband is dead." "Well, what of that?" "It seems that he has found a husband among the reindeer people." The fox said, "Make some reindeer, the reindeer are of excrement, the sledge of excrement. Make this, and then go away, and say thus, certainly she, i.e. the raven turned into a woman, will come out with one sleeve dangling, she likes the newcomers much. So when they say to you, where are you going, you just say, urkịl has died. Now I am going to make suit to his wife, urkịl's wife. Then you must say, I am going away. She went away, came home, and did all this. Then again she was found by the fox. The fox said, Make a likeness of a man's head with hair upon it, and put it close to yourself on the outer side of your pillow. When evening comes, put it down there. Then in a short time that husband of yours, the one you have seen today, who has come out with one sleeve dangling, he will come. When evening came, urkịl felt restless, he grew jealous, then he grew mad and wanted to come out. They could not keep him back. He went out, and went away. He came to his wife, and called out, "O Midi." She paid no attention. "O Midi. Ho! I have revived." "Oh! With whom are you sleeping?" "A suitor came to me." Just so she spoke as she had been taught by the fox. "Oh, I have come back, I have revived." Then the woman said, "It seems that I have seen you recently. You came out with one sleeve dangling." He died again from shame. This time he did it in earnest. Verily, he died, was dead from shame, simply rolled down. That is all. Told by Qo Turgeon, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village of mqäqäi, November, 1900. 15. yñị-lŭ, a story about a polygamist. Once, there lived a polygamist. He said to his wives, "One of you, have a fur shirt made, and the other have some trousers made, and let them be all white." They finished the clothes, and all of them went out. The moon was on the wane. Then, the polygamist ran away. His wives looked on. He crouched down and made himself flat right before them. Then they looked for him, but could not find him. They entered the house. He departed towards the east, windward, and saw a number of collet. One of them, just as he was coming, began to angle for fish with a rod. Very soon he pulled out a little infant. It was a human infant. He pulled it out. The infant cried, "Anna, Anna, Anna." The man coughed. The yñị-lŭ said, "Oh, oh, a guest. Yes. Let us go home." "You go first," the yñị-lŭ said to the man. "How can I go first? I do not know the way. The housemasters should go first." "Oh, oh, all right." The yñị-lŭ went first. They came to the house. "Go in. We in our houses are wont to say to our wives, spread good skins for bedding. A guest is here." "Ah, well, all right." The yñị-lŭ entered the house. "Oh, I bring this one. Sharpen your butcher knives." Meanwhile the man fled, running to a corner of the house, the one clad in white. The yñị-lŭ came out, but, the man, was not to be seen. He made himself flat there, upon the ground. The yñị-lŭ began to chide his wife, "Oh, this is bad. We have let our quarry go, very good game." The other one again departed. Again he found a settlement. This one was of real human people. One man came out. He stopped close by him, but the other one could not see him at all. That one passed water, and then said, "The moon is on the wane." The guest then said, "It is quite true." "Oh, oh, a guest? Yes. Indeed, you are human." "Oh, yes. Rather it is you who are not human. You are the collet." "In truth, we are not." "Oh, then let us enter the house. But we have neighbors who indeed are collet, and these collet will fetch you to their own house." They entered the sleeping room. Before they had time to eat, a yñị-lŭ woman entered. "Oh, I have come to fetch you. You must marry me." He went out. She took him to her home. On the sides of the entrance a brown bear and a polar bear were tied up. Before they could enter, the monsters rushed at the man. The yñị-lŭ woman said to them, "Aha! It is the master." They lay down and copulated. All at once an old woman appeared from the rear wall. She carried a butcher knife. This was the mother of the yñị-lŭ woman. This old woman approached the man, carrying the butcher knife. She wanted to strike him on the head. He simulated sleep. Still she proved to be quite nimble, and fled again. He, simulated awakening, said to the yñị-lŭ woman, "Oh, I had a dream. Such an old woman, it was, who nearly killed me." The woman said, "Oh, oh. Again, again. What are you doing? I want to have this one for a husband." They slept again, the yñị-lŭ woman slept quite soundly, then the man laid her down and exchanged clothes with her. The woman's combination suit he used for a covering for himself, and his own fur shirt he put on her as a covering. Then he slept again, simulated sleep. He had a knife ready. The old woman appeared again from the rear wall, and all at once she rushed on her daughter and struck her, sleeping, with such force, that the head was cut off. Just then the man struck the old woman with his knife, and also cut off her head. He put on his clothes, and then went out, carrying both heads with him. These he threw down to the bears. They pounced upon them. At that moment he went out. He came to his recent host. "Oh, you have come." "Yes." Then the old man called out, "Oh, oh, oh. From this time the people shall go around in a different manner." Then he departed, and on the way died of old age. That is all. Told by Q.O. Turgeon, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village of mqäqäi, November, 1900. 16. The woman who married the moon and the yñị-lŭ. There was a house. A woman of the human people, who lived in it, was deserted by her husband. She was starving, and, at last, was crawling on all fours for mere starvation. She was very hungry. Then she saw a house, entered it, and looked around. Ready-made clothes were hanging there. A dish was filled with tallow. She ate of it. As soon as she finished, she fled to the open country. A man came, who was in the open, walking on foot. It was the man in the moon. Oh, how very extraordinary. Who was that who came around and ate the tallow? The whole dishful is gone. The next morning he went away again. He changed his boots and put on other ones. Still no wife was to be seen. As soon as he went away, the woman came, and again found the tallow. She ate abundantly of it, and felt much better. The man came home. Oh, it is bad. How very extraordinary. Who is it that steals so much food? Well, now, let me stay at home, literally, let me be not walking, tomorrow morning. Noontime came. Then the woman appeared again. She entered the house and made for the food. Before she had time to begin eating, he caught her. Ah, ah, ah. Don't. Off. She struggled. Oh, then it is you. Off, off. Let me go. Be quiet. I shall not harm you. I want to question you. Oh, why are you wandering about? You have a master. I have not. How is it? I have been deserted by my husband, cast off and starved. Have you seen nothing here in the house? Nothing at all. Oh, then I will marry you. He married her. Again he went away. In the evening he came back. He said to his wife, "Do not come out from the inner room. Let us enter, both, and then, simply throw my boots out to the outer tent." She threw the boots outside. Immediately after that the dish appeared, quite by itself, filled with cooked meat. They ate, and then they put the dish outside. They awoke in the morning. The woman looked towards the dish. It was clean and in good order. He went again, and killed a wild reindeer. Oh, tomorrow we will arrange a Thanksgiving feast. Do not carry the charm strings yourself. Then they came to the wild reindeer prepared for the feast, and the charm strings were there. Oh, they slept. They awoke in the morning, and he departed again. She asked herself, for what reason did he say to me, "Leave that trunk there unopened. Do not pry into its contents. Do obey this order of mine." Oh, as soon as he went away, she opened the trunk. Another woman was sitting there, the two halves of her face were of different forms. One half was black, the other half was red. The newcomer made a sound with her tongue, "Pr." The other one looked up, and all of a sudden died and fell down. The newcomer closed the trunk, because she felt great fear, of course. The husband came home. They entered the house. She told him nothing, because she feared his anger. She threw the boots out to the outer tent, but they waited vainly for the dish. Then the husband thrust his head out from under the cover of the sleeping room. Oh, oh! How extraordinary! Where is she? You are sure that you have not opened the trunk? I have not. Then where is she? Listen to reason, and tell the truth. Then she said, "I looked on her. She would not look on me. Then I made a creaking sound with my mouth. And she fell down. Oh, how very strange you are. Why could you not obey? Not without reason, then, were you deserted by your husband. Give me my drum." He drummed on it, and the other woman revived. Only she was quite angry, and shoved in the dish, with all her might. The next morning they awoke, and he sent the woman back. He said, "Not without reason were you deserted by your husband. You have a home, let me convey you there." He conveyed her to her father, took her there, and said to his father-in-law, "Oh, but I cannot keep watch of her." They wanted to marry her to an earthly man. But she refused. Then the father said, "Whom will you marry, yñị-lŭ will you marry?" On the next day, when she was walking in the open land, a man came to her. He said to her, "There, let us go home." "I do not want that. Your father has invited me to marry you." He took her to his home. The home was of stone. There were worms in it. This man was feeding on worms. The woman felt disgusted. "Why do you not eat? We do not feed on such things." "On what, then, do you feed?" "We feed on meat." "Oh, well. I will go and procure meat." He killed a mouse. "Why do you not eat?" "We do not feed on such things." "On what, then, do you feed?" "We feed on seal." "Oh, well. I will bring that." He brought a sea worm. "Why do you not eat?" "How can I eat a worm? It is disgusting." "What, then, do you feed on?" "We feed on meat of the wild reindeer." He brought a marmot. "Why do you not eat?" "We do not feed on such things." "Why, it stinks of marmot." "What, then, do you feed on?" "We feed on walrus blubber." "Oh, well. I will bring that." He brought one from the sea, a stranded carcass. Of this she ate. "Oh, what do you wish for now?" "For a root of Polygonum polymorphum out of the ground." "Oh, well. I will bring it." This time he brought a ladybug. "We do not feed on such things. They are disgusting. How can I eat it?" "Oh, well. I will bring another one." Very soon she brought forth a child. He brought a human body, for food, it was her brother's. Next morning she was crying near the corner of her house. Then a small fox visited her. "Oh, you! What is the matter with you?" "It is bad. I have been married to a yñị-lŭ. My father gave me to a yñị-lŭ. Oh, make those, what is their name? Make some ornamented boots. And when he would come back from somewhere, when he would come back from the open land, you must give them to him, with your hand, from hand to hand. Just throw them down, before him. Let him examine them. Then the thread of a spider web will descend." Indeed, he came from the open country. "Why are you crying?" "It is only because of some birds, of passage, that came from my country, that I am crying." "There, change your boots." He took them. When he was examining the ornaments, the woman tried to speak to him, but he did not hear. Then she went out. Just then she saw the thread of a spiderweb hanging down. Then she was hauled up. Her husband gave pursuit. She was to the house of small spider, woman. And just then he also came. "Oh, where is my wife?" "Which wife?" "Again you have made me an object of ridicule." "Oh, but she has passed by to the upper people." He ascended upward, and came to the upper people. That woman came to the polar star, literally, motionless star, 34. "Oh, a pursuer is overtaking me." "Oh, then, what is the matter with you?" "My father gave me to a yñị-lŭ." "Oh, well. Stay here, I will conceal you." There was a ray of light of elongated shape, like a funnel. 35 He put her there. Just then her husband came, quite tired. "Oh, where is my wife?" The zenith said, "She is here." "Take her out yourself." "Oh, give her to me." "I will not give her to you." "Take her out yourself." "And where is she?" "She entered, into, this ray of light." And, the ray, was quite long. Then he began to ascend. Before he reached the middle, he slid down. So that even the nails of his fingers were covered with blood. "Oh, give me my wife." "Indeed, I will not give her to you. It is too bad." I have been given by her, people, fine dishes, with food. And, he spoke, simply of sacrifices. It is too bad. Her parents have, indeed, fine dishes. Let me give you a spell. Oh, I do not want it. Then take also my house of stone. I do not want that, either. This house of mine is also hardly accessible to the winds. This house of mine is also a good one. The wind blows, only in regions, lower than, where, I, live. Nevertheless dishes of everybody reach here, all right. I am, also, greater than you. Oh, give me my wife. Then also, I will give you the game substance. The zenith said, I also am, a possessor of, the game substance. I distribute it among the lower people. To the, possessors of, good dishes I give wolverine. To the, possessors of, bad dishes I give fox and polar fox to those, whose, dishes, were, sniffed, at by, dogs. To those, whose, dishes, were, not sniffed, at by, dogs I give wolverine. Also to the, possessors of, good dishes I give wild reindeer. 36. Indeed, give me my wife. Then will I also give you an incantation of, noiselessly, creeping, toward, man. Oh, but why should I desire to kill man, who is protected in life by me? Oh, indeed, give me my wife. Oh, I will not give her to you. You ask in vain. I also do not, find, it impossible to kill any game whatsoever. You are so greedy. Why should you kill all the game? What are you doing it for? I will put you into a trunk. You scoundrel. You make every kind of game your quarry. I always look to, the wants of, the lower people. I bring back to life those wronged by the Colette. Indeed, give me my wife. Then also will I give you the means of walking around in secret. There, I do not want it. You may walk in secret. I know you well. Not even a single hair, sent by you, would reach me here. Then I will also give you the incantation for making one lame. 37. No, you are only the cause of my anxiety. So the incantation for making people lame is of your making. And probably also it is you who cause the vomiting of blood. Oh, indeed, give me my wife. Oh, I will not. I also am, capable, of stealing men. You also steal men. Therefore, their, promised gifts do not come to me. You are simply a source of anxiety to me. Then will I also give you an incantation for weakening, people. But to what purpose shall I use it? Evidently it is you who lie in ambush, trying to kill, every, living, thing. From this time on I shall know you. You are only a source of suffering for other people, a source of anguish to them. Oh, give me my wife. Oh, I will not give her to you. Get her out yourself. Then I will also give you the whale incantation. I am not in need of hunting animals. I myself give food also to the whale. Oh, give me my wife. I will give you, this one, what is its name? Epilepsy. But, surely, I have no desire for this thing. You are an object to be shunned by other people. I was saying, oh, my. What being acts like this? And it is you. Oh, give me my wife. Then at last the Creator 38 said to his wife, open the trunk. He said, gracious. You are truly a murderer of men. Why, in truth, are you living? Look here. I am really a god. 39 Look here. I will put you in. Then he put him in. And the sky was obscured. It grew dark. No light was left. The zenith asked him, well, now, are you still so importunate as before? Then, the yñị-lŭ spoke quite low, really, you are killing me. Well, now, I tell you once more, I am keeping watch on the lower people. Well, now, are you still as importunate as before? Oh, truly, no. I am even defecating into my own trousers. The polar star spoke to his wife, and then said, "Open the trunk a little." She opened it, and it grew somewhat brighter. "Well, then, are you still as importunate as before?" "Indeed, give me my wife." He said again to his wife, "Close the trunk." Then a tempest of snow came. Even the sky was full of whirling snow. "Creator," asked the yñị-lŭ again, "well, now, will you disown me still?" "Oh, not from this time. It is bad. I am cold." And he trembled from cold. "Well, now. How are you now? You kill me altogether." Again he said to his wife, "Open the trunk a little." The storm subsided again. The weather cleared. "Well, now, you disown me still. Once more I say to you, I keep watch on the lower people. You are no match for me. Oh, indeed, make me your slave, but get me out of this. Indeed, I will not get you out. It seems, you will continue your violent doings against human people. Oh, not from this time. You may have me for your servant. Oh, indeed, you will still continue your claim for your wife. Oh, I have ceased. And should I make her descend, will you pursue her? Oh, no." He said to his wife, "Open the trunk." She opened it. "Well, now, do you still want to have your wife?" "Indeed, I have ceased. You may use me for your servant." He took him out. After that he would fetch fuel, everything. And even the chamber vessel he would carry out of the house, full of urine. Oh, he took out the woman. Then her husband, the yñị-lŭ, saw her, and said, "Oh, I wish I could eat of your liver." The polar star asked, "What do you say?" "I am only saying this, go to your father. Perhaps you want her still." "Indeed, no. I am only saying this, go to your father." He lied. Then the other one opened a lid, and there appeared all the world, settlements of every country. The distant things were quite near, from there right down. And even the people were visible a little. He said again to her, "There, close it, open another one." She opened it again. And there were her parents quite close, right there. The father was working with a hatchet. The zenith said to her, "Yonder is your father." He said again, "There, close it." Then he said to the woman, "You feel lonesome? Open the trunk to the eastern side." It was full of seals. He said again to her, "Close it." This time the next one. Oh, found seals. Again, he said, "Close it." He said, "These I am giving without distinction to the possessors of bad dishes." Again she opened another one. It was full of white whale. "These I am giving to those whose dishes are sniffed at by dogs." Again she opened another one. It was full of walrus. "These I give to those who bring sacrifices." Again she opened another one. And it was full of gray foxes. "These I give to the possessors of good clean dishes." Again she opened another one. This time there were blue foxes. "These I give to the possessors of dishes newly made." Again she opened another one. Oh, fur seals. She opened another one. It was filled with squirrels. "These I give without distinction." Again she opened another one. This time it was filled with hares. "These I give to the hungry ones." She opened another one. This time it was full of wild reindeer. "These here I give without distinction to the poor ones." She opened another one. This time it was full of wolves. "These I give to those in need of fur trimming." Then the western side. Again she opened another one, and they saw a group of houses. "Yonder is your country." Her father was rich in reindeer. And they saw also his herd. The zenith spoke thus, yonder white-haired barren doe I do desire to have. It is an object of my old desire, because I have none such. Also the buck of yellow and white mixed. And that, too, with one leg white. Oh, you feel lonesome. Return home. And before evening came he made her descend. The woman was seen by one who came out at her call. Then, the person, re-entered the house. What woman is there? The father went out. Oh, whence, from what land, do you come? At one time I belonged to this land. Oh, what kind of a woman are you? It seems that you have given me in marriage to a yñị-lŭ. Oh, then it is you. Indeed, where do you come from? I come from the god, being. From what being? From the polar star. He must be given a barren doe, also one with a white leg. They slaughtered these reindeer, and gave, through them, as a sacrifice. The father died. The daughter carried him to a funeral place. Before returning home, she fell down and died. The end. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 17. Battle with the yñị-lŭ. In the olden times, in some part of the country, people were at war. There were a set of brothers, with a sister. The girl was quite nimble, from constant exercise. They were attacked by yñị-lŭ. There were probably 3 of them, of the Chukchi. 40 The girl had a spear, made of walrus tusk. For yñị-lŭ warriors, also, nimble, fought with spears. All 4 of them wanted to attack the girl. Her brothers, meanwhile, were all killed by the yñị-lŭ. The other yñị-lŭ were also killed at the same time. The girl, the nimble one, was spoken to by the remaining yñị-lŭ warrior, who said, I do not want it. You are a woman. Let us stop this. The girl said, Nay, it is all right. The yñị-lŭ warrior said, No, you are weak. The girl said, Well, now, try me first, and see, whether you can do anything to me. Then she gathered up her tresses, and girt her body about the middle, also, arranged, her broad sleeves. Her spear was a short one. Oh, the yñị-lŭ warrior said, It is to no purpose. You are a woman. You are too self-assured. Try me first. The girl stood on the defensive, holding up her spear made of walrus tusk. They fought with spears the whole day long, until the sun went down, very far, the whole day. Before sunset the yñị-lŭ warrior began to lose his breath, and his tongue lolled out of his mouth. He felt quite weak. All at once he sat down upon the ground. The girl said, I will not kill you. I am a woman. I feel confused on account of this. The yñị-lŭ warrior said, Oh. But it is by a yñị-lŭ woman with a tattooed nose 41 that I am treated like this. The yñị-lŭ warrior was very nimble. He was really a very strong man. Then he said again, Oh, such a one, a yñị-lŭ woman with a tattooed nose, I have met only now. I am not ashamed to return home. Well, now, dispose of me. I will not return home. A very nimble yñị-lŭ warrior. Still, I have also dispatched many, I will not return home. The girl said again, I will not kill you. I am a woman. The man said, Indeed, then if you will not kill me, I shall do something myself to my own body. Oh ho! These yñị-lŭ, i.e. the Chukchi, are born, in life, better than we. Here is such a yñị-lŭ woman with a tattooed nose. Kill me, now. Shall I come home without shame? Never. And, indeed, even if I should return home, my father would not allow me to live. He would say, Oh, you were overpowered by a mere woman. Tell me, have you brothers still? Yes, I have one brother. This spear of mine give to your brother. I cannot do this. They will blame me. They will say, where have you found this spear, being a woman? Surely, I will not go home. Take also this armor of mine. But first shall take a smoke of tobacco. He would not listen to any persuasion. He wanted to die. He had a smoke. As soon as he took the pipe out of his mouth, she stabbed him, and he fell on his back. He lay there, touching the ground, merely with his calves, with his shoulder blades, and with the other fleshy parts of his body. He lay, with the small of his back, quite on high. So strong was he. Then he died, and came to his end. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 18. Two shamans, in Middle-Anadyr in Iraq. There were two shamans. One was mqäqäi, the other yñị-lŭ. They lived in a village. Then the reindeer-herding attacked them, they wanted to murder them. The reindeer-herding pitched camp close to them. In the evening the people laughed, the human people. Those two were genuine shamans, especially yñị-lŭ. Amid the talk in the nighttime yñị-lŭ was listening, while the other people continued to laugh. Then he said, "Be silent. Here are strange ears. Well, let me look for them." He went out. And all at once he saw them. They were still building their traveling tents. Their camp was quite close by. He went to mqäqäi. The people of mqäqäi's house were also laughing loudly. "Oh," yñị-lŭ called out, "Halloo, mqäqäi. Halloo. Oh, are you aware of it?" "Aware of what?" "Oh, they want to murder us." The other one came out. yñị-lŭ said, "Let us visit them." They prepared for the visit. They put on their coats, their shamanistic coats. Oh, they came to the camp of the reindeer-herding. An old man was reclining on a sledge, a yñị-lŭ old man. They stood up opposite the yñị-lŭ, but the yñị-lŭ could not see anything. Then the old man spoke thus, "Oh, hurry up and build the tents. We want to go and bring provisions from this direction." Oh, they finished their tents. Those two, however, were still listening. Again the old man said, "Oh, where are the young men? Bring the divining stone here." In reality, however, this was a human skull. He began to practice divination. The shamans looked on, face to face. "Oh, we came here for provisions. The people must have provisions." He moved the skull with his staff, but the skull was motionless, it refused to move. Oh, how extraordinary! Dear me! Wherefore is this divining stone motionless? It is very strange with us. We are unable to divine as to our getting provisions. Probably they have warriors. They pointed with their staffs at this old man while he was practicing divination. All at once he started up. "Oh, I feel pain." In a short time he was near dying. Then those spoke to each other, saying, "Let us go and slay them all." All right. One of them, before his departure, promised to sacrifice a dog. He promised it to his yñị-lŭ before his departure. The other one promised nothing. mqäqäi struck at the people with his staff, at the yñị-lŭ people. Immediately the yñị-lŭ people fled. The ground, all around, became like water, so loose became the ground. At the same time the ground opened, it opened in all directions, by itself. The two human shamans nearly vanished underground, as under the water. mqäqäi, the one who promised nothing, to his assistant spirits, froze, stuck in the ground, as deep as, about the middle of his body, and could not disengage himself. yñị-lŭ saw mqäqäi, and said, "Oh, how strange you are. Strange are you. You are a shaman. Have you promised anything?" "Oh, nothing." "Oh, the deuce. Try and sing your song." "Oh, I cannot." "Oh, try and call to your yñị-lŭ." He tried to assume the voice of his yñị-lŭ, but could not do it. And the ground was, quite, frozen. "Oh, do something to me. I will pay you." The other one said, "Well, now, tell me, what will those payments be?" "Well, a shirt of thin reindeer skin, with an inner, double set, belonging to it, 43. I will give you also a thong of thong seal hide and a white-haired dog." After that, yñị-lŭ began to sing in the open. Very soon a walrus spirit came to them. He continued to sing, and several walrus came. They emerged out of the frozen ground. Yñị-lŭ said to mqäqäi, "They come for your sake. Well, now try to stir about yourself, and so help them." Then they emerged quite close to this one who stuck in the ground. They loosened the ground, quite close to him, and he stirred. It proved to be quite on the surface. So they made him loose, from the ground. They came back. He gave, to his companion, the thin fur shirt, and the white dog, and the thong of thong seal hide. They continued to live there, and the mqäqäi again wanted to murder them. 2 persons came, driving reindeer. These were Cough and Room. The shamans went out. Room was saying to Cough, "You enter, first." The shamans crouched nearby, motionless. Those 2 were approaching the house, but again they fled, frightened, with superstitious fear. Again they approached. This time Cough said to Room, "Well, you enter." At the same time they did not notice the shamans. Again Cough said to Room, "Well, you enter." And once more they fled. Nevertheless they gradually drew nearer than before, and were now close to the entrance. Another time Cough said to Room, "You enter. You belong to the nose, 44." And at last Room entered. They caught him, consequently. He roared out from sheer fright. Oh, Cough, of course, fled. Oh, the poor thing wept almost. Oh, this Cough. He himself did not want to enter. They went on asking him, "What are you?" "Nothing, we are just, nothing." "Oh, yes. You are Room." "Well, I am Room." "All right, we shall kill you now." Then, being frightened, he told them everything. He said, "Thus I enter into the noses of men." "And the other one?" "He is Cough." "Oh, such are you. We shall throw you to the ground." "Oh, please do not kill me. I will give you a dog." "You lie." "Oh, yes. I do not. Just follow me." Yñị-lŭ followed him. They went to his sledge. Room, the friend, drove only 1 reindeer. In due time they came to his house. Near the house a dog was tied up. Its ears reached to the ground. 45. "This one I give you. Have you a female dog?" "Yes, I have a female dog." "Through that one will send you the dog." "Oh, you are deceiving me." "Indeed, as soon as you get back, the female dog will be pregnant." Then the shaman went home. He came to his house. The female dog very soon became pregnant. Soon she brought forth pups. One of those born was this one recently seen, in the house of the mqäqäi, the long-eared one. In truth, the mqäqäi sent it. A strong rib of whale served as its tying stick. He was kept tied up. And every evening he barked incessantly. And lo! This dog could be heard even from another, very distant, land. Then the next day he was still barking, the whole night, and, even after sunrise. In the night time the mqäqäi came again. The master, of the dog, slept quite soundly. So they put a net around the tent. They began poking under the tent covers with the tips of their driving rods, that all the little souls should come out. Then the dog snapped his tying stick in 2, and went out and barked loud. It wanted to attack the mqäqäi. So the leader of the mqäqäi said, "Oh, what the deuce does this dog want? Let our own dog loose. Let our dog bite it." So they set it loose. So they set loose a dog, which also was very large. Then the long-eared dog entered the house. It simply caught its master with its mouth and carried him out. Oh, the Kulet began to shout, "Let us make haste." And the master awoke while they were galloping about. He was a shaman, and in a moment he was on the alert. Then again he struck at the Kulet with a stick, and killed a number of Kulet, slew all. They continued to live there. Yñị-lŭ went to a neighboring camp. He went with a dog sledge. His dogs were 4, in number. One of them he left with his wife. His wife said to him, "Take also this one for your use." Her husband said to her, "Why, it is your spleen companion." 46. The husband remained there quite a long time. Evening came, the sun went down. Then from the direction of sunset came a yñị-lŭ. He passed by the entrance of the house. The dog barked again, being tied up, as before. Then the yñị-lŭ approached again. And the dog began to speak, "Oh, now, get your sledge ready and put the children in readiness upon the sledge, and my harness have in readiness." They approached again. The dog rushed at them, but they were not afraid at all of the dog. And it could only bark at them. "Jin, Jin," dog ran back to the house. It said to the woman, "Oh, attach me, put my harness on." She attached it. They departed eastward, windward, and left the house. Then the yñị-lŭ entered the house. He stayed there in the house. The husband of the woman came to the house. His 3 dogs had a load of meat. But on coming to the house, the dogs threw themselves down, and would not obey when he tried to urge them on, though they were quite near to the house. They were lying flat on the ground, and refused to go to the house, because that yñị-lŭ was in the sleeping room. Subsequently, the man killed 1 dog, and moved the sledge along, dragging it himself. He took a few steps, and the dogs lay down again. The man said, "How very extraordinary. It seems that, my people at home, are visited by the Kulet." Then he drew his big shoulder belt knife, which was on the sledge. Then he shouted, "Halloo!" He heard only a sound like this from the sleeping room, mm. He stood, knife in hand. "Oh, make haste. Mm. Make haste, I say. Mm." In the meantime the yñị-lŭ cautiously opened the front cover a little way and looked out. One of his eyes appeared, just like a lamp. The man struck at it and cut the eye. The eye fluid spurted out in great quantity. Then, the yñị-lŭ came out, and merely looked back upon the house. It became stone. The man saw the tracks of runners, made by the sledge of his fleeing wife. He went on along these tracks. He discovered his family in a neighboring camp. "Oh, you are alive." "Yes. Indeed, we were saved by this dog." The husband said, "Such a one are you." 47. Oh, they visited the house, and this has turned into a stone house. 48. They saw, entered the house and looked around. The woman lighted a lamp. There was everything scattered about. It was the contents of the yñị-lŭ's abdomen, which came out, everything made of iron, scissors, knives, all kinds of peltries, wolverine skins, wolf skins, bear skins, in a word, everything, simply a mass of wealth. Oh, the husband entered the house, then the wife entered, and the child entered. The husband, being a shaman, said, "Close your eyes. Do not look up." Then he beat his drum. The sleeping room became as before. It was their sleeping room, the same as before. Still the outer tent was of stone. Again he said to them, "Quick, close your eyes." Again he beat his drum. And he said to them, "Now, look about." And the house, which had recently been of stone, had become an ordinary house. Just then they looked on the riches, and all was simply turned to dry leaves and to the boughs of a stunted willow. They lived there, founded a settlement, grew in number, and became a numerous people. That is all. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 19. The man who married a sky girl. Once there was a father. 49 He had 5, grown-up, sons. The 6th one was a boy, a young lad, indeed a half-grown youth. All the others were big, ever so big. Then their father grew quite old and decrepit. Oh, he felt ill, and spoke thus, to his sons, Now I am going to die. When you carry me to the funeral place, and leave me there for 3 nights, come to visit me after the 3rd night. Indeed he died. They carried him to the funeral place. Well, what of that? He remained there for the 3rd night. The sons returned home. The 3rd night passed. Then several nights also passed. At last the youngest brother said, Well, now, when shall we visit our daddy? The older one said, Oh, he is of no use, since he is dead. Why should we visit him? Then, the youngest son visited the grave secretly. When he came to the place, it was like a house of the dead one, but in reality it was only the funeral circle of stones. 50. Oh, you have come? Yes. Aha. And where are your companions? Everything is well with them? Yes, everything is well with them. However, they said, that one is of no use. He is dead. Why should we visit him, then? Did they say so? Oh, then you must go and look for a bride. Where will you live? Where will you have a household? You cannot live with me. I am of no use, either. And also with your brothers you must not stay, since your brothers are such bad ones. All right. Still I shall not succeed. Oh, you must sue for the hand of the girl of the upper people. He called, windward, towards the east, and, lo! Iron-footed reindeer came at his call. They had iron hoofs. These, the young man, attached to his sledge and went upwards. He climbed up one quite vertical mountain. Then, when halfway, his reindeer were spent, and their hoofs were quite used up. He returned and went to his father, and came there. Oh, you have come. Yes. What, you could not get there? Yes, I could not. He called again, windward, towards the east, and then came reindeer with stone hoofs, with hoofs of obsidian. Oh, well. With these he climbed to the top. There he saw a small house. He entered the house. A girl was sleeping in an iron receptacle surrounded by a grating. She slept in a posture very convenient for copulating, without any covering, lying on her back, convenient for copulation. The young man stripped, took off his clothes, and then he defecated between her legs, eased himself copiously under the buttocks. He was through with defecating, then he lay down. Oh, then she awoke. Indeed, he waked her up, gave her a push. Oh, the girl began to scold, Who was here? Who entered here? Be quiet, you. Indeed, I have defecated over you. You are a funny one. Oh, my. Have you not slept? You did not even heed my defecating. What now? He married her, there. Quite soon she brought forth a child. It was a boy. Her father said, Take her to your home. You have a land of your own. Why, indeed, should I keep you here? You are a stranger. They brought home the herd. And he divided it into 2 halves, and gave 1 half to the young man. The young man went with a train of pack sledges. They passed near the father's place, but there was nothing, only the funeral stone circle. He slaughtered reindeer there for his father. Then he went to his brothers. When he arrived, the brothers spoke thus. They said, Oh, there. If you have indeed married among real gods, literally, good beings, 51 then bring a polar bear. Oh, so. He put his head under the covering of the sledge, 52 toward his wife, and said, Oh, they say thus, if you have indeed married among the real gods, then bring a polar bear. Oh, so. Well, just bring it. Only go away, leeward, westward. Use also this whip of mine. I will. He went away leeward, and turned around to the rear side. Then he saw a polar bear, and simply struck it upon the head with the whip. He killed it, loaded it, upon the sledge, and carried it home. There, the polar bear. Oh, indeed. Now, then, bring a brown bear. Oh, so. He put his head under the covering of the sledge, and spoke, to his wife, oh, now, they make me go again and say, bring a brown bear. Oh, well. Indeed, just bring it. He acted as before, struck it on the head, and killed it again. He carried it home, and when coming to the houses said thus, and spoke to them, there. The brown bear. Oh, indeed. This time, if you have in truth married among real gods, bring a yñị-lŭ. Oh. He put his head under the covering of the sledge, towards his wife, and said. This time they say again, now bring a yñị-lŭ. Oh. Is that so? All right, just bring it. What of that? She took her bag and rummaged among its contents. Then she pulled out a pair of gloves. They had quite long claws on their finger ends. Quite long-clawed they were. These 2 dogs of mine you must take with you. He went away, windward, eastward. The dogs pulled the sledges. On the way one of the dogs began to speak, let us take the trail along that mountain slope. A house will appear there. There we will go. The Colette, are many there. Indeed, he saw a group of houses. The houses were full of people. They were quite numerous. They occupied themselves with tossing on a walrus hide. 53 They also had foot races. As soon as they saw him, they rushed at him. Oh. A guest. Let us seize him. They came nearer, but the dogs sprang at them. And with their long claws they lacerated all the Colette. Oh, they stopped. Ah, bring the little old woman, the one dying from old age. Indeed, they brought out the little old woman, very decrepit. Oh, she opened her mouth. Within the mouth were visible all kinds of game. The man and his dogs, however, nearly died from it. He took her along and carried her to his house. And then he shouted again, there. I brought the yñị-lŭ. Pay attention, all of you. Come here all at once. The people came. The little old woman simply opened her mouth. Oh, the people were quick to die. All of them perished. And so he killed them and destroyed all. The end. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 20. The man who visited the polar bears. Once, there were 2 polar bear women, they landed, on shore. They were, very pretty. On the land a man saw them. He married one, and took her home and anointed her. 54 The man walked around all the time, and brought home wild reindeer. The polar bear woman soon brought forth 2 boys. During one of the usual walks of the man, the brothers came to the shore, the polar bears. They wanted to take her away to their home. The woman obeyed. She said, I will only put the children into my ear. They went away to the country of the polar bears. The man came home, the husband, but the wife was not there. He questioned his mother, and said, where is the woman? Her brothers long ago carried away that polar bear woman. He said to his mother, make some new boots for me. He himself worked and made a bow and arrows. The mother made boots for him. Oh, she finished them. Then he departed. He shot an arrow towards the open sea, and land was created. This was the path of his arrow. When this land had been gone through and the boots worn out, he threw away the boots and shot again. Again, a strip of land was created in the same direction. He put on other boots and departed again. The strip of land came to an end. He again threw away his boots, put on other boots, shot an arrow, and a new strip of land was created. Only one arrow remained in his possession. Again, the land came to an end, a shore appeared. He shot again. No arrows were left, but he passed the night on the confines of a settlement. The next morning he saw children walking along in the open. These were his sons. They grew up very fast. He asked them, "Have you a father?" "We have not. Our uncles brought us here." "Who is your mother?" "She is a polar bear woman." Then he told them, "You are children of mine." The children went home, and said to their mother, "Our father has come." "Where can he have come from? What kind of a father? It is far. How could he do it? He lives on the other side of the sea." "There, let me go and have a look myself." She went to him and saw him. She said to him, "What do you want?" "Two mqäqäi monsters we have for neighbors. They will kill you." He said, "Have I come for life? I came for death." The set of her brothers had gone to sea to seek game, the set of those polar bears. Then he entered. The brothers came back, and all at once said, "Oh, oh, our house smells of something bad." "What have you brought in?" "The house smells of something from the mainland." The wife said, "What smell can that be? It is only my husband who has come." Then the brothers said, "Oh, why did you not say that long ago? Gracious! We have frightened him." All at once the father-in-law said, "Oh, tomorrow morning the mqäqäi will arrange for some game with you, and they will kill you." The mqäqäi, indeed, very soon were heard to exclaim, "Oh, let us arrange some game for our guest." "Oh," the father-in-law said, "let all the people slide downhill." Their sliding place was surrounded by water. They would dive into it and enter the water. From there they would bring back large round boulders. He said, "I cannot dive." The father-in-law said, "You must use my mittens and all my clothes. As soon as you are submerged, a large boulder will be there under the water. This one, you must throw up the shore." He threw the boulder, and it landed far inland. Then the father-in-law called aloud, "Oh, oh, the mainland man. He is not to be vanquished, after all." Then again the mqäqäi said, "Oh, well. Let us have a wrestling match." The father-in-law said, "Oh, now what can I do for you? You must think of it yourself. This time he is going to kill you. In truth, how strong are you yourself? In truth, till now I was considered a fairly good one." The man made a spear. Then the mqäqäi attacked him. The man fought with the spear, and tired the monster beast out. Then he struck at his mouth with the spear. The blood flowed. After that he cut all the tendons on his legs, and so made him incapable of standing up. Again the father-in-law called aloud, "Oh, oh. Our guest is not to be vanquished." He slew the mqäqäi. The father-in-law said, "Indeed, take your wife home." He put on the clothes of his father-in-law. 4 of the family, his brothers-in-law, went with him to bring the brother-in-law home. They landed on the shore. The people immediately wanted to attack the polar bears. The man put aside the hood of his clothing. It was the forehead skin of the polar bear. He pushed it off thus. Till then they were attacking them. The man said, "Oh, we have arrived." Then the others said, "Oh, we have nearly killed you." The brothers-in-law were much frightened. They arrived at his house. But the brothers-in-law refused to enter because of the smell. Oh, they went home, they departed. These, here, the bears, came to their house. The father died, the sons wandered to another country. The people saw them and killed them all. This brother-in-law heard of this, made a war expedition against those people, and slew them all. After this slaying he ascended to heaven. He lived with the morning dawn. When he had stayed there for some time, his family promised in sacrifice a white-haired dog. This dog, his family promised to the morning dawn. In a short time the dog came there. It was breathless. Morning dawn said to the man, "Oh, this is your dog, which comes to look for you, sent by your family." He opened a trunk, and said to him, "There, see your own people." And there was that people quite near, vertically, under them. And all at once tears came to his eyes, and he cried. Immediately it rained there, from these tears of his. Morning dawn said to the man, "There, wipe off your tears. That is enough." He brushed away the tears. Then the rain ceased. He also saw his herd. Morning dawn said to him, "A barren doe you must give me when you reach home. I have a desire for it. And when you get back, do not enter your house at once. First anoint yourself with pulverized stone. When that is done, give me the barren doe." Then he got back, rubbed some stone, anointed himself. Then he slaughtered the barren doe, offered it as a sacrifice. He entered the house, slept through the night, and then turned into a woman. He looked for his penis. Gracious! Indeed, I am a man. It had turned into a vulva. He had a suit of armor in a pile of his goods. He said, "Well, then, I have a suit of armor." He took it out. But it turned into female attire, into a woman's overcoat. A man from the upper beings came to woo him. He said to him, "What do you want?" The one who had turned into a woman asked him this. He spoke thus, "I came as a suitor for your hand. I am not a woman, I am a man." The suitor said to him, "Indeed, you are a woman. For that very reason I have come to you." He said, "Now, here. See my spear." He looked at it. It turned into a needle case. He copulated with this one. The visitor took his wife home, and brought her there. His herd was very large. He took a barren doe and anointed her with it, but the blood did not adhere. He took a castrated buck and anointed her, but the blood was too slippery. He took another reindeer, but its blood was also bad. He took an old doe, its blood was bad. He took a doe 3 years old, its blood was bad. He took a doe 2 years old, its blood was bad. He took a buck 3 years old, its blood was like water. He took a buck 2 years old, its blood was bad. He took a small lean fawn, its blood was good. He anointed her. They slept again. As soon as she looked at her husband, on awaking, she saw that it was a stone pillar. 56 She said, "Who has made such a laughingstock of me? Probably human people, shamans." Then she cried. The zenith visited her. He asked, "Why are you crying?" "Some mischievous beings have acted thus towards me." "There. I will take you to my house." He took her there, a big house. She slept there. The penis of this person began to grow. She said, "It seems, however, that I am a woman." Thus she said, to herself, in her innermost thoughts. Just then the zenith said, "This happened to you because you married among the polar bears. Go home." The spear that had become a needle case again became a spear. The zenith said, "Let Spider-Woman lower you down." She attached him to a thread, and said, "Close your eyes." Then she said, "On the way there is a dark house. As soon as you feel thirsty, feel around with your palms, and you will find some berries. With these you may quench your thirst, literally, there you drink. When you have finished with that, there will appear a small bright spot. You must go toward it." He reached it and went through, and it was this world of ours. He departed, and came to a people that were mice. "Oh, a guest! Yes. Oh, well, enough. Tomorrow our people will prepare a Thanksgiving ceremonial. One man is not well. You must stay overnight. He stayed there overnight, as he thought, but it was a whole year. He took part in their ceremonial. Oh, he became a great shaman. They were suffering of a throat disease. The mice were dying. It was only a snare spread by human children for mice, which tightened so on the throat of the mice that they were strangled. We will give you afterward some thin reindeer skin in payment, as soon as this one is cured. Also, of beings farther on, every kind, of those beings, shall be informed about you. He snapped the noose in two. Ejijejijai. The patient breathed again. They gave him thin reindeer skins in payment. He departed. On the way, as soon as he looked at those reindeer skins, they were only leaves and grass. Again he traveled on, and he saw a hairy maggot. The maggot said to him, "Oh, oh. A guest?" "Yes." "Oh, there. The mischievous beings are about to wrong you again." "Ah, ah. Just assume my body. On the way there is an ermine, very active one. You must assume my body. Then let him catch you. You must fall on your back, fall down. Put your many legs close around him. With these, you shall kill him. Then come out, and your house will be visible quite nearby. That is all. Told by Qo Turgeon, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village of mqäqäi, November, 1900. 21. The Shaman and the Colette. Once, of whom shall I speak, now? One time Qo Turgeon, a man, indeed, a shaman, walked up river. Then he saw two men driving reindeer. "Oh, well, now, where are you going?" "Well, then, we are going to Qno Turgeon's in search of food." "In our search we are going to yonder settlement." "Is that so?" "Really? But where is Qno Turgeon?" "Yes, where is he?" "We do not know, we have not found him." "Really?" "Well, now, I also do not know. He is quite unknown to me. The fact is, we are sent by Nota Rme to look for food in Qno Turgeon's camp." "Really?" "We are in the vanguard. In the rear the pack sledges of Nota Rme are slowly moving on." "Indeed." "Oh, he killed them there, he stabbed all of them. Qno Turgeon, this earthly man, killed the Colette, being a shaman. Then he departed and went home. Evening came, and they slept. The morning, about dawn, he woke up and went to the same place upriver. There he saw two young women taking water from the river. "Ah! So you came for water?" "Yes." "You women, whose women are you?" "We are Nota Rmes." "Indeed. Where are your houses?" "They are here, only they are not visible from this place." "Oh, that is it." The Kulu women, while taking water, sing a song, one of Qno Turgeon's. "Oh, whose lullaby 57 are you singing?" "It is Qno Turgeon's." "Really? Then this Qno Turgeon must be a man with pretty songs, with a pretty manner of singing." The Kulu women said, "It seems to us that you are Qno Turgeon." "Oh, well, how can I be Qno Turgeon? I do not know him. He is quite unknown to me. I have never seen him." "Really? Then sing it again." "All right." They sang on. They finished drawing water. Then they went home. Qno Turgeon followed, and went after them. At the same time Nota Rme, the chief, the strong one, was sitting on a sledge, sheltered from the wind, Nota Rme, the Ka-mak, 58 the Kulu. "Oh, here you are." "Yes. You have come?" Qno Turgeon asked him. He answered, "Yes. Indeed, I am here. I am going to Qno Turgeon's." "Are you?" But then it is not known, we do not know, where Chukchi is. Really? Where he is, I do not know. I have not seen Chukchi. Then Chukchi asked of Audiobook, well, now, if you had found Chukchi, would you have done anything to him? Oh, yes. If I had found him, I should of course have finished with him, because last year he killed all my people who were sent by me on reindeer, to look for human prey. Oh, indeed. Yes. Close to Audiobook was a dog of giant size tied to the sledge. What now? Chukchi seized Audiobook. He caught him, and said, oh, here I am. I am Chukchi. Oh, at last we have met each other. I am going to kill you. Why, you two have, of late, almost killed me. Oh, let me go. I shall not come to you. I am carrying antlers. We came here also carrying antlers. 59 But I will send them, to the place rightly, from here. No, indeed. I am going to kill you. In vain you are trying to deceive me. At last we have met. Well, then, I will give you that dog there. I do not want it. You are deceiving me. No, indeed, I am going to kill you. Indeed, I do not want to deceive you. Why should I? Oh, well. Then let me take it now to my house. No, you could not, keep it as your own dog. If you should take it now openly to your house, you could not have it for your own. Let it be. In due time I will cause it to be born for you to a pregnant female dog. All right. Yes. He let him go. Oh, women, hurry up. We are going to change camp. We are going back, to our own country. Let us carry those antlers quickly to their place. They carried away the antlers, and took them, to their destination. When they had done so, they went back, and fled to their own country. Chukchi also came back. Summer came. He lived close to the river, at its mouth. After a while a great mass of fish came to the river, so that it was quite filled with fish, and even the water could not flow down because of the fish. Some of the fish leaped to the shore, so full was the river. When he awoke in the morning, a number of whales and other sea game were stranded on the shore, and even leaped up shore. After that a female dog brought forth pups. He looked over the puppies. Some were actual whelps. One, however, was born, the dog of a yñị-lŭ. This dog of the yñị-lŭ grew up with Chukchi and became quite large, a huge dog, of the size of a reindeer. Therefore it remained tied to a big iron chain, in the inner room, or in the outer room, near the wall. Then again Audiobook came to Chukchi. The houses of the settlement were quite numerous. Audiobook's people surrounded all the houses with nets, so that a number of souls were caught in them. Thus they were killing, human, people. The people of Chukchi and all his neighbors, however, were sleeping quite soundly, and not one of them would wake up. Then the big dog that was chained up began to bark at its master, bow wow. Still the master slept. Oh. They did not even hear this deep and loud voice. At last, out of mere compassion, the dog snapped the chain in two and rushed on the sleeping master. Then it bit him in the finger. Then the master woke up at last, and came out at some place, somewhere up high. He killed a great many Chukchi and the dog. The dog also helped him in this. Right after that, Audiobook fled. Some Chukchi were killed. The people of Chukchi remained quite safe. One of the next years Chukchi, in his turn, went to make war against the yñị-lŭ, went to make war, against the people of Audiobook. He came to his place. Audiobook said, "You have come. Oh, I tell you. You have almost killed me. Now I have come to you openly. Well, now, let us have fight. First let us go into the house and have a meal. No, I do not want it. I refuse. Ah, all right. He killed Tno Turgeon. The yñị-lŭ is quite strong on his own ground. And for what did he go to the yñị-lŭ? The yñị-lŭ killed him, and murdered all his people. The end. Told by Korawij, a reindeer Chukchi man of the Telka P tundra, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 3. Incantations. 1. Incantation on behalf of a sick person. When a man is suffering, they call the man from the upper region, and they speak thus, "Well, then, come down. I want to use you for my assistant." Indeed, what shall I do? Shall I find him myself? I am ignorant. With your permission, I will take you for my assistant. Search for me. It is too bad. Here I am, without any help at all. Then the man uttering the incantation picks up any small thing, for instance, a splinter of wood, and pretends that this is the man from the upper region. Then he demands the reindeer from front head, the star Arcturus, and says, "O front head, give me your reindeer bucks." This man wishes to use them for his driving team. He demands also from Rult Nin, the constellation Orion, his whip. Then the man from the upper region starts on his journey of search. First of all, he visits the ground beings. 60 He comes there, and they say, "You have come." But in reality he remains motionless, as before. "Yes, I have come." "And who are you?" "Oh, I am employed only as an assistant. I come to find out where that man is. He is here probably. But I do not know anything. It is wholly unknown. He is not here. I cannot tell." Then he goes away from there. Of course, the man is standing motionless, and begins to talk again, and he says, "Oh, where shall I go?" "Where is he?" "He goes to the upper beings." "Oh, you have come?" "Yes." "What do you want?" "I am an assistant of these people. I come only in search of someone." "Indeed, but we do not know. That man did not come to us. It is quite unknown to us where he is." "You say so. But where may he be?" "He comes home and finds the patient, who meanwhile has died. He says, 'Oh, he is not there. The people yonder do not know about him.' Oh, it is hard. Where shall I find him? I will go and look among the people of darkness." He arrives at the darkness. "You have come?" "Yes." Oh, there he is. Here at last he is found by the seeker." "Then you are here?" "Yes. I have come here. Here I am abiding." "Oh, let us go home. I am assisting these people." "Indeed, for that they have called me." "Let us return. I will take you with me." And he really takes him along. For this the man picks up another small splinter, holding it with his left hand. This means that the man from the upper region brings back the soul, and makes it retrace its way. At the same time the father pretends to blow into the ear of the patient, or scratches his head. The splinter of wood is put under the pillow. The man uttering the incantation is also called the father of the patient. At last the dead one recovers his breath, then his voice comes back to him, and he even assumes a sitting posture. Then he, the man practicing the incantation, demands from the morning dawn some clothes for the patient. He says, "See here. This one is without clothes, this little son of mine. Give me some clothes, and I will put them on his body." He stretches his hand upwards, as if taking clothes from above. Then he pretends to put the clothes on the man, and says, "I have put clothes on you which are unassailable, by the collet." After that he causes the patient to be carried back to the sleeping room, because for the last performance he was taken out of it. Before entering there, his whole body must be smeared over with ochre. After that he recovers completely. The end. Told by Tno Turgeon, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village of mqäqäi, November, 1900. 2. Pintail-Duck Incantation, Valvị 1, yñị-lŭ. A Middle-Anadyr Incantation. This is to call game. I call every game, every living thing, from the very first limit of creation. A young pintail-duck I use for my leader, it is, so clever, in hiding from everybody, not to be seen. I call an old pintail-duck to be my leader. The lone reindeer-buck I make to wade into the water. Oh, let us try to adopt it, for the leader. Let the leader give his call, before the reindeer, 61 This is finished. Now, again I sing, just so, oh, who are you? I use the distance, of game, of yesterday, I use, the distance of today. I make them appear before me. I cover my face with soot. To every species, to every kind of game, I become unknown, to every species, of animal, I become unrecognizable. Only the soot on my face, appears, to their eyes. Taking off my breeches, I stand on the ground without any precautions. My buttocks have 3 eyes, and they keep watch for me. They see every hidden yñị-lŭ, and they make the yñị-lŭ close his eyes. The foremost reindeer I make very slow, using the 2 legs of the small pintail-duck, forked in 2, from its buttocks. Everything difficult to scent, I am using, all the time. Without any precaution I enter, the confines of, every place, I may sleep without care. All kinds of game have a liking for me, every kind of game has a great love for me. Thus I have almost acquired a good careless sleep, the thing lying under my pillow I have for my leader. Blowing over it, I make it rebound, backwards, I make it scatter, backwards. That is all. Told by INCANTATIONS, a Middle-Anadyr Chukchi man, in the village of Chukchi, November, 1900. 3. Incantation for taming wild reindeer, Valvị. When a wild reindeer buck that has just shed his hair joins a domesticated herd, the man, the owner, of the herd, says, "Let us try and make of him a tame reindeer. Let him create offspring for us." He goes to the herd and utters, there among the herd, an incantation. He talks, to the being of zenith, "Oh, you, there above. I am in great need. This one wants to go away, and he is the first of his kind that I have seen here. Give me your wooden stake. I will stick it into his foot, I will thrust it between his antlers. I will pierce his lower jaw, and bring it down to the level of the ground. With what else shall I pin, to the ground, this fleet footed, reindeer buck? I will gather, boulders from all sides, and pile them up between his antlers. How will he move, his head? I will wrap his ears with sod. As to his nose, I will gather withered sedgegrass and use it to cover his nose. Let all bad odors from every part of the earth enter into his nose. I make him into a fawn newly born. Oh, good being! Do not despise my demand. Let me get possession of him. I will give you in exchange something equally worthy to be desired." Then he spits, and with that the incantation becomes fastened. After that he says, "Bring the herd to the house." They bring it to the house. They make a fire in the house. They drive the herd windward, so that he, the reindeer buck, will smell the smoke. But he can't run away, because he has become heavy. That is all. Told by Chukchi, a reindeer Chukchi man, on the yñị-lŭ tundra, June, 1901. 4. Incantation to ward off yñị-lŭ. When evening comes, I tie up 2 big bears on either side of the entrance of my house, and I speak thus, "Oh, you are so big and strong. At your side nothing ill can befall me, from anywhere. If some yñị-lŭ should come, and try to enter, the bears would catch him, because they are hardly inclined to allow passage, bad to begin with. Then there is a little old woman, quite blind, and eyeless, and armed with an iron whip. She swings her whip all night long towards every direction. She frightens away the yñị-lŭ. She is bad to attack. After that, around the house, from every side, 2 big polar owls, made of iron, are put on the watch. They have iron beaks, iron wings. Their beaks are very sharp. When the yñị-lŭ, the murderer, who is wont to make assaults, comes again to the house from under the wall, and wants to begin an attack, they strike at him and wound him severely, and peck out his eyes. All covered with blood, he flies away to the wilderness. Then he feels afraid, and leaves off. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi woman, at the village of Sucin, May, 1901. 5. Fortifying Incantation against the coming of Kulet, Tanamnatkan-1. I make the house of human people into a closed, iron ball house. It has no entrance and no windows, and there is only a small vent hole on the top. I put around this hole a knife blade, a sharp knife blade. No yñị-lŭ can enter through it, no source of death knows anything about it. In the evening, in the time for sleep, something bad will try to attack the house. One will say, "Let us enter this house." Yes, let us do it. They go around the house, looking for the entrance. There is no entrance, and they cannot find it. Oh! Which side shall we try? It is wonderful. We cannot find the entrance. Let us do it from below. We will enter it through the ground of the outer tent. They dive into the ground, but have to reappear on the other side. There is no entrance, because the house is all iron. They come again, to the front. Where shall we try it? Oh, I hear the people's voices inside. There, now. Let me try and climb to the roof. One of them climbs to the roof, and sees the vent hole. Oh, here. From here we will begin. Come, now. Lower me, down this hole, upon a rope. They lower him, legs down, upon a rope. He enters the vent hole, but the vent hole is narrow and, armed with a sharp blade, it cuts him all over. The blood spurts out, even the bowels and the intestines are all out. And he cannot endure the pain. Oh, oh. Haul me up. It is too bad. I am dying. I am bruised. I have lacerated my whole body. They haul him up. His bowels and intestines are hanging out. Oh, it is too bad. Let us give in. Leave them alone. My body is all cut to pieces. I have nearly met my death, here. We do not want it. They leave the game. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village of mqäqäi, October, 1900. 6. For hunting sea game. This is an incantation for hunting sea game. When hunters, having gone out in a boat, have found a herd of walrus sleeping on the ice, and the ice is not solid, so that the boat makes a noise striking against small pieces of ice floating around, but the walrus are sleeping. Oh, one makes the following incantation, and says, "O walrus! I put your ears on a broad iron pan, lest you, the walrus, should be able to hear the rapping noise, the sleeping walrus. Then the hunters are able to approach and catch all of the herd." Told by Viento the Blind, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 7. To cure a sick man. When a man, suffering from disease, is about to die, and has become quite weak, he is carried out of the house, though with great effort, and his body is rubbed all over with something. For instance, with a little snow. Then, another man calls to the upper regions, to the Pebble River, 62, and he speaks thus, "O Pebbly River! Come down. I wish to use you for my assistant." Besides this, he calls also the east wind. Then comes a great fall of rain. The river is greatly swollen. The patient becomes the rapids of the stream. Everything is swept away, nothing remains, quite nothing. They throw something into the water, as a sacrifice, and the stream sweeps away all the rubbish. Then the suffering man becomes better, and is carried back into the house. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 8. Incantation for pains in the stomach, mqäqäi. I call Chu urkịl. 63 This abdomen, of mine, I make into a bay, of the sea. The bay, is frozen, altogether, bound with ice. Plenty, of rubbish is there. All this rubbish is frozen therein, the ice of, the bay, the rubbish, is the disease, of my stomach. Oh, you, my, stomach. You are full of pain. I make you into a frozen bay, into a, very, old ice floe, into a bad ice floe. Oh, oh. I call to Chu urkịl, you travel around from very remote times, I want your assistance. What are you going to do with this bay? It is frozen. Mischievous people, meaning hostile shamans, made it freeze. You have a strong beak. What are you going to do? Then, the raven, breaks the ice through, but, in reality, it is disease, which is broken. Everything that has stuck under the water, in the depths, I cause to be carried away. It is floating on the surface. Then he 64 comes to the man who asked for assistance, and says to him, I have finished. All right. Now I call to the great sea wind. 65 Oh, you, great sea wind, turn back the broad river that flows to the seashore. There comes the sea wind, great storm, high billows, I call, to all of them. He pretends that his fingers are all this. Then he catches, the patient, by, the skin of, the abdomen. The man who utters the incantation keeps his hands on the stomach, of the patient, pretending that his palms are billows. While doing this, he says, Here I am cleaning away all rubbish. I make it to be carried away. Then he falls backwards, as if the breath of the great wind from the sea had dragged him away. Then the sea begins to ebb, the tide is at the lowest. Ancient pebbles of this place, these are in reality his intestines, are bare of water, quite without cover. There is no water near them. I make you into a very dry place, I make you into a dry, sandy shore. A hairy maggot is rolling on the sand, it rolls into its hair all the rubbish from the ground. Then the man who utters the incantation blows. He smears over with saliva his own palm. He brings some snow from the outside and makes it melt in his mouth. He brings, also, a blade of grass and fastens it to the neck, of the patient. He wipes the saliva, from his palm, and finishes. The people bring the payment. It is sausages. They make a miniature skin bag, and put into it crumbs of sausage, dry leaves instead of skins, a little piece of meat, and a strip of thong. The shaman who utters the incantation takes all these and carries them home. He goes to, the sacrificing place, behind the tent. There he takes out everything, behind the tent. He stabs the pieces of sausage with his knife, these are his reindeer for slaughter. He scatters the sacrifice to the substance of incantation, all the thongs, he scatters, the beads and the tobacco, he scatters. Then he finishes, and enters the house. Evening comes, and they enter the inner room. They get up, the next morning, and they visit the patient, of yesterday, again. They say, Hello. How are you? Indeed, I am a little better. Then, the shaman, fetches a small river 66 and puts it into the chamber vessel, to be used, afterwards, as an, additional, cure. With this they rub him all over. From that time on, the patient, begins to improve, and, in due time, recovers altogether. That is all. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village of mqäqäi, October 1900. 9. Incantation to bring back the dying. When a man has, just, died, another person, goes into the open, while, the dead, is still lying in the inner room. That man goes out and talks to the morning dawn, to the upper being. He says, Oh, my mind is uncertain. Enough, 67 Whom, else, may I ask, for help? You are most fit. Oh, give me your dog. I will also use it as a dog myself. I am sorrowful for my child. 68 It has gone away to a far-off place. Therefore let me use that dog for my assistant. He makes a motion with his left hand, as if receiving that dog from somewhere. Then he comes back and blows into the ear of the dead person, and howls, like a dog, yñị-lŭ, thus. Then this dog starts on, pursuing the dead man, who has gone away. It follows him, howling and barking, haw, haw, haw. It passes ahead of him, and meets him, on the road with fierce, barking. It snaps at him, while he is going, and intercepts his path in every direction. At last it makes him come back from his long journey. He must enter the body and put it on again. Then he begins to breathe, and, gradually, improves. And so he, though a real dead one, revives again. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, in October, 1900. 10. Incantation, used by a woman rejected by her husband and jealous of her rival. yñị-lŭ. Then you are this woman. You have so much of my husband's love, that he begins to reject me. But you are not a human being. I make you into carrion lying on the pebbly shore, old carrion inflated, with rottenness. I make my husband into a male bear. The bear comes from a distant land. He has been starving for a long time, he is very hungry. He sees the carrion. Seeing it, he eats of it. After a while he vomits it up. I make you into the stuff vomited. My husband sees it, and it is of no use to him. He rejects it on the mere seeing of it. At the same time I make this body of mine into a young beaver that has just shed his hair. I make smooth every hair of mine. This woman, object of my husband's liking, he leaves her, and desires me, because she is repugnant to look upon. She spits, and with the saliva smears her whole body from head to foot. Indeed, the husband begins to have liking for her. I, who was neglected recently, I turn myself towards him, I make myself into a deadly pain for him. Let him be attracted by the smell from here, and have a desire for me. Though I reject him, let him be still more persistent. And really the husband leaves off his former love. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi woman, in the village of Sucin, May, 1901. 4. Songs. 1.69. From what country is that traveler, who is being drawn by dogs? On his way returning he came to be without a whip. Then I will make haste and walk onwards. Then I will make haste and walk to the song. Truly, let us be joyful. 2. Those from ŭ-lŭ have been singing. Those from ICO-win have been swaying. Women have been dancing. Those from no-okan have been swaying. They have frightened those who sewed up the boat's cover. Those from yñị-lŭ have been listening, the young men. From Qo-turgeon, at Indian Point, May, 1901. 3. Whence comes this little traveler? This little traveler from the leeward side? Oh, but it is Chukchi. His sledge is loaded with wild reindeer skins. Who is coming there from the leeward side? Oh, but it is Pintail-Duck. His sledge is loaded with piebald skins. 70. From Qo-turgeon, at Indian Point, May, 1901. 4. Where shall I go? To the country of yñị-lŭ. With what shall I come back? With an American whaling steamer. What people rejoiced? Those from ŭ-lŭ rejoiced. From Qo-turgeon, at Indian Point, May, 1901. 5. O women! Let us sing. From memory let us sing. This song let us use. You, boys, dance. From Qo-turgeon, at Indian Point, May, 1901. 6.71. Let me use the tune of yñị-lŭ. From mere envy let me use it. From Qo-turgeon, at Indian Point, May, 1901. 7. Whence comes this little traveler? Ah, but it is one of the maritime people. Oh, dear me. The poor thing. The little traveler, the poor thing, 72. From Quotier Jin, at Indian Point, May, 1901. 8. I feel lazy, the dear little woman, the dear little bad one, the pretty little one, the little fat one, the scamp. From Quotier Jin, at Indian Point, May, 1901. 9. Little birds of Valka N, 73, sing, yñị-lŭ. From C.A. Plaque, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village Sucien, May, 1901. 10. In the house of a woman of the reindeer people he is eating soup with a small cleft spoon, and drawing in snot. Song of yñị-lŭ, a reindeer Chukchi man, of Telka P. Tundra, written down at Mariinsky Post, March, 1901. 11. Let me use the love-meeting song of Upupun, a Telka P. woman. Drink the frozen soup, food and sacrifice, belonging to a woman of the reindeer people. Song of Ankanuqua, a reindeer Chukchi man of Telka P. Tundra, written down at Mariinsky Post, March, 1901. 12. 74. I am Nago-lŭ, the woman, a little female bird, clad in a woman's shaggy outer garment. 13.75. By whom was I born? I was born by the little mother. But for what was I born? Shamanistic songs. Half-improvised songs of the character of the two shamanistic songs given below are rare among the Chukchi, and more frequent among the Eskimo. Both of the following songs were also recorded on the phonograph. The first song is that of a shaman, Nuruta Jin. He complains of the impudence of women and boys of the village of Sucien, who use his shamanistic songs in his absence. Complaints like this are usual among the Chukchi, who are jealous of the tunes which they use at ceremonials or shamanistic performances. On the other hand, listeners to a real shaman, yñị-lŭ, are inclined afterwards to appropriate his songs and tunes for their own use. Nuruta Jin comes to the village for his drum. Rattling on the drum, he talks with the kulu who is underground. The kulu will draw the offenders underground with his breath. The words of the second song are only in part Chukchi. The last two lines, from the word Kaiu-hruta on, are Ai-1 Eskimo. Yñị-lŭ, a member of a mixed community, began in Chukchi, and finished in Eskimo. He explained that in doing so he feels more at ease. Indeed, many of the inhabitants of that village speak in the same way, beginning in one language and finishing in another. As to the language, I must also mention that the proper names yñị-lŭ in the first song, and Wakwata Jin in the second, though used in a Chukchi connection, are not quite correct Chukchi. They should be Sucien-lŭ and Wakwat Jin. The change is more or less in conformity to the Eskimo pronunciation of these words. Te-sik is Eskimo for Sucien. Wakwat Jin is a Chukchi name, and means in Chukchi rock limit. When used by the Eskimo, its form is Wakwata Hik. In the second song a shaman is described as traveling with two dogs. He came to a land near a large lake. A kulu of a mocking character caused him to have a delusion. When driving upon the ice of a certain small river, it seemed to him that the ice was cracked, so that he could not cross. After a while, however, he saw that the crack had closed, and he went over and drove on. What shall I do to that mocking spirit? Asks the shaman in the end. The dogs are called Tanita-T dogs. The word Tanita-T has no meaning in Chukchi, and is said to be a word of the Kulu language. In Chukchi incantations and shamanistic songs I came across 2 or 3 more words of a similar character. They were said to belong to the language of the Kulet, and their provenience and meaning could not be ascertained. On the other hand, the Asiatic Eskimo, as well as the American, have a whole vocabulary of words said to belong to the language of the spirits, and used only in incantations and at shamanistic performances. All these words represent either metaphoric terms or obsolete words. Some of those used in Asia are derived from American Eskimo roots. 14. Nuruta Jin 76 was indeed just mocking me. He was coming back from the country of Yñị-lŭ. He was coming home, singing, to the land of Sosien. His words were made the object of laughter by the men. The boys of Sosien used them all the time. The mocking women used them all the time. He came home for his drum. On coming home, he made the drum reverberate, and was called by the yñị-lŭ from underground. What shall I do to this one? I shall draw him down with my breath from the bottom of the earth. Ayaka, yaka, yakai. I have finished, I have finished. Written down from the words of yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village of Sosien, May, 1901. 15. Just now a yñị-lŭ boy said, to his mother, Mama, go out and beckon to the little traveler. I want to have him for a spleen companion. Throw open the entrance. This little traveler, with 2 dogs, with Tanita T dogs, from the country near the lake, he is indeed just mocking me. What shall I do with this fissure, in the ice? Oh, it has closed of its own accord. I have gone across, truly I have gone over it. Wakwata Hin, who had no pity on me, how shall I act towards him, how? Thus. Written down from the words of yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village of Sosien, May, 1901. 16.77. 1. Big rock, move away. I want to see yñị-lŭ. Big hummock, move away. I want to see yñị-lŭ. 2. All the people have died out, all the people have become extinct. Urkịl has a great desire for a man. Only we 2 shall live there. 3. Once yñị-lŭ by a cross-pulling reindeer buck cross-sitting was carried. 4. A black beetle woman, 78 in a crevice, which served her for a sacrificing place, performed the Thanksgiving ceremonial. 5. Proverbs, riddles, sayings. The riddles contained in this section were collected among the river Chukchi living on the Middle-Anadyr River. They probably arose under Russian influence. Some of them have even been translated from the Russian. On the whole, the Chukchi have no riddles. Of short productions of this kind, they have only a very few proverbs and brief sayings, some of which are given here, while others were published in my Chukchi materials. They have also some so-called comic tales and word games, a few of which are given here. Proverbs, va ergui t house 79. 1. Listening to a liar is like drinking warm water, one can get no satisfaction from it. 2. A desire to defecate is more imperious than any great officer. 3. Even a small mouse has anger. 4. My temper is as smooth as tallow. 5. He repented of it even to his very buttocks. 6. A small herd is like a short lasso. 7. To a lazy camp assistant an old reindeer for slaughter, and food. Riddles, Kolo, Wethaw te80. 1. Once an old one with 9 holes. Man. 2. Once outside, it is coming down, it enters, it lies down. An axe. 3. It enters from outside with clothes, it is undressed in the outer tent. The alder tree. 81. 4. An old woman is made to break wind by an angry old man. Bears copulating. 5. A grass-bound shoulder blade. A ring on the finger. 82. 6. I have 4 holes and only 1 road. A wooden house. 83. 7. I move along, but without trace, I cut, but draw no blood. A moving boat. 8. It is round, has an eye, is used by women. After use it is thrown away. Iron scraper. 84. 9. Its eye is poked by women, it gets angry, bites its lip, and ascends skyward. The lamp. 85. 10. I have a headache, my nose bleeds. Stop my nose bleeding. Flyagric.86. Word games, Kyo Yñị-lŭ Funkin We T How 87. 1. I raced down from a hilltop and nearly fell down. 2. Right hand double antler blade reindeer buck, left hand double blade reindeer buck. 3. A dried scar left by a reindeer halter, an instrument, hatchet, for working on sledge runners, such eyes had the little old man. 4. Like a she-dog with tufts of old hair on her ears, so was he in the foot race. 5. A quite young woman, in running fast, caught her boot strings on an excrescence of a tree trunk, and, stumbling over a hummock, nearly struck her nose against the ground. Short comic tales. 1. Once the root of Polygonum viviparum scratched its head on the ice. 2. Once a great raven performed the Thanksgiving ceremonial in a narrow house, and his tendons became cramped. 3. A little bird married the hole in the edge of a walrus hide, and its penis was skinned. Chukchi tales. 1. Creation tales. Tattamwa Tita Nikan Pi Nilt, literally, New Creation Limits Tidings. 1. Raven Tale. Variations of this tale, with several different episodes, are to be met with everywhere among the Chukchi. Some were published in my Chukchi materials, numbers 49 to 61, pages 159, 169. At the same time some notion or the flood is also present. This was probably borrowed from the Russian. First version. Raven and his wife lived together, the first one, not created by any one, Raven, the one self-created. The ground upon which they live is quite small, corresponding only to their wants, sufficient for their place of abode. Moreover, there are no people on it, nor is there any other living creature, nothing at all, no reindeer, no walrus, no whale, no seal, no fish, not a single living being. The woman says, urkịl 88, what? But we shall feel dull, being quite alone. This is an unpleasant sort of life. Better go and try to create the earth. I cannot, truly. Indeed, you can. I assure you, I cannot. Oh, well, since you cannot create the earth, then I, at least, shall try to create a spleen companion, 89, well, we shall see, said Raven. I will go to sleep, said his wife. I shall not sleep, said urkịl. I shall keep watch over you. I shall look and see how you are going to be. All right. She lay down and was asleep. urkịl is not asleep. He keeps watch, and looks on. Nothing. She is as before. His wife, of course, had the body of a raven, just like himself. He looked from the other side, the same as before. He looked from the front, and there her feet had 10 human fingers, moving slowly. Oh, my! He stretches out his own feet, the same raven's talons. Oh, says he, I cannot change my body. Then he looks on again, and his wife's body is already white and without feathers, like ours. Oh, my! He tries to change his own body, but how can he do so? Although he chafes it, and pulls at the feathers, how can he do such a thing? The same raven's body and raven's feathers. Again he looks at his wife. Her abdomen has enlarged. In her sleep she creates without any effort. He is frightened, and turns his face away. He is afraid to look any more. He says, let me remain thus, not looking on. After a little while he wants to look again, and cannot abstain any longer. Then he looked again, and, lo! There are already 3 of them. His wife was delivered in a moment. She brought forth male twins. Then only did she awake from her sleep. All 3 have bodies like ours, only Raven has the same raven's body. The children laugh at Raven, and ask the mother, Mama, what is that? It is the father. Oh, the father. Indeed. Ha, ha, ha. They come nearer, push him with their feet. He flies off, crying, mqäqäi, mqäqäi. They laugh again. What is that? The father. Ha, ha, ha. The father. They laugh all the time. The mother says, "O children. You are still foolish. You must speak only when you are asked to. It is better for us, the full-grown ones, to speak here. You must laugh only when you are permitted to. You have to listen and obey." They obeyed and stopped laughing. Raven said, "There, you have created men. Now I shall go and try to create the earth. If I do not come back, you may say, 'He has been drowned in the water, let him stay there.' I am going to make an attempt." He flew away. First he visited all the benevolent beings, va Urgit-90, and asked them for advice, but nobody gave it. He asked the dawn, no advice. He asked sunset, evening, midday, zenith, no answer and no advice. At last he came to the place where sky and ground come together. There, in a hollow, where the sky and the ground join, he saw a tent. It seemed full of men. They were making a great noise. He peeped in through a hole burnt by a spark, and saw a large number of naked backs. He jumped away, frightened, ran aside, and stood there trembling. In his fear he forgot all his pride in his recent intentions. One naked one goes out. Oh! It seemed that we heard someone passing by, but where is he? No, it is I, came an answer from one side. Oh, how wonderful! Who are you? Indeed, I am going to become a creator. I am urkịl, the self-created one. Oh, is that so? And who are you? We have been created from the dust resulting from the friction of the sky meeting the ground. We are going to multiply and to become the first seed of all the peoples upon the earth. But there is no earth. Could not somebody create the earth for us? Oh, I will try. Raven and the man who spoke flew off together. Raven flies and defecates. Every piece of excrement falls upon water, grows quickly, and becomes land. Every piece of excrement becomes land, the continent and islands, plenty of land. Well, says Raven, look on, and say, is this not enough? Not yet, answers his companion. Still not sufficient. Also there is no fresh water, and the land is too even. Mountains there are none. Oh, says Raven, shall I try again? He began to pass water. Where one drop falls, it becomes a lake. Where a jet falls, it becomes a river. After that he began to defecate a very hard substance. Large pieces of that excrement became mountains, smaller pieces became hills. The whole earth became as it is now. Then he asks, well, how is it now? The other one looked. It seems still not enough. Perhaps it would have been sufficient if there had not been so much water. Now some day the water shall increase and submerge the whole land, even the mountain tops will not be visible. Oh, Raven, the good fellow, flew farther on. He strains himself to the utmost, creates ground, exhausts himself, and creates water for the rivers and lakes. Well, now, look down. Is this not enough? Perhaps it is enough. If a flood comes, at least the mountain tops will remain above water. Yes, it is enough. Still, what shall we feed upon? Oh, Raven, the good fellow, flew off, found some trees, many of them, of various kinds, birch, pine, poplar, aspen, willow, stone pine, oak. He took his hatchet and began to chop. He threw the chips into the water, and they were carried off by the water to the sea. When he hewed pine, and threw the chips into the water, they became mere walrus. When he hewed oak, the chips became seals. From the stone pine the chips became polar bears, from small creeping black birch, however, the chips became large whales. Then also the chips from all the other trees became fish, crabs, worms, every kind of beings living in the sea. Then, moreover, wild reindeer, foxes, bears, and all the game of the land. He created them all, and then he said, now you have food. His children, moreover, became men, and they separated and went in various directions. They made houses, hunted game, procured plenty of food, became people. Nevertheless they were all males only. Women there were none, and the people could not multiply. Raven began to think, what is to be done? A small spider-woman, yñị-lŭ, is descending from above on a very slender thread. Who are you? I am a spider-woman. Oh, for what are you coming here? Well, I thought, how will the people live, being only males, without females? Therefore I am coming here. But you are too small. That is nothing. Look here. Her abdomen enlarged, she became pregnant, and then gave birth to 4 daughters. They grew quite fast and became women. Now, you shall see. A man came, that one who was flying around with Raven. He saw them, and said, what beings are these, so like myself and at the same time quite different? Oh, I should like to have one of them for a companion. We have separated, and live singly. This is uncomfortable. I am dull, being alone. I want to take one of these for a companion. But perhaps it will starve. Why should it starve? I have plenty of food. We are hunters, all of us. No, I will have it fed abundantly. It shall not know hunger at all. He took away one woman. The next day Raven went to visit them, made a hole in the tent cover, and peeped through. Oh, says he, they are sleeping separately in opposite corners of the sleeping room. Oh, that is bad. How can they multiply? He called softly, Halloo. Halloo. The man awoke and answered him. Come out here. I shall enter. He entered. The woman lay quite naked. He drew nearer. He inhaled the odor 92 of her arm. His sharp beak pricked her. Oh, oh, oh. Be silent. We shall be heard. He pushed her legs apart and copulated with her. Then he repeated it again. The other one was standing outside. He felt cold, and said, It seems to me that you are mocking me. Now, come in. You shall know it too. This is the way for you to multiply. The other one entered. The woman said, It is a good thing. I should like to repeat it once more. The man answered, I do not know how. Oh, draw nearer. He says, Oh, wonderful. Do this way, and thus and thus. They copulated. Therefore girls understand earlier than boys how to copulate. In this manner humankind multiplied. Told by A.E. Tin Q, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. Second version. The Creator lived with his wife. There was nothing, no land, no mountains, only water, and above it the sky, also a little piece of ground, just large enough for them to sleep on at night. Creator said to his wife, Certainly, we feel downcast. We must create something to be company for us. All right. They each took a spade and started to dig the ground, and to throw it in all directions. They dug a ditch so large and deep, that all water flowed down to it. Only the lakes remained in deep hollows, and the rivers in clefts and ravines. The large ditch became the sea. After that they created various animals and also men. Then they went away. Only the raven they forgot to create. They left on their camping place a large outer garment, yñị-lŭ 93. Raven came out from it in the night time. He went to visit the Creator. Oh, who are you? I am urkịl, the self-created one. How strange. Self-created. I thought I had created everything, and now it appears that you are of separate origin. Yes, yes. I am urkịl, the self-created one. All right. Here, you, bring a few pieces of flyagaric. Let him eat them, and be full of their force. Raven ate the flyagaric. Oh, oh, I am urkịl. I am the son of the yñị-lŭ. I am urkịl. I am the son of the yñị-lŭ. Ah, indeed. And I believed page 155 that you were self-created. And now it appears that you are the son of the yñị-lŭ, you are one of mine, created by me, you liar. The end. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. Third version. When Raven was arranging the earth, one time he carried in his lap a heap of stones. He felt fatigued, and threw down the stones one by one. The stones turned into islands and cliffs on the main shore. Then he set his stone house in the western part of mqäqäi Bay, Holy Cross Bay, and crossed to yñị-lŭ, Cape Prince of Wales on the American shore. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 2. The Hare Tale. In the olden time it was dark on the earth. The Kulets stole the sun and took it away to their house. There they played ball with it. Hare said, "Let me get back the sun." He climbed up on the tent of the Kulet and looked in. They were playing ball with the sun. He dropped from above down into the tent. "Oh, oh. We have found a fat little hare. Do not hurt me. I will give you plenty of oil." "Oh, will you? How many kettles have you?" "2 kettles." He kicked the sun with his toe, and nearly made it jump out of the vent hole. Then he jumped up himself and almost did the same. Still he fell down again. "Oh, oh, we have found a fat little hare. Do not hurt me. I will fill you up with oil." "Oh, will you? How many kettles have you?" 3 kettles. He kicked the sun, and it bounded upwards out of the vent hole, shot high into the air, and stuck to the sky. Before this it had been loose. Then he jumped up himself, got out, and fled away. The Kulu gave chase. The little hare came to the eagle. "Oh, oh, hide me. A Kulu is pursuing me." "All right." The eagle hit him in his right armpit. Then the Kulu came. "Have you not seen my little hare?" "Yes, I saw him. He climbed upward straight to the zenith." "Oh, how can I follow him there?" "Well, mount upon my back, I will take you up." He carried the Kulu upwards. After a long while he said, "Look down upon the earth. What size does it appear to be?" "The size of a big lake." "Oh, let us fly still higher up." They flew. "Look down again. What size has the earth now?" "The size of a small lake." "Oh, let us fly still higher up. Look down on the earth. What size has it now?" "The size of a spread tent cover." "Oh, let us fly still higher up. What size has the earth now?" "The size of a thong seal hide." "Oh, let us fly still higher up. What size has the earth now?" "The size of a boot sole, made of thong seal hide." "Oh, we are drawing near our destination now. What size has the earth now?" "The size of a patch, on the sole." "Oh, we have nearly reached our destination. What size has the earth now?" "The size of a wormhole in a reindeer skin." "No earth, it has quite vanished." "Ah, ah. I am so tired. I have lost all my strength. I have sprained my back." He dropped the Kulu fell down. He falls, he falls, he falls. At last he reached the earth, and entered the ground, head foremost, up to the waist. Then the eagle said to the hare, "Your tormentor is enfeebled. Have no fear, and go out. Have a look at him." The hare made a stone maul, and hurried to the Kulu. The Kulu's legs were protruding from the ground. He hammered him with the stone maul upon the soles, and drove him into the ground altogether. Since that time the Kulet have continued to move beneath, within the ground. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 3. Story of Raven and Wolverine. This tale and the next one, though not exactly referring to the creation of the world, still belong to the Raven cycle, therefore I have placed them here. Once there lived Raven and Wolverine. Wolverine took Raven's girl for a daughter-in-law. They ill-treated her, beat her all the time, then they tied her tongue with a thread, smeared her face all over with fish roe, made her put on clothing of walrus hide. They kept her with the dogs, and fed her like a dog, with bones crushed and boiled down to extract the marrow. She had to drink from a chamber vessel. Raven's son is a shaman. One morning he awoke, and said, "Oh, I see my sister in a bad state. They are treating her quite badly." "Oh," says the raven, "then let us go and visit her." "All right. Go and do so." Raven came to the Wolverine's house. "You have come." "Yes, I have come." "Where is the young woman?" "Her eyes are troubling her. She is sitting in the dark sleeping room, and cannot go out." "Oh, oh." In reality, however, she was there, clad in walrus hide. He did not recognize her. In the sleeping room, in the dark, a young Wolverine woman was sitting, a daughter of their own. Oh, oh. That female slave, the loathsome one. Why is she staring so at you? If she comes near you, strike her with a stick. She is stinking. Indeed, when she seeks to approach him, he strikes her with a stick. Keep off, you stinking one. They ate supper. She was given a blunt-edged knife, and could not keep up with the others. Her knife was almost edgeless. They say, "How slow she is, your meat carver, that one who sits at your side. If she lags behind once more in carving meat for you, strike her again and again." She could not carve with that edgeless knife. So he struck her again with a stick, nor was he able to recognize her. They lay down to sleep. "Let her lie at your side, and let her carry the chamber vessel for you. Only you must be careful of her. She is given to biting in the night time. She always bites, such is her wont. If she tries to bite you, strike her again with redoubled strength." They slept. And really she took the father's hand and carried it to her mouth, in order to make him touch her tied tongue. He started up, and cried, "Oh, oh. Really she wants to bite." He struck her with redoubled force. He did not recognize his own daughter. In the morning he returned home. One more night has passed. In the morning his son got up, and said, "Oh, I see my sister in quite a bad state. Let me visit her again." "No. This time I will visit her." He went to the Wolverines. "You have come." "Yes, I have come. That one clad in walrus hide is standing near the entrance." He looked, and recognized her, being a shaman. "That female slave, why is she staring so at the newcomer?" "Beat her with a stick." "For what shall I beat her?" "She also is curious to know. She wants to be with the other people." They ate supper. She was given the very worst knife. She could not carve meat with it. "How lazy she is. Strike her. She refuses to carve for you." "For what shall I beat her?" "She needs a proper instrument for carving." And he gave her his own knife. They went to sleep. She had to sleep again at his side. "Be careful. She bites in the night time." "Does she, eh?" They put out the light. She took her brother's hand and put it into her mouth. He touched the string with which her tongue was tied. Then he took out another knife, a small one, and cut the thread. It was so tight, it snapped on being cut. The people awoke. "What snapped with such force?" "My belt snapped." They slept again. "Oh," says he softly to his sister, "thus they are treating you." "Yes." "Well, tomorrow morning, when I am about going away, be near my sledge." The next morning they brought his reindeer. "Why does my sister not come out of the sleeping room?" "I am going, and want to see her. There in her sleeping room sits their woman, feigning illness." They entered the sleeping room as if to ask her. No, she is unwell, she cannot go out. Tell her that I want to see her. Let her come out. The people of the house entered the sleeping room again. No, she refuses. She cannot come out. Oh, how false are your words. Is not this my sister standing by the sledge? She jumped upon the sledge. He made the reindeer run at full speed. They cry from behind, oh, oh. He has carried off our female slave, our household woman worker. He made the reindeer run. So he came home. There, he says, see what they have done with your daughter. Oh, says the raven, and I did not recognize her. The young raven shaman called for his dog, and made him defecate. He turned the dog into a man, and the feces into an infant. These two he made into a father with a little son. They were driving a spotted reindeer team. Bells were on the sledge. Everything was quite neat, but it was only a dog with its feces. The man drives on, singing. In the camp of the offenders they heard his song and the tinkling of the bells. Oh, a good one is passing by. A man from a wealthy camp. When they drew nearer to the camp, the infant cried. The women felt sorry. Oh, stay for a while. The child is crying, a motherless child. Probably the mother is dead. He came and stopped. Who are you? We are going to the spring fair. My people are coming behind. Oh, but where is your female companion? She has been carried away by the red yñị-lŭ, smallpox. Oh, poor little child. Where shall we put it? Whichever woman comes near, the infant cries still stronger. At last that one approached, the fainting one with the ailing eyes. The infant stretches out its hands toward her. It is because her face has a likeness to that of its mother. Well, come in, says the woman. They entered. If I am like the mother, treat me as you treated her. He copulated with her. Then he turned into a dog, and they remained together as dogs do. He dragged her onward over stones and roots of trees, tore her body all to pieces. The infant turned into feces. Only some excrement remained upon the bed. The end. Told by mqäqäi, a reindeer Chukchi man, in a camp near the village of Orphan, April, 1901. 4. Raven and Owl. Raven and Owl fought for a hare. Owl caught Raven by the throat with one of his claws. Raven cries, don't you dare to eat my hare. I wish to eat it. I am the hunter, because he is so fond of big talking. Owl was silent, but he clutched Raven's throat so tightly that Raven gave way. Owl took the hare and wanted to eat it. Then a fox assaulted him. The fox cried, I am a great hunter. I kill everything, even the mouse and the spermophilus. Owl was silent, and wanted to eat the hare. They fought. Fox bit Owl's back. He was the stronger of the two. Owl desisted and flew up. From mere shame he quite refused to perch again on that place. The silent one also was not a victor. The end. Told by Ranau, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village of mqäqäi, April, 1901. 2. Miscellaneous Tales. 1. The Sacrifice to the Dead. There was a group of houses standing on the shore, a long row of houses. One girl awoke early in the morning, and began to scrape skins. At last the sun rose, still no man left the sleeping room. The sun mounted high, but nobody appeared. She says, where are they? I will go and see. What are they doing there? She looked in, and saw that all the people were lying down, as if asleep. They were dead, all of them. She alone, of the whole camp, was alive. Then she says, what shall I do? She went and carried water to all the houses, hung up the kettles, and cooked food. When the food was ready, she said, there, eat. She went home and lay down to sleep. As soon as she shut her eyes, she heard the voice of her father. She was not asleep, but only had her eyes shut. Her father was saying, "We are content that you have cooked food. Tomorrow, when you get up and spend the day, do not go to sleep in the inner room, lie down in the outer tent. The next night take a place outside of the tent, then at a distance from the tent. For 10 days keep moving your sleeping place away until you reach the herd. There remain until the snow shall fall upon the earth. After that come here again and bring the herd, not all of it, bring the lesser portion. This must be given to us." She slept through the night. In the morning she again brought water and cooked food in all 10 houses. She went to sleep in the outer tent. The next night she slept outside of the tent. Then she moved off, and at last came to the herd. The herdsman asked, "What has happened? All the people in the houses are dead." "Oh, oh. We must not go home. Only when the first snow comes shall we go there." "All right." They remained with the herd. When snow fell and the ground was covered, they came nearer, and brought the herd, one part of it, the lesser portion they brought to the camp. The larger part was to become their own herd in the future. They slaughtered the reindeer that were brought, and offered them in sacrifice. They also left there the houses and everything that was in them. They took for themselves only the things in the summer pile. They left and went away. The end. Told by Vine the Blind, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 2. The Re-Ken. There lived once a people that were Re-Ken.94. They were rich in reindeer and had a large herd. One of them wanted to visit men. He said to his wife, "Let us go toward men." The weather was cold. The wife answered, "It is too cold to travel." He said, "That is nothing. Let us go, if we are really hunters. Of course, we shall leave the herd and the herdsman here, also the heavy tent. We shall go alone with a light tent to visit them." Then they went. The upper being 95 saw their moving train of sledges, which was very long. He said, "Oh, how wonderful! They are again at it. They are exterminating mankind. The people are all the time asking me for help, but still they are being exterminated. I am sorry for it. Therefore I want to give a lesson, at least to this one, and so I want to make his mind broader than it is at present." He took his staff and went away. The Re-Ken and his wife were sleeping while on the way. He came to a covered sledge and lifted the cover. A little infant was sleeping there, 1 year old, in a little cap. On the top of the cap was fastened a tassel made of human fingers. He touched the tassel with his staff. The fingers stuck to the staff. He drew the child out of the covered sledge, and took it away from there. He took it to his wife. "There, I have brought it." "All right. But what is to be done with it?" "I do not know. I never had any children. I had better go to Killer Whale.96. Perhaps he knows." Killer Whale and his wife live in a big stone house. They too are childless. The upper being came, put the child near the entrance, and then went away. After a while the husband said to the wife, "I want to make water. I will go out." He went out, and saw the infant. It was still sleeping. He was very glad. He called to his wife, "I have found an assistant. We have an assistant. Now we shall not be lonesome in our old age. Let us try and raise this child." "All right." The Colette are going back. They found people, killed many of them, and are carrying the game home. They arrived home. The tent was put up, and the woman started to put up the sleeping room. The husband said, "I will look at the infant." He opened the covered sledge. Only then did they discover that it was not there. The husband said, "Halloo! Halloo! Where is the child? Have you carried it into the tent?" "No, it is in the sledge." "I say it is not here." "Where is it, then?" "Perhaps the neighbors have taken it." "But why should they take the infant child of other people?" No, somebody else has played this trick upon us while we were sleeping. What for? Oh, oh. The woman sought the shaman. He was a raven. Oh, oh, oh. Who comes here? It is I. My husband sends me. He says, I am feeling sad. Let the knowing one come. Ta, I am coming. There, you have come here. Yes, I have come. What do you want? Somebody has taken away the infant. Can you not find it? All right. I will try. The raven flew away to the house of Killer Whale. Halloo. Halloo. Who is there? It is I. I come to fetch the infant. You shall not have it. Oh, give it back, since I come for it. I shall not give it up. Oh, you will not. The raven flew upwards, and dropped on the house a big stone pillar, Pintail-Duck. The stone pillar rebounded. The house of Killer Whale was too strong. The raven came back, and said, I could not do it. Alas, said the housemaster, if even you could not do it. The next day he says again to his wife, I am feeling sad. Go and bring 2 winds, west wind, the cold one. And east wind, the biting one. The 2 wind brothers came then. What do you want? Somebody has robbed me of my little infant. You are looking everywhere. Will you not look for it? All right. They went away. On the way they passed near by the house of the upper being. Says East Wind, why are we passing by so? This is the upper being. Let us at least ask him too. What will he say? Halloo. Halloo. Well, a Kulu family have lost their little infant. They are living in sorrow. And we are looking for their child. Do you not know where it is? Oh, yes. They are living in sorrow, and at the same time every year they go to the people and steal away so many. Mankind is lessening in number. Let them learn that lesson. Still we shall go. They arrived at Killer Whale's house. Halloo. Halloo. I came to get the child that I brought here lately. You shall not have it. How is it that I shall not have it, since I brought it myself? Give it back. Ho, I will not. I will raise it for an assistant to myself. But how can you refuse, since you are my own creation? I gave to your eyes the faculty of seeing. How dare you refuse? I do refuse. Oh, you refuse. Enter, winds. Both winds entered Killer Whale's house. It grew very cold. The killer whales felt cold. Then they were frozen, and they died. After that he said to the winds, now go out. They went out. The house grew warmer, and the killer whales returned to life again. What now? Will you give back the child? Oh, yes. We will. Then quick, make haste. All right, in a moment. There, take it, and give it to its parents. From that time the Kulet stopped coming to this country. Told by Vine to the Blind, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October 1900. 3. The Reindeer Breeder and the AI-1. A wealthy reindeer breeder lived on the seashore. He had no sons, but 4 daughters, who kept watch over the herd. He had 2 large herds, and 2 daughters as herdsmen in each herd. Nearest to him lived an AI-1, in a permanent settlement, a wicked old man, a doer of violence, because he had 5 sons. He said to his eldest son, go and ask for one of the girls in marriage. And if they refuse, we will take one of their herds. After a while he himself went over to his reindeer breeding neighbor, and spoke thus, well, then, we are neighbors. For quite a long time we have talked to each other. You get your food from your herd, your source of life, and I get mine from man's exertions. Yes, that is so, says the reindeer breeder. Would it not, then, be better for us to join forces? You could give over one of your sources of life to your daughter, and keep the other one for yourself. All right. I consent. You could wander with the reindeer, and some of us would help you. And the others would also stay on the seashore, subsisting on sea meat. My eldest son and I, we should wander inland along with you, and for the summertime we should come back to the seashore. If we feel dull, we might visit each other, tasting new food in common. All right, said the reindeer-breeder. He listened to the yñị-lŭ's words, and consented to act according to his offer. Therefore he gave his youngest daughter in marriage to the yñị-lŭ's son, along with one herd. Spring came. The reindeer-breeder went away, and the son-in-law remained behind. Then the snow melted, and summer came. The son of the yñị-lŭ says, a reindeer herd is a bad thing. I do not want it. I can live by hunting, killing walrus and whale. Hunting is a joyful pursuit. Therefore with the first snow he wanted to visit the village, and went there, taking the herd along. When he was near the village, he cried, "Oh, tie up the dogs, the herd is coming." Then the herd also, that was a little behind, came to the village. He said, "Let us slaughter the whole herd. I do not want it. Slaughter the driving reindeer while still in harness. Let us eat meat." They began slaughtering. The driving reindeer were stabbed while still in harness. The ground grew all red with blood. At last they had enough, and cried, "Give a part of this meat to the poor, to those who are starving." The woman was sorrowful on account of the herd. Her sisters-in-law took her handsome clothes made of spotted fawn skins from her. These clothes they put on themselves, and had her clothed in old bad hairless sealskin. At last she could not suffer it any longer, and left the village by night, taking with her a single reindeer, one of her own driving team, a single one, that had escaped being butchered. She led it along behind her, having no sledge to drive. It was midwinter, cold and dreary. Traveling was hard, and the snow heavy. Dawn came, and the sun rose. It grew light around her, though the walking was not easier than before. She moved on, leading her reindeer, and plodding through the snow. But in reality she was ascending skywards along a ray of light, because the upper being, the being of the reindeer people, saw her and knew all about her. His compassion toward the reindeer was very great, because they were slaughtered. And it was his intention to cheer her up after her loss. So she was walking upon the ground under the thick falling snow, but was moving skyward, though she did not notice it. She was tired and cold, since food there was none, and her clothes were very poor. At last the reindeer spoke in human language. It exclaimed, "Halloo." She answered, "Halloo. You are quite tired. Mount, at least, upon my back. I will carry you a little onward. I feel sorry for you." She mounted the reindeer, and after a while felt still colder, and also more fatigued and hungry. The reindeer stopped, and scraped the snow with its hoof, as if preparing a place for camping. Then it says, "Halloo." She answers, "Halloo. At least, eat something. And you will be warmer." She looked down, and saw upon the snow a round place scraped bare. There upon the ground lay something like boiled meat. She ate of it, and felt warm. Then she looked ahead of her, and saw a reindeer herd. Looking still more attentively, she recognized the reindeer. They were those of her father. Some spotted ones she recognized as her own reindeer. All these were the sacrificed reindeer, those given away, which after that became the reindeer of the upper being. Then at last she said, "Whose reindeer are these? They look like the reindeer of my father, but whose camp may this be?" And this was the camp of the upper being, of the deity of the reindeer people. The old being is in his house. His appearance is different from that of men. He has ears on his temples, a big nose, and a broad mouth across his whole face. He says to his daughter, "What kind of a woman is staying there on the outskirts of our camp? Why does she not come over here and enter? Who knows? Perhaps it is the same poor thing whose herd was slaughtered of late by the yñị-lŭ, the sedentary dwellers. I saw how the ground grew red with blood. This was a great pity. Go and call her to come along. The daughter of the upper being came to the woman, and said, Friend, why do you not come to the house? Father bade me call you there. Well, well. We are entering, cried the girl. The upper being looked upon the woman and waved his hand. Even a tear rose to his eye. Oh, then it is really you. Your poor herd. But why did your father, being a reindeer breeder, listen to the words of a sedentary yñị-lŭ? Oh, how badly they acted toward you. He drew from the floor near his seat a big stopper. A round hole was revealed in the floor. Here. Look down. She looked down, and there was her father's house. He made her descend through that hole. She walked along, leading her single reindeer. The reindeer spoke again, and said, When you arrive home, do not accept anointing with blood from their reindeer. Anoint yourself from your own reindeer. They reached the camp early in the morning. The people in the tents were still sleeping. She sat upon a sledge. She sang aloud, but did not enter the tent. Her mother awoke. Oh, oh. Why is it that the herdsmen in the herd are so heedless? They yell their songs so loudly, that even here in the camp we cannot sleep. Then she said to a second daughter, Go out and see what it is. Why are they singing the tunes of that one, the deceased one? For the yñị-lŭ have said that she is dead. At the first meeting they declared that she was gone, and, besides, had taken all the herd. They said that the herd was visited by lameness, became greatly reduced, and then was gone altogether, even to the last reindeer. The daughter went out and looked on. Who are you, sitting here, clad in old sealskin? Where do you come from? Where do I come from? After you gave me away to the yñị-lŭ, you soon forgot me. You have not even thought of paying me a visit, so I have come to you on a visit. And really how could they have visited her, since the yñị-lŭ declared that she was dead? The girl rushed back into the sleeping room. Oh, says she is here. As soon as the father heard it, he jumped out quite naked. Oh, here you are. They were quite glad, and laughed all the time. She said, Do not bring the herd for the anointing sacrifice. I will anoint from my own reindeer. So they lived on. In the meantime her recent husband, the yñị-lŭ, the old man's son, the violence doer, the slaughterer of reindeer, wanted to visit an island in the bay. He said, I will go by canoe, taking my long harpoon with me, and maybe I shall land there and stay there for a while. He paddled off, and on the way saw a whale, a very big one. He was going to throw his harpoon at the whale. But the whale drew a breath and pulled him in, and he was soon in the whale's inside, in complete darkness. Oh, it is bad there. He hardly keeps alive, slicing the whale's intestines with his knife, and eating them raw. He defecates also. The bowels of the whale are all covered with filth. The whale rushes from place to place. It is suffering acute pain. Its interior is being cut up. At last the whale died. The wind bore it away to the open sea. It was carried to and fro all the way around the land where lived the yñị-lŭ, and then it was stranded on the very shore where that reindeer breeder took up his abode. Then the yñị-lŭ cut through one of the whale's sides with his knife, and at last got out of it. He looked before him and recognized the houses. Well, says he in his mind, what will they do to me when she is dead? Anyway, I am now on firm ground. He walked to the tents. Then he said to the old man, I was swallowed by a whale, and now I have landed here. I said before, at least, here are some strangers' houses, and these are our houses. What though she was struck down by disease and then died, and even took along the herd with her, and it has been reduced by lameness and then destroyed? Notwithstanding all this, I am still yours, as before. The old man said, All right. Come in. He entered the house. The woman concealed herself for a while. They had a meal. All at once the woman appeared. "Here you are, you violence doer. You slaughtered all my herd quite wantonly. I shall also try to do violence." They caught him, the women only, tore the clothes from his back, pinioned him. Then they cut off all the flesh from his bones, slice by slice. He was still alive. Gradually he lost his force, and died. The end. Told by Vine to the Blind, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 4. The Orphan. A similar tale was collected among the Kolyma Chukchi, cf. Bogoras, Chukchee Materials, page 250. The parents of an only daughter, being very old, are living with her. The daughter, who is very able-bodied, goes hunting, and brings home wild reindeer. At the same time she refuses all suitors. No matter how many suitors come, and they are many, she invites them to have a running match. Leaving them behind, she says, there is no need of them. They are bad. Altogether, she is too light-footed for them. An orphan boy, clad in dog skin, born from a dog woman, lives with an old woman, and grows up very fast. He made a small bow. With this bow he kills small birds. With these birds he feeds the old woman. But every time the neighbors' children meet him, they shout, "Oh, oh." It stuck in his teeth. I.e., the meat of the small birds. They notice the meat sticking in his teeth, and pick it out from there. He made deadfalls, caught hares, and fed the old woman. Meanwhile he grew up quickly, and soon became full-grown. Then he caught wild reindeer. The old woman said, "When will you become a full-grown man? Begone, and look for a wife." "All right." He came to the people with an only daughter. "For what do you come?" "I come looking for a bride." "It is useless. She will leave you behind." "No, I am able to outrun her." "Then wait a while. She is not here. She will come in the evening." In the evening she did come, and brought a reindeer carcass. "Oh," say the old people, "one more suitor has come. I do not want him. Let him go away." "Why so?" "I have come to you with an honest heart." "Well, then, tomorrow morning we will see what sort of a man you are." "Very well. I shall win. I shall take you for a wife." The next morning they awoke before daybreak. They started running. They were to mount a high hill on their way, then to come back. The girl put on her racing dress, but the young man put on his armor. The girl runs far ahead, because she is very swift, but when halfway along, he began to catch up with her, this small orphan boy clad in dogskin. She was tired from the exertion. Then he passed her, brushing her on the way with the wind from the skirt of his armor. 98 She staggered and sat down. He said, Let her rest a while. I will finish the hill alone. Yes, surely, I am able to do it. When I show myself on the top, coming back, then you begin again." Indeed, when he appeared on the top, she jumped up and ran ahead. With fresh energy she ran very fast, but the young man ran still faster. He overtook her halfway, caught her in his arms, and carried her onwards. He carried her thus toward her house, put her into the sleeping room, and copulated with her. So he made her his wife. The end. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 5. Story of Object-of-Loathing. Object-of-Loathing, mqäqäi, lives with his uncle. He stays with the herd. All the time he is busy with the reindeer, but his uncle chides him, saying, "You good for nothing." He is alone with the herd, the only herdsman. One time, while he was with the herd, some people came, driving reindeer. They were wolves. They said, "We want to slaughter reindeer." "Oh, how can I do the slaughtering? I am afraid of my uncle." "Why are you afraid? This is your herd. You are the sole herdsman. No. I am afraid. Notwithstanding, they slaughtered reindeer, and carried them away on their sledges. He went home, and on the way he met a person clad in white skin. It was a polar bear. The polar bear said, "If you slaughter reindeer for strange people, then better go away and look for a wife. Over there lives a wealthy reindeer breeder. You might try for his daughter." Object-of-Loathing went there. He gathered a sledge full of fuel, a very large sledge, so large that he was not able to haul it along. Then the wolves came, a number of them. They said, "We will attach ourselves to the sledge, and haul it along." So they did. "Sit down," they said. He sat down, but they trotted on. They came to the camp of the rich reindeer breeder. The one clad in white skin said to him beforehand, "When they go to sleep, catch the youngest girl, that one in the corner." They went to sleep. Then he caught the youngest girl, that one in the corner. She cried aloud, "Oh, oh! What is he doing? He caught me." The master of the house awoke. He said, "What noise is this? You have wakened me, you scamps. This loathsome newcomer, why is he making trouble? There, you, give me a stick." He caught hold of the wooden handle of a scraper and rushed at those who were quarreling. But before he had time to strike, the whole sleeping room filled with wolves. They howled all around. All the people, in utmost fear, 99 rushed out quite naked, the housemaster still with a stick in his hand. They fled to the neighboring house. Meanwhile he took the girl and carried her to his home. The next morning the father-in-law sends for Object-of-Loathing in soft and pleasing words, "Let him come and visit me." The reindeer herd was brought. It was a large herd. "Cut it in two." It was cut in halves. "There, take one half." Object-of-Loathing took the wife and the herd. He settled separately, established his own camp, and lived there. The end. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 6. The Visitor. Two men lived as neighbors in the same camp. One had a number of children. They remained for a long time in the country yñị-lŭ, but saw no wild reindeer there. They were without food. They lived on a few stray ptarmigan, and were nearly starving. The reindeer people from yñị-lŭ did not come there this year for pasturage, so the whole autumn they had no genuine food, i.e., reindeer meat. They suffered from hunger, and were starving. Then one of the men said to the other, "Let us go and look for other people. Where do they dwell?" They went afoot, because they had no dogs. The last one was eaten a long time ago. The one who had children, made a small covered sledge, and, together with his wife, they dragged it along. After a while both men said, "Let us separate. I will go to the right, and you go to the left." So they separated. The one who had children went to the left, dragging his covered sledge. It was growing dark. He said to his wife, "Stay here and wait for me. I will go a little farther on." He put his wife and children into the covered sledge, heaped snow around the sledge, so that they would be warm, then he went along. It grew quite dark. Then he saw a herd. It was very large, and spread around like water, big antlered bucks, spotted fawns. The herdsman asked him, "Where do you come from?" "We come from afar. We lived there quite alone, and were nearly starved because the reindeer people had not come that way." "Oh, oh. You are alone." "No, I have a family. I left them behind. I put them in a covered sledge, and heaped snow around it so that they would be warm." "Ah, ah. So they will come tomorrow." "Oh, yes. I shall bring them myself, dragging the sledge. It is quite near." "Oh, well. Let it be tomorrow. It is too dark to go now. As to the houses, they are also near. You would see them from here, like black dots under the snow-covered cliff, if it were not too dark now. So it is settled for the morning. Let us go, then, to the houses. They came to the camp. An old man from the front house heard them coming. "Oh, oh. A guest. Where do you come from?" "I come from afar. We lived in the country yñị-lŭ, and were nearly starved. So we started on foot to look for other people." "Ah, ah. You there, in the outer tent. Cook intestines, cook fat meat. We will feed the newcomer." They ate. "Have you any companions?" "Yes, I did have. I left them behind in a covered sledge. I heaped snow around it, so that they would be warm." "Oh, well. It is too late now. Let it be tomorrow." "Yes, yes. I will bring them myself." "Nay, they shall be brought with a good driving team." In the morning he drove there with the reindeer of the old man. "Halloo." No answer. "Halloo," louder than before. Then the woman heard, and answered, "Halloo. Are you alive?" "Yes, we are, but the smallest one, the suckling, has died." "Oh, oh. What can we do?" They went to the camp. There. A sleeping room is put up for them, and new bedskins are spread on the floor. "This is your sleeping room. You may live in it." They remained in the camp. One day they went for a visit to a neighbor. The neighbor said to the newcomer, "Where do you live?" "Where can I live? I live with those to whom I came first." "Well, of course, they took you in, but this will last only for a time. Then the old man will send you away." "Oh, oh. What am I to do?" "Come over to me. You shall be my camp assistant." "Oh, how can I leave? What can I say to them? I came to their camp first." "Well, then, if you want me to, I will go there myself and take you and your family away." "All right. Do come. Or, still better, let us go directly there, and settle the affair at once." They went to the camp. The old man said, "You have come back." "Oh, yes. But we are going to leave. This one has come to take us away." "So. But why did you not go to him in the beginning? You came to me first of all." "All right. Go away. Be gone. Hurry up." They left. A moon passed by, and a new moon rose. The neighbors came to settle the offense. They said, "Let us arrange a running match. We will see then who is really the best man." "All right." They arranged a running match, and as a prize for the winner they set a fox skin and a beaver skin. They started. The poor one, the pedestrian, who for a long time had been used to going on foot, ran along quite lightly, hardly touching the ground with his feet. He ran, and in a short time he outran all the others, and vanished from view. In due time he took the hill, as agreed upon, and then came back. But then the others were still out of sight, to such an extent did he outrun them all. He waited for them some time, but at last felt cold and entered the sleeping room. At last they came far behind. All the people felt ashamed, because they were such poor runners. They had no desire to enter the sleeping room, so they harnessed their reindeer, and attached them to the sledges. Then all the visitors left. The next morning the others also left. He was left quite alone, in the country. The end. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 7. The Polygamist. There lived a polygamist, mịlịn. He had 2 wives. By the older wife he had 2 daughters, by the younger, no children at all. Still he loved the younger wife best. The elder one he did not love at all. One time, at a Thanksgiving ceremonial, both women danced. The man with his drum was dancing too. He struck the older wife in the face. She grew angry and went away to the seashore. The ice floe was separated from the shore by a narrow crack. She jumped over, although she had not even put on her upper garment. The ice was carried away far into the open sea, and at last reached another land. She landed close to a rock, which was quite steep. All the time she was thinking, "Oh, I have left my 2 daughters behind me. I made them miserable orphans. From now on they will be badly dressed, clad in worn-out skins, wronged by everybody." She saw a man upon the rock. He was very large and tall. He was Sunman, urkịl. His shirt had a hood. The hood was drawn over his face, and the sleeves were drawn over his hands. Still he was full of light, and his head was encircled by a halo. She said to herself, "It seems, he wants to kill me. All right. Let him kill me. My life is a torment to me." He answered from beneath his hood, "Why should I kill you? On the contrary, I pity you. Therefore I made you come to this land of mine, for you have not come by accident, and still less by your own will. I led you here unbeknown to you." He took her hand and helped her up the rock. There she saw a large house. It was resplendent with light, and the sleeping room was aglow with brightness. On both sides of the sleeping room there were round vessels filled with food. Some contained boiled meat, others were full of tallow, others again were filled with fermented leaves, and some were empty. He said, "All these are sacrificial vessels. The people gave them to me, and some who wanted to cheat me gave me empty vessels. I took everything, as I never refuse a sacrifice." They lived together. They brought forth a son, then 2 children more. After a time Sunman said, "Well, now, we are from different lands, and you are not homeless, you have your own native country. So go back to your country. Take your children along. On the way you shall not starve. I will procure food for you, also a shelter wherein to rest by night. So far I have made you secure." He cut small pieces from his outer tent, also from the sleeping room, and from every bag of provisions. These pieces he handed over to her, and said, "Put them down into a mitten. Then you may go." He made her descend along a sunray, because they were in the upper world. She thought it was a steep rock, but in reality it was a separate world. She came to the earth. Then she took those pieces out of the mitten and spat upon them. A house was created there, standing upon the shore, not worse than that of the Sunman, with bags full of meat, and with various kinds of food. She lived there. 2 young girls were walking on the beach, gathering seaweed. Oh, oh! What girls are those? Are they not daughters of mine? How poorly clad they are! How thinly dressed! She called them in, and saw that they were really her daughters. Oh, oh! I am not dead. I am your mother. I have come back to you. She gave them pretty clothes of spotted fawnskins. Then they went home, and she went along with them. Their stepmother and her husband were sitting in the sleeping room. "Where is your seaweed?" The girls did not answer, as if hearing nothing. "Why do you not answer?" Then at last they flung the seaweed into the sleeping room. Their stepmother sprang out. "Why do they fling things like that?" She saw their pretty clothes. "Where did they get such clothes? Let me follow them." She followed them, and came to that house. She saw that it was very large, and filled with all kinds of provisions. Then she envied them that were having their meals in that house. The end. Told by yñị-lŭ, a reindeer Chukchi man, in the camp near the village mqäqäi, April, 1901. 8. The Giant. I obtained this tale in the Chukchi language from a man who from his early youth lived with the Eskimo just as much as with the Chukchi. He said that the tale is of Eskimo, yñị-lŭ, origin. It is difficult, however, to separate folklore originally Chukchi from that of Asiatic Eskimo provenience. Once there lived 8 brothers. 7 of them paddled off in a skin boat. The 8th and youngest one stayed at home. He went angling. Lŭ, the big man, passed by, and caught him up. He said, "I will carry this home as a toy for my children." He carried him upon his palm, and tossed him over to his wife. Here is a toy for our children. And at the same time it is a man. The children played with the living toy, and fed it with their food. So the man began to grow, attained their size, and became a yñị-lŭ. The brothers landed, and looked around for him. They could not find him, and called out his name. Then he came, took them up, boat and all, and put all this high up on a cliff. Even now they are still there. Told by IRMI, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 9. Sacrifice to the sea. There lived one time a maritime man. He had 8 children. The youngest was a girl. One day he went to hunt walrus. A storm came up, and he was carried out to sea. He was tossed about and nearly drowned. Then he said to the sea, "O sea, calm yourself. Do so, that I may still look upon the world. I will give you the best that I have, the nearest to my heart, the foremost dog, the leader of the team, one with a spotted skin I will give you." The sea did not calm itself. "Oh, then, my youngest daughter, unmarried, a good one, clad in spotted skins. I will give her to you." After that the sea smoothed down. He landed on the shore. Then he went up the shore, and entered the house. All the children were with him except the daughter, who still remained on the shore. The mother came out from the house. "Oh, my child. You have roughed the storm." She was quite sad. She looked down at the ground, and said, "Yes. Come in, change your clothes, put on some dry ones." She entered, downcast, as before. Just as she changed her clothes, the father entered. He took her by the hand, took his spear, and went to the seashore. Then he turned to the sea, and said, "O sea, do not be angry. That which I promised, I give you now." He pierced her with the spear, and left the body lying there on the shore. An abundance of blood covered the whole beach. It grew dark. She is lying on the sand lifeless. A certain man, a kind of sea being, a mqäqäi urgin 100, came to her and pushed her lightly with his toe. "Yñị-lŭ. Get up. Let us go home." Then after a little while, again, "Yñị-lŭ. Get up. Let us go home." At last she awoke and sat up, "Ejijejijai. I have slept quite long." He took her to his house and married her. They lived quite well and contented. They had a large reindeer herd. The daughter, of course, did not return home. Since the father said nothing, her mother thought, "Let me go and look for her. Where may she be?" She arrived at the place. The blood stains were on the ground, but the body had disappeared. She found and followed some footprints along the seashore. At last she came to a cliff. The tracks ran upward to the very top. She climbed up, and found a settlement on the very top. Her daughter was busy scraping skins. "Oh, it is here you are staying?" "Yes." She lived for some time with her daughter, then the daughter said, "Go and fetch father. I should like to see him also." The old man was brought and pampered with food. The next morning the sea was rough again. She said to her father, "Let us go and have a look at the sea." They went to the very edge of the cliff. She said to him, "Look down upon the sea. How rough it is again." He looked down upon the sea. She pushed him from behind, and he fell down, broke his back, and was taken by the sea. The end. Told by A.I. Wan, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 10. The Monster Woman. A man who had a wife went to hunt wild reindeer. He walked around all day, and could not find anything. Evening came. He felt cold. His house was too far away. So he thought, "Where shall I find a suitable place for the night? There is no fuel, nor a human dwelling." At last he saw traces of a sledge. He followed these. The trail became harder. A dog barked. He saw an underground house. A woman is cooking seal meat over a lamp, a strange-looking woman, with one eye in her forehead and her mouth quite big and all awry, still a stout person, with large breasts. She said, "All right. Till now I have not seen a man. Now I have found a husband." He thinks, certainly, she is plump and full-breasted, but her face looks too strange. I will not marry her. They ate supper, then the lamp was put out. The woman moves toward him, he moves away. They reached the corner. "Sleep with me." "No, I refuse." "Yes, do sleep with me." He listens. Something in her body is grinding its teeth like a dog. "I say, sleep with me." "No, I am tired." "Let it be tomorrow morning." "Well. Then at least louse me." She lighted the lamp again. He loused her, and made her sleep on his lap. He thinks, what is it in her body that grinds its teeth like a dog? Let me have a look at it. He looked, and saw that she had plenty of teeth there, as in a wolf's mouth. "Oh, oh," says he. He crept out noiselessly. The seashore was full of stones. He took 2 stones, long and round, of just the size of the membrum virile. Then he went back into the sleeping room and fell asleep. In the morning she wakened him. "Oh, get up. Make me a wife. Copulate with me." "All right," he says. One of the stones he put between his legs and thrust it into her vulva. Oh, it clashed and ground the teeth. He tore it out. Almost all the teeth were sticking in the stone. Then he used the other one, and drew it back, together with the membrane in which grew the roots of the teeth. Then her vulva became like any woman's. "Well," he said, "now let us try." He put his own membrum in there and copulated with her one time and another. She became quite peaceful. He took her home and made her a house slave. Told by yñị-lŭ, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village yñị-lŭ, at Indian Point, May, 1901. 11. Reindeer born. There was an old man who had a large herd. He had also 6 sons, who kept watch over the herd by night and day. One day a tumor began to grow upon the neck of the largest buck. This tumor grew larger and larger, and after 9 days it burst, and a little infant dropped down from it. It was a boy in a combination suit, with a diaper, who was already walking. The elder son said, "This is a strange reindeer. Let us slaughter it. And the boy is also strange. No need of him. Let us kill him too." The old man retorted, "Why do you want to kill him? Maybe he is the real master 101 of the herd. It is sinful to kill him. Also the large buck may still look, may still be living, all right." They took the boy home. In the evening there came a storm. The eldest son went to the herd for his night watch. The infant meanwhile exterminated the whole family. He was a yñị-lŭ. Then he rushed toward the herd. The herdsman heard the clattering of his feet, and turned back. He saw him coming, but this one did not notice him. He was looking only at the reindeer. Every reindeer that he could overtake, he would immediately swallow, and run for another one. "Oh," says the herdsman, "is this the real master of the herd? He destroys the whole herd. Oh, the father. I should like to talk with him now." Meanwhile the pursuing one was drawing nearer. He had already swallowed quite a number of reindeer. The herdsman thought, "Let me leave the herd and go away. No need of this master for me." He left the herd and rode across the tundra. On the other end of the pastureland there was a large tree. He climbed to the top, reached the very tip, then dropped from it upwards, not downwards. Thus he reached the country where dwelled his being, yñị-lŭ, his own sacrifice-receiving being of his. He came to a camp. A single large house was standing there. A single woman was living in it, old enough, but healthy and strong. She was in looks similar to a young one. Men there were none. The woman was sitting and carefully patching one of her fur stockings. Oh, oh. A guest. Yes, I am a guest. Where do you come from? Oh, I came from afar. I am from the people of the lower space. And where is your house? I have no house. I have no kinsman. I am tramping around aimlessly. Well, since you have brought sacrifices to me for a long time, so that I have become rich through you. And, moreover, as men there are none here, and the house lacks a master, and since, living without a husband, I feel quite dull, if you want to, you may marry me, and be master of the house. He married her, and they lived on. Their herd was quite large. The woman was a fat one, with a large broad pelvis, good for sleeping with, a skillful seamstress, one who kept the whole house in the best of order. After some time, the man, however, began to feel dull. He thought of his former country, of the herd, the family, his father and brothers. Oh, if I could only have a look upon all this. The woman says, why are you so sad? What are you thinking about? Nothing, he answered. The woman, however, said, I understand you quite well. You are sad because you think, oh, if I could see once more my old house and family, the country and the herd. Well, I am not going to stand in your way. Go and visit them. I won't be angry with you for that. He sprang up. Oh, yes, yes. She said again, here, take it. This is my reindeer with many legs, a reindeer for flight, for an emergency. Drive it there. If anybody should pursue you, cut off one of its legs, and throw it away. If he should continue to pursue you, cut off another leg, and go on doing so until the reindeer has but 4 legs left. Then if he should still pursue you, kill the reindeer, leave it behind, and flee. He descended to earth directly toward his own tent. He tethered the reindeer, and looked into the tent through a little hole. That infant was sitting in the house. He made a large fire, and cut off one of his own legs. He roasted that over the fire. He was slicing off the roasted crust of the meat and swallowing it piece by piece. All at once he turned his head and saw the newcomer, who was looking through the hole. Oh, oh. You have come. Yes, I have come. Well, then, come in. Where are the other people? They are among the herd. Thus the yñị-lŭ deceives him. The man brought with him a quantity of food. They ate together. Oh, says the yñị-lŭ, now I feel sleepy. All right. Then let me louse you in your sleep. He loused him and put him fast asleep. After that he looked around in the tent, and saw in the corner some old human bones. Oh, said he, let me rather flee from here. He took off his outer garment, filled it with ashes, and hung it up on a crosspole just above the hearth. After that he fled. The yñị-lŭ awoke and again felt hunger. Where has he vanished to, this one? And he looked around, then upwards. He saw something big hanging down. He caught his knife, then opened his mouth, and threw the knife upwards at the hanging thing. But instead of fresh blood, a shower of ashes fell down, filled his mouth, and got into his eyes. Oh, said he, what a scamp. I will pursue him. When he was quite near, the man cut off one leg of his reindeer and threw it down. While the yñị-lŭ was eating it, he fled farther on, then he cut off another leg, and so on till the reindeer had but 4 legs, as ordinary reindeer. The yñị-lŭ again drew quite near, so he killed the reindeer. While the yñị-lŭ was eating it, he reached the tree from which he had ascended before, and climbed to its top. The yñị-lŭ came to the tree, and, instead of climbing it, he began to gnaw through it, and penetrated into the interior of it. There he was gradually ascending from below upwards. A small bird was chirping on a bough, mqäqäi, mqäqäi. O bird! Help me in my need. My murderer is coming up. Ah, ah. Mqäqäi, mqäqäi. Two big wolves are coming. They asked the bird, what do you want? Oh, this master of mine wants help. His murderer is approaching. Where is he? In the inside of the tree. Ah, well, when we shall fight with him, and the blood shall flow in streams, look carefully at the color of the blood. Should the blood be red, then it is ours, and you may say, I am going to die. Should the blood be dark, then say, ah. They are killing him at last. They penetrated into the tree, caught the murderer, and a fight began. Oh, what a clatter, noise, grinding of teeth. Then some blood oozed out. It was red. Oh, said he, then I am going to die. After a while a big stream of black blood rushed down, large as a torrent. Oh, said he, I am glad. My murderer is near his end. The wolves came out, and said, well, we have killed your enemy at last. He returned to his house of the upper country, and lived there with his wife and herd. Told by Vine to the Blind, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. Another version. Two people are living, a man and a wife. They bring forth children, but their children fare very badly, because, before having hair on their testicles, they die. The woman is with child and is delivered, but the children die one after another. The old man says, oh, it is bad. I will go to the herd and look among the reindeer, for a remedy. He reached the herd, and saw that one of the reindeer bucks had a tumor on his neck. Every day this tumor grows larger. At last it ripened and became quite big. Then it burst, and a small boy dropped out of it. The old man took him and carried him to his wife. He said to her, give him the breast. She suckled the boy, because her breasts were just with milk. He grew up soon, and began to go to the herd to keep watch over it. One time, coming back from the herd, he said, some of the reindeer are lost. Oh, where are they? I do not know. I looked for them, but I could not find them. The next day some of the reindeer were lost again. On the following day the same was repeated. The old man said, oh, it is strange. Where do these reindeer go? He quietly followed the sun. And when they reached the herd, he saw that his son was destroying reindeer. He would catch a reindeer, put it into his mouth, and swallow it at once. The old man went back to his wife. He said to her, oh, it is very strange. Our little son from the reindeer tumor is destroying the herd. He catches reindeer and swallows them. They felt afraid, and fled. On their way they met a large thunderbird. What do you want? We have fared badly. The boy born from a reindeer tumor is destroying all our herd. Is that so? Well, enter here. Where? Here. The thunderbird opened his mouth. Come in. They entered. In the bird's interior they found a house, with a lamp and other necessaries. They lived there, and brought forth 3 sons. Thenceforward their children did not die. One time the old man said, let me go and look at our former house. He went out and crept softly towards the house. There was no house. The boy had eaten up all the covering from the poles. He was looking around and muttering, where are those that were destined for my food? Oh, the old man fled, frightened. All at once the boy scented him. He rushed onward, following the scent. He came to the thunderbird, and said, where have you put those people that are destined for my food? They are here. Let them out. No, it is shameful, since they are my guests. I cannot deliver them. Oh, I am hungry. Which way have they taken? This way. The thunderbird opened his mouth, the yñị-lŭ plunged in, but the thunderbird caught him with his beak, and crushed him to pieces. Well, come out. Your enemy is destroyed. Go home and do not grieve about your herd. You shall have a herd. They went away, being 5 of them, together with their sons. The old man gathered reindeer excrement and piled it up in one place. After 5 days he visited it. It had turned into a large herd. They lived, and bred reindeer. Soon they became a large settlement. All the time they were bringing forth children. The end. Told by yñị-lŭ, a reindeer Chukchi man, in a camp on the mqäqäi River, near the Koryak frontier, February, 1901. 12. Tale about Kalento. Near the village yñị-lŭ in a place called Cini, an orphan boy lived with his aged grandmother. The boy was all covered with scabs, and so weak was he that he could hardly move about. The grandmother was unable to get much food. So they suffered great hunger. One time the boy was sitting alone in the sleeping room in utter darkness. Then he heard a voice, yñị-lŭ. A yñị-lŭ came to him in the darkness. Oh, I have come. Yñị-lŭ, and still louder, yñị-lŭ. Ah, ah. What is coming there? Is the spirit of epilepsy coming? No, I am not coming to strike you down with epilepsy. I come through compassion for you. Why are you lying thus? I am unwell. Oh, indeed. Have you eaten anything today? Nothing at all. There, eat that. The boy stretched out his hand in the darkness, and there was in it a little piece of dried meat. He put it into his mouth and began to chew. The meat in his mouth gradually grew larger. He swallowed, but still his mouth was full. He ate, and his belly became full. When he wanted no more, the food vanished. Well, then, go across the sea and take the pretty young wife from the bad murderous yñị-lŭ who is living there. Take your 8 uncles as paddlers in the boat. Indeed, the grandmother had a younger brother, who lived in yñị-lŭ, and who had 8 sons. But they will not go. Send your grandmother to yñị-lŭ, they will obey. Now I am going. Brr, 102. The yñị-lŭ went out. He was still lying in the darkness. The old grandmother came home. Oh, I am so tired. I am hardly able to procure food at my age. Well, I have brought some few scraps. Here, eat. No, what is the matter with you? Are you dying? No. Then what is the matter? I have had enough. What have you had? Oh, cease. I want to send you to yñị-lŭ, that you may call my 8 uncles as boat paddlers on a journey of mine. Where are you going? I am going to get the pretty young wife of the old yñị-lŭ, who lives across the sea. Oh, you shall not. Now, then, I shall kill you. The grandmother went out of the house, sat close by, and wept bitterly. She covered her face with her palms. How can I get to yñị-lŭ? It is too far for me. While she was weeping, she was carried to yñị-lŭ quite unawares. She looked up and said, Is not this a boat support of my father, made of whale ribs? Then she saw her younger brother, who was working on something near his house. He gave her a cordial welcome. Oh, indeed. Have you come? Yes. What is the matter with you? Are you suffering from hunger? No, but my little grandson has ordered me to take your sons as boat paddlers. He is going to bring here the young wife of a yñị-lŭ from across the sea. He did not say a word against this order. Oh, hurry up. Go down to the water, get the skin boat ready, 'cause no delay. They began to cover the frame of the boat with a skin covering. Oh, how strange you are. Why are you taking old skins? You are from a family so strong in numbers. The people will point at you. You will be put to shame. The people will say, This numerous family are but bad hunters, since there are no new skins on their boat. They listened to his words, and took the hides of walrus newly killed. When everything was ready, they paddled toward the boy's place. The boy was lying in the inner room in utter darkness, as before. He was very weak, and covered all over with scabs. Yñị-lŭ, and again, still louder, yñị-lŭ. I have come again. It was the yñị-lŭ. What are you doing? I am lying down. What for? Because I am very lame. Then he hears in the darkness, talk, talk, talk. The yñị-lŭ passed water in a chamber vessel. There, take that, and wash yourself with it all over your body. He took off his clothes and washed his face and his whole body with this urine. Then he felt of his body with his hands. Oh, it was sleek all over, and his hand just slid along over his skin. There, put those on. He took breeches, outer and inner ones, and put them on. There, also this. It was a double fur shirt. He felt of it with his hands in the dark. It was covered all over with tassels. The yñị-lŭ gave him also a cap, boots, and a scarf. All these he put on. He gave him a small piece of dried meat. Now, that is your provision for the journey. This will suffice for the whole crew. And here is fresh water and a strike a light. Take this small parcel. When you want to rest yourself, unfold it, and then you will see. And this is a paddle, the arm of a stillborn infant, along with the shoulder blade. The arm is the shaft, and the shoulder bone the blade. Now I am going. The yñị-lŭ vanished. The uncles were coming. Who is that standing there on the shore? It is your nephew, says the old woman. But they say that he is quite lame. It seems that he is well now. As soon as they landed, he came to meet them. Let us push off. But we have no provisions, nor fresh water. I have. They pushed off. While paddling, they asked one another, but where are his provisions? Still they have not the heart to ask him. They paddled for a long time, and now were quite far from the shore. Evening came. He asked, "Are you hungry?" Yes. He took his small piece of dried meat and detached for each one a tiny shred no larger than half of a human nail. They looked at it and thought, now we are starving to death. Our life is finished. They began to chew. The meat grew within the mouth. They swallowed, but it was still there. Their bellies were quite full. At last they wanted no more. Then the food vanished. Do you want a drink? Yes. He unfolded the parcel and threw it upon the water. It was a small skin rug. It turned into a little island. A small lake was in the middle of this island. They landed on the island, drank from the lake, and eased themselves on the firm ground. After that they took their places in the boat. He took the skin rug by one edge and pulled it aside. Everything vanished. He rolled the parcel up and put it in its former place. The uncles paddled on. Night came. They felt quite exhausted. Then the boy said, "Now you may sleep. I will paddle myself." He took the infant's arm and paddled with it. The boat rushed forward more quickly than an American steamer, literally, yñị-lŭ, whisker boat, 103, more quickly than a flying bird. With such swiftness it moved onward the whole night. The next morning the other men awoke and took their turn in paddling, but the boat moved much more slowly, though there were 8 of them. On the third day there appeared from afar the mountain ridge near the shore. On the shore was a settlement, a large group of jawbone houses. Who comes here? Kalento. Where from? From Nuni-mun. What for? To take the yñị-lŭ's wife from him. Oh, oh. Do not speak so loud. He will hear you. How strange you are. He will hear, and then he will eat all of you. Better take wives here. Oh, the paddlers were frightened. It is land. Let us land here. Oh, you good-for-nothings. You are the cause of the delay. Paddle on. The yñị-lŭ was sitting on a cliff with his wife. He had eyes of fire, and a long tongue lolling down on his breast. Who is coming? Kalento. What for? For you to eat. I have come, and have brought 8 companions. Oh, he was glad. Whom shall I eat first, whom shall I eat first? How strange you are. They have paddled so long, they are quite exhausted. First give them food. All right. Bring some whale skin, walrus blubber, reindeer fat, and reindeer tenderloin. Let them eat their fill. They ate. Now, whom shall I eat first, whom shall I eat first? How strange you are. They have not slept. Let them rest themselves. You shall eat them tomorrow morning. They shall not go away, since I brought them for your food. They slept. Early in the morning the yñị-lŭ called out, Kalento, get up. Whom shall I eat first, whom shall I eat first? Kalento had a small stone. He selected one paddler and drew a line with this stone all over his body, from the crown of his head to the tip of his toes. Then he pushed him forward. Here, eat him. The yñị-lŭ wanted to chew, but could not do anything. He left him, and he rose to his feet. Oh, he is too tough. I cannot eat him. Give me someone with meat more tender. Then take this one. But this one was also as hard as stone. He could do nothing to any of the 8. Oh, is there no one who is more tender? Perhaps I am. Try me. As soon as the yñị-lŭ wanted to catch him, he struck him with the stone upon the head and killed him. His wife was quite young, of human origin, had hardly once been slept with. Kalento took her for himself. She said, but he has another wife, an old one. She is very bad. She will kill you. We shall see. Yes, she will, even with copulating she will kill you, with her vulva, which has strong teeth. Oh, oh. And also with her anus, which also has teeth. Oh, oh. Kalento had a retriever .104. It had long hooks. He brought it along. A stamping of feet was heard from without, and a voice called, Where is that Kalento, the mischievous one? He has carried away other men's wives. He has killed my husband. There, now. Let him take me, and fare as my husband fared. All right. They entered the sleeping room. Copulate with me. The woman lay down and spread her legs apart. He took his stone, still covered with her husband's blood, and shoved it into her vulva. She caught it greedily, and all her teeth stuck in it. She turned toward him her anus. Copulate also into the anus. He shoved into the anus the retriever with many hooks. All the teeth of the anus stuck into the retriever. She tried to chew it, but could do nothing. So at last she choked herself to death with it and was destroyed. He took the other woman. She was very pretty. He took also all the property. They came back to the settlement. No one came to meet them, so frightened were they. Then Kalento called out, Come out. I have killed him. Oh, they rushed onward. They caught the best of their girls and put them into the boat for wives for the paddlers, and the girls consented with joy. They left, and went across the sea. When they were nearing yñị-lŭ, they saw upon the cliff 8 large tents. Each tent had a reindeer herd of its own, 2 herdsmen, and a large bag of tobacco in the outer tent. This is your reward for the journey. The front house had 2 herds, and 2 bags of tobacco for the master. From now on be reindeer breeders. So they left yñị-lŭ for yñị, and became reindeer breeders. They lived there. That is all. Told by mqäqäi, a maritime Chukchi man from the village of yñị-lŭ, in the village of yñị-lŭ at Indian Point, May, 1900. 13. The Girl in the Stone Chest. This tale is probably borrowed from the Russian or from the yñị-lŭ, or at least is strongly influenced by the folklore of these peoples. There lived an old man who had an only daughter. He kept her in a large stone chest. Although her suitors were many, they could not do anything, since the girl was shut up in the chest. She was sitting there, with a lamp. She was very pretty. All the time she was sewing and preparing new clothes for herself. An orphan, poorly dressed, also wanted to be a suitor. He lost his way, however, in a storm. At last he saw a house. Who is there? I am here. Who are you? I lost my way in a storm. Indeed. The woman returned to the sleeping room. You. There is meat in the storeroom. 105. Take some and eat it. I will. He went to the storeroom. A mouse woman come out from there, and asked him, Who are you? I am a suitor. All right. I will give you some of my saliva. Rub that upon the stone, then you will find a nail. Press that nail down. The chest will open, and let you in. He rubbed. The trunk opened. He saw a naked girl, who was lying on her back fast asleep. He pressed her down. Ah, 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 cried the girl, and the father cried from the sleeping room, I knew he was not a stray visitor, he is a suitor. Well, then, if you have become my son-in-law, go and procure some good trimming for my fur shirt collar. All right. But he did not know what kind of trimming was wanted. He set off, and at last was out of the bright world, and entered the dark one. He walked in the dark, and soon heard noise and thunder. A man was snoring. He came nearer, and found a house as large as a mountain. His ears rang with the noise. He entered, however, and saw a man as big as a tall tree. He was asleep and snoring. He had a very long beard. He caught him by the beard and wound his hand twice in it. Then he pulled up his head and drew the pillow from under the sleeping one. He emptied the pillow bag, and rummaged among the contents. He found a piece of wolfskin all clotted. He put it into his bosom, then he caught the sleeping man by the beard, just as before, and put his head upon the pillow. After that, instead of going out, he jumped up, caught hold of one of the roof poles, and passed through the vent hole to the top of the tent. There he also lay down to sleep, and snored too. The large one awoke. Who is snoring there on top of the tent, disturbing my sound sleep so shamelessly? He looked for the footprints, but all of them led only to the tent, and none led out. The large one was puzzled, then he lay down and snored again. Then the other one left. Before he returned home, he grew old. Just as he came, his father-in-law dropped down and died. The end. Told by Nikon Rightgrow, a river Chukchi man in a settlement, by the cliffs, on the Middle-Anadyr. 14. The girls as avengers. There was a hunter, a very good one, the only one in the village. He was killing ringed seals, large thong seals. 5 brothers, doers of violence, robbed the people of their food. 2 daughters of the hunter grew up, and said, Our father has fed us till we are full-grown. Shall we permit him to be robbed any more? They pitied their father. So they began to exercise, became quite strong, and at last killed the violence doers, with all their kin. Told by Loloi Jin, a maritime Chukchi man, in the village of Sucin, May, 1901. 3. War Tales. Akalailtkin pi nilt, of those, who led war tidings. 1. Mñịl and Maniton. There were 2 brothers, Mñịl and Maniton. In war times Maniton was taken captive by the Russians, and put into a dark prison. They fed him and gave him to drink. But he was not permitted to undress to satisfy his natural wants. Therefore his breeches became full of excrement, and in the end he could no longer move. A great Russian commander was moving along the shore in a large heavy boat. He went upstream. Several young men were walking on the shore, towing the boat. Mñịl concealed himself behind the bushes and watched them. They came nearer. They were making great efforts, because the boat was heavy. And of course they were unarmed, because all the arms were in the boat. When they came quite close, Mñịl sprang out and attacked them. He stabbed all of them with his spear. They did not resist, because they were too weary from towing. When all were killed, Mñịl seized the tow line. The commander was alone in the boat, holding the rudder. Mñịl tugged at the tow line. You there. All the arms that you have in the boat. Throw them into the water. Otherwise I shall let go the tow line. 106 The commander took up the rifles and long knives, swords, and threw them into the water. Yñị drew the boat close to himself. Why have you put my brother into the dark prison? Set him free. All right, says the commander. Come to Markova. They moved on. Yñị was towing the boat all alone. 107 They came to Markova. The commander said, set Manaton free from prison. But the Russian, transformed shaman 108 opposed it. He said, I do not believe that you were able to tow the boat all alone, but if you really did do it, I propose a test. 2 Russian men shall hold a long knife as high as their heads. You must jump over that knife. They held that knife high over their heads. He thought, I shall not be able to do it. I shall die. Still my brother is also dying. Let me try. Oh, oh, oh. He drew a deep breath, almost with a moan, then made a bound, and jumped over the knife. He returned and jumped back over the knife. To and fro he kept jumping over the Russian knife poised on high. Oh, oh, says the Russian shaman, you are very nimble. Bring Manaton here. They brought Manaton. He was so weak, he could not walk. They carried him in. They ripped open his breeches with a knife, washed him, and made him clean. Then he rose to his feet. Yñị said to the brother, go to the shore. He asked the Russians for tea and sugar and tobacco. They gave him nothing. He struck the shaman in the face and killed him. Then he fled toward the river. The Russian young men shot with their rifles, and hit him on the head. So he was killed and died there. The end. Told by yñị-lŭ, a reindeer Chukchi man, in a camp near the middle course of the Anadyr River, November, 1900. 2. Kalento. A man lived at the village of Yñị-lŭ. He had 2 sons. The son chief, Turkey Rem 109, sent his men to this country. The people came to the man, and said, the son chief wants one of your sons in his employ. He had him for a while. Then he became displeased with him, and caused his head to be cut off. 2 years passed, and then a 3rd year. The elder son does not come back, and of course he could not come, since his head had been cut off. The younger brother grew to manhood. All the time he was exercising, running and jumping up with a load upon his shoulders. So he became quite strong, and made a spear for himself. Its point was as long as the blade of a paddle. The shaft was as thick as a tent pole. In the spring other people came, sent by the son chief, and said to the old man, the son chief wants your other son in his service. I will not give him. I am quite old, and have no other children. And where is my first son? He does not appear any more. They went away. The son said, why have you refused their request? Since my elder brother took this road, let me take it also. Why have you refused? Better send me along with them. In due time they came again. The son chief wants to have your other son, at least as his guest. All right. Take him. They went away. On the road there lived another son chief, nearer than the first one. They came to him. He had a large house, strongly fortified. His daughter came out and immediately returned home. A guest has come. The father came out and said, well, now, show us your skill in fencing. Kalento began to brandish his spear. He brandished it, and made various passes and side strokes. The sun was on the left hand, then it came over to the right hand, and then was near setting. He still brandished his spear. Oh, said the son chief, you are quite good. I want to take you for my son-in-law. He was quite kind to him. So in the night he lay down with the girl and made her his wife. The next morning he departed, and took along the spear of his father-in-law, since the shaft of his own became too pliable from mere exercise. They came to the first son chief. He was lying on his back and snoring lustily. His arms and legs were spread wide apart. Near his penis was a small dog attached to a tying stick. It was small and slender, but for all that watchful. Its ears pricked up at every noise, howsoever slight. Calento opened a window and crept through it. The dog attacked him, but he jumped upward, and the dog missed and fell down. He began to trample upon the dog, intending to kill it. Then the dog spoke in the manner of men, "Do not trample upon me. I am ready to serve you henceforward as my master." "All right. Then you must awaken this one." "Oh, oh." It sprang towards the sleeping man and bit his right hand. The man said, "How strange. This dog is biting his own master." Then he saw the visitor. "Oh, it is you. Why did you come when I was sleeping? Did you want to attack me in my sleep? Come, now." They came out. Near the houses there were a number of driving sledges piled up quite high one on another. They jumped upon the pile and began to fight. They fought the whole day with their spears. The Sun Chief grew tired. His eyes became white, and on the corners of his mouth there was thin foam. Then at last the young man caught him on the spear point between his legs and hurled him off. He jumped after him from behind, and kicked him with all his might. Then he ran after him and jumped over him. The Sun Chief fell down and swooned. As soon as he came to consciousness, he filled a pipe with tobacco and had a smoke. "Oh, my! But why do you deride me? Cut off my head, since you are the victor." "I will not." "Oh, oh." He smoked another pipe. "Enough of this. Kill me." "I will not. This house of mine, and all the wealth in this trading hut, i.e., storehouse, of mine, you may take it all, I do not want all this." "Oh, well, hurry up. Enough of your derision. Dispatch me quick." "Oh, oh. All right." He struck him twice with his spear and put his eyes out. "There, you have it." All around upon staffs human heads were elevated, all of them Chukchi. He took them all and went away. He took along also the dog and his newly married wife. He led away a long train of pack horses and of driving reindeer. All were loaded with tea, tobacco, sugar, rifles, lead, ammunition, etc. He took all this home. They lived. The end. Told by mqäqäi, a maritime Chukchi man from the village of Nunni-mun, in the village of yñị-lŭ, at Indian Point, May, 1900. 3. War with the Ta-and-nit. There lived two brothers, Sinto-Urgin and Enkal-kan. Their houses were very poor. Some Ta-and-nit warriors came, 10 in number, all driving reindeer, and also all able-bodied. They murdered all the people near the lake. Sinto-Urgin and Enkal-kan were both absent, hunting reindeer. The Ta-and-nit began to kill their housemates. At that time both came back. 10 Ta-and-nit warriors were standing side by side. The two on the ends were quite weak. The fifth, the middle one, was the strongest of all. The one on the left end said, "How shall we kill them?" That on the right end said, "Let it be by shooting." The strong one said, "You are a weakling, I am able to bind them hand and foot, and then to take them alive to the Ta-and-nit women." Enkal-kan said, "We shall see." They fought. One warrior struck Enkal-kan upon the breast with his spear. He hit his armor of thong seal hide, Enkal-kan fell down, "Ga, Ga, Ga," cried all the Ta-and-nit. "Not yet," said Enkal-kan, "I am still alive, my hands are not bound, nor my feet either." Lying down, he made a thrust with his long spear. His spearhead was much stronger than that of the Ta-and-nit. He pierced the Ta-and-nit all through, and killed him. His companion was still more active. Even before Enkal-kan had killed his adversary, he had killed those on the right and on the left side, and destroyed them all. They gathered the reindeer, and took all the belongings of those killed. Then they went home, and found their housemates half starving. 110 They slaughtered reindeer and gave their friends to eat. The next year 10 other Ta-and-Nin warriors came again. yñị-lŭ went to meet them, driving a single reindeer. Then he said, "Can I save myself with the help of this single reindeer? I will rather be holy without reindeer." So he stabbed the animal with his knife. The reindeer rushed forward, broke through the Ta-and-Nin file, then fell down. They fought. yñị-lŭ killed all the Ta-nit, but he was also mortally wounded by them. While he was lying there, Chukchee 111 came to him and said, "I am sorry for you. I may bring you back to life." "Do it," said the corpse. "If you will promise to follow my orders, I will make you alive, as before." "I promise to do so." "Then listen. A Ta-and-Nin will pass by, driving a reindeer team, that is the object of your Thanksgiving ceremonial. Over him and his reindeer carefully celebrate it." "All right." He made him alive. A Ta-and-Nin passed by, driving a reindeer team. He struck him with a spear and killed him, and carried the body home. Upon this, he celebrated the Thanksgiving ceremonial. His head was the object of the ceremonial, and also his 2 reindeer. Thus he was restored to life. The end. Told by Pintail-Duck, a maritime Chukchi man, at Mariinsky Post, October, 1900. 4. Tales of Russianized Natives. 1. Sea Jumper. This and the following stories were collected among the Russianized natives on the lower Kolyma and on the Anadyr River. They were pointed out as being of Chukchi provenience. And, indeed, their whole character is Chukchi, and some of the episodes appear also in other tales collected among the Chukchi. Some of them were written down at my request by the natives who could write in Russian, also by Russian Cossacks from the words of the natives. These were afterwards sent or given to me. Those that I give here had a special title as Chukchi Tales. For these reasons I thought it advisable to place these few tales in the Chukchi series. Though some of the episodes of this tale are Chukchi up to the reindeer herd which is given by the father-in-law to the young man. Other episodes refer to the life of the inland natives living within the forest border and supporting themselves by hunting land game. Of such character are, for instance, the picking of berries by the women, traveling in canoes, the hunting or molted geese by men, also in canoes. These details do not belong to the Chukchi life. The maritime Chukchi live beyond the forest border, and the reindeer Chukchi go for the summer to the tundra. They have no wooden canoes of the river type, nor have they much time in summer to hunt molted geese or to pick berries. On the contrary, these details are very characteristic of the Yñị-lŭ or the Shavonsi River population. Both Russianized and in their primitive condition. There were an old man and an old woman. They had 2 sons. The elder son wanted to sharpen his knife. In doing this he broke the whetstone. Then his father was angered, and beat him with a spear shaft so long and violently, that the spear shaft became all broken. The son cried, and then made a bow and a blunt arrow for his younger brother. He finished them and gave them to his brother, and then said, "When you yearn for me, shoot this arrow from the bow." He went away, and was seen no more. In due time, evening came. Then the young boy began to cry. His father asked, "Why are you crying?" He said, "I am yearning for my elder brother." My elder brother said, "I am going far away. I shall never come back to you." The old man said to his wife, "Bring me my boots." She gave him his boots. He put them on and went in pursuit of his son. The young man, however, was far ahead. He passed through the woods, and came to the open tundra, being still ahead. The old man climbed the last larch tree on the forest border, and then saw on the horizon a small streamlet of breath. This was the breath of his son. Then he called at the top of his voice, "Oh, my son, come back, come back. If you do not want to come back, then at least stop for a while and listen to my words." The son stopped and listened. The old man continued, "You will go across the tundra and come to the sea. Then you will go across the sea. The ice will break around you. Then you will jump from one ice floe to another. Thus jumping, you will reach the other shore. Your strength will be wholly exhausted. The last ice floe will emerge from the black waters. You must try somehow to jump to this ice floe. Then you must say, "O ice floe, carry me on to the land." You will come to firm ground safe and sound. Then walk up shore. And whatever you meet up your way, even if it is a snow bunting, passerina nivelis, you must kill. It will serve you as food. Or if it be a white wagtail, Motacilla alba, you must kill it too. It will serve you as food. Also you must not be afraid if the reindeer on the shore should speak in the manner of men. The young man listened to all these words, then continued on his way. He came to the sea, and went across. The ice began to break around him. He jumped from one ice floe to another, and at last he was quite exhausted. Then from the black waters appeared the last ice floe. He jumped onto it. This ice floe drifted nearer and nearer the shore. At last it reached dry land. He came to the land and made a fire. Over this fire he hung his wet clothes to dry a little. He was lying by this fire, when all at once a snow bunting fluttered by. He grasped his bow and killed the snow bunting. Then he plucked it, and put it on a wooden spit over the fire to roast. When it was quite done, he saw that only a little dried skin was left on the spit. He threw it away, and said, "What else could I expect from a roasted bunting?" Then the words of his father came to his mind. He picked it up and tried to eat of it, and, lo! There was on the spit a brisket of a wild sheep, so fat that it trembled all over. He ate bountifully and lay down to rest. Then a wagtail passed by. He caught up his bow and killed the wagtail. He plucked it and put it on the spit over the fire to roast. Meanwhile he slept. When he awoke again, he saw on the spit only a little dried skin. He threw it away, and said again, "What else could I expect from a mere wagtail? It is not a thing for eating." Then the words of his father came to his mind, and he tried to eat of it. And a heavy tenderloin of a wild sheep was on the spit, all trembling with fat. He rested himself, and dried his clothes. Then he continued on his way. After a while he heard human voices talking. It was as if some girls were talking among themselves. One said, "Oh sister, where did you leave your scraping board?" The other answered, "I left it on this mountain ridge." Then she asked, in her turn, "And where did you leave your work-bag?" "I left it under yonder rock." He crouched down and waited for the speakers, but it was a herd of wild reindeer does. He picked out for himself a good fat doe, and shot an arrow toward her. "Oh," she jumped up. "It pains me in the left side. Oh, it pains me in the left side." He shot again, and killed the doe, then he skinned it, and the fattest meat he selected and hung in the sun to dry a little. Thus he prepared a good load of dried meat, just as much as he could carry. He took it on his shoulders and continued his walk. In due time his bag grew less heavy. When most of it had been consumed, he again heard people talking. These were men's voices. One said, "Oh brother, where did you leave your bow?" "I left it there, beyond this hill." "And where did you leave your quiver?" "I left it there, down in the valley." He crouched down, watching the speakers, and it was a herd of reindeer bucks. He picked out a fat buck and shot at him. "Oh," he jumped up. "It pains me in the left side, it pains me in the left side." He shot once more and killed the buck. Then he skinned it, and the best meat he dried in the sun. He made a good load for himself, and went on farther all along the seacoast. At last he came to a river. He found no means of crossing the river, so he walked up the river, looking for a place to wade across. After a while he saw on the river bank a boat made of planks, and a canoe made of a hollow tree trunk. These belonged to two girls who were picking berries. One was the daughter of a man, and the other the daughter of a raven, who both lived in the same village. The boat of the human girl was full of clean berries. The canoe of the raven girl contained berries mixed with leaves and boughs. He ate largely of the clean berries from the boat. Then he put his whole load of meat into this boat. In the canoe of the raven girl he put only a little meat and a few pieces of fat. The raven girl saw it from the top of a tree. She said, "Oh sister! The sea jumper has come. Which of us two is he going to take for his wife? Let us go home immediately." They ran toward their boats. The raven girl said, "Oh sister! Have you found anything in your boat?" "Nothing at all," said the human girl. "Then he is going to marry me," said the raven girl, "because he put some meat and some fat into my canoe." They paddled home. The other one followed along the shore. After some time he saw houses on his side of the river. The sea jumper saw the house of a man, and entered it. The man had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The daughter took a white skin and spread it near herself, and told the suitor to take his place upon it. The raven girl came too, and took a seat upon this white skin, close to the man. Then they pushed her out. "Begone from here, you diarrhea incarnate. You will make this whole house of ours dirty." The raven girl went away. He married the human girl, and they lived together. Then the raven began to think in what way he could best avenge the wrong of his daughter. So he said to the man's son-in-law, "Come, let us go hunt molting birds." The other one said, "How can I go? I have no canoe." His father-in-law said, "Here is a canoe. Take it, and go with him. He wants to have a hunting match with you." They went after the birds. Wherever they found a flock of geese, the man's son-in-law would kill the largest, the most nimble adult geese. The raven killed only goslings, and even ducklings. The man's son-in-law soon filled his whole canoe with geese, the raven had but a few. Then they went home. The sea jumper came home first, and they carried all the geese into the house. The raven came after a while. His housemate started to carry his few goslings into their house. They carried them there, and then took them back to the canoe, so that they might carry them again. In this manner they were occupied until late into the night. This was a device of the raven girl. The human people plucked their birds and threw the feathers out of the house. In the night time the raven girl and her mother gathered all the feathers and carried them to their own house. In the morning the raven boasted, "Oh, the man's son-in-law is a mere good for nothing. See how many birds I have brought. There are the feathers near my house." And he hardly had enough to feed upon during the hunt. Such a good-for-nothing I should not take for a son-in-law. The man, his neighbor, said nothing, because he knew the truth. Then he said to his son-in-law, "You have your own father and mother. It is time you were off to your own country." "All right," said the young man. "In the morning I will prepare for the journey." He awoke in the morning and heard a noise near the house, like the sound of a storm. He went out and saw a reindeer herd, quite numerous. The father-in-law gave these reindeer to him and to his wife to travel with on their journey home. They went away. He went far ahead, as was his wont, and said to the woman, "You go with the herd to such and such a rock. There you may stay this night." She reached the rock indicated, scraped the snow, and erected her tent. Then she saw that she had no fire. She threw herself upon the ground, turned into a she-wolf, and ran home to fetch a firebrand. He came home, and saw that she had the meat all cooked. Then he began to ask himself, "How is that? I have the strike-a-light with me. Where could she have gotten fire?" The night passed. The husband said nothing. The next morning they started again on their journey. After a long stretch, when it was past noon, he said, "You must reach yonder rock. There you may stay for the night." She came to the rock, scraped the snow, and erected her tent. Then she saw that she had no fire, because her husband took the strike-a-light along with Hill. She threw herself upon the ground, turned into a she-wolf, and ran home to fetch the fire. When her husband came home, the meat was already cooked. Then her husband felt annoyed, and asked himself, where may she get fire? Perhaps somebody comes here. The next morning he said, now we are coming to the sea. You must go for a while across the sea. Then you may stop for a night. He went ahead of her, hid himself on the way, and watched her coming. She came to that place, scraped the snow, and erected her tent. Then, as before, she turned into a she-wolf and ran home to fetch the fire. She caught a firebrand and started back. Oh, said the man, I do not want her. In course of time she will kill me. So he drew an arrow and shot at her. She dropped the firebrand and hurried away. She refused to go on with him, and returned to her parents, and all the reindeer followed her. He walked onward, and at last came to his country. His father said, where is your wife? The son replied, I was afraid she would eat me in course of time, so I tried to kill her, and she fled home, and all the reindeer followed her. His father said, you must go back. Your mother was like that. But when I brought her here, all this vanished quite soon. I brought your mother from that very country. So the sea jumper went back. He came to the house of that man, and took a place near his bride, but she jumped up and ran away. She said, what are you coming for? You wanted to kill me. Then her brother, the eldest one, said, never mind. It was all my doing. I wanted to see you again. Therefore I influenced him so, that he wanted to kill you. I wanted you to come back once more. Otherwise I should not have seen you any more. This brother was a great shaman. Then she relented, and allowed him to come near. They passed one night there, and then went away. From this time on, whatever she might do, he would not care. Let her turn into a she-wolf and fetch fire, he would not watch her. They came to his father, and lived there. Told by Theodosia, a Russianized yñị-lŭ woman, in the village of Two Brooks, on the large yñị-lŭ, 1905. 2. Reindeer born. There lived a man who had one son. This son was all the time with the reindeer herd. One time he came to the herd and saw that one reindeer doe had an abscess on her ear. The night passed. The next morning he went to his father and said, O father! A doe of ours has a very strange abscess on her ear. It is better that we kill her. The father said, How foolishly you talk. Let her be. The next evening he saw that the reindeer doe was lying on the ground. The third evening he came, he heard a small infant crying. It was reindeer born. He sped home. O father! I told you we had better kill her. Now a little infant is crying there, reindeer born. The father scolded him, Go and bring it here. The infant was so heavy, he was hardly able to carry it home. Now you may nurse it, if you want to. In 3 days the infant walked about and grew to be a boy. On the 4th day the boy wanted to go to the reindeer herd. The young man did not want to take him. Then the father blamed him. You must take him for an assistant herdsman. He took him along when going to the herd. Then the boy said, You watch the herd on this side, and I will watch it on that side. As soon as evening came, the boy said, Oh, let my mouth open, and his mouth opened, O reindeer. Enter my mouth, and the reindeer entered his mouth. The next morning several reindeer were missing. The brother asked, What has happened to those reindeer? The boy said, Wolves have attacked them and driven them away. Then why are no traces of wolves to be seen on the snow? They came home. The young man said again, Let us kill him. He will destroy the whole herd. The father blamed him. It is because you are a bad herdsman, that the wolves come and destroy our reindeer. They went again toward the herd. The boy said, Let me watch on this end, and you on that. As soon as evening came, the boy said, Oh, you, my mouth, open. And the mouth opened, Oh, you, reindeer, enter my mouth, and they entered. The next moment the young man asked again, What has happened to those reindeer? The boy said, As before, the wolves came and drove them away. Then why are no wolves' tracks to be seen on the snow? I think that you ate them yourself. They came home. The young man said to his parents, I told you before that he destroys the herd. Now I shall leave you and go away. Otherwise he will eat me also. He ran away, and kept running throughout the night. In the morning he walked on more slowly. After a while he saw a house. Near that house, upon the supports, carcasses of men were hanging, fastened there by the hair. A woman came out and called with great joy, "Oh, oh! A man, a guest!" She sprang to the support and drew down one human carcass. "What are you going to do with it?" "I am going to cook it for you." "Oh, horrors! We do not eat food like that." She bounced off, and in a few moments brought to the house a large reindeer herd. She slaughtered one reindeer, which was very fat. Then she took the carcass into the house. "Take care," said the man, "do not cook this clean food in that kettle of yours." She threw the kettle away, and took another one, which was quite new. Then he ate. Night came, they were going to sleep. The woman said, "I wish you would marry me." He answered, "When you cease to feed on things like these, then I will marry you." "All right," said the woman, "marry me, and I will eat and drink as you may order." So he married her and copulated with her. Every day she would go out. The next morning, when she left, he began to cry bitterly. In the evening she asked, "What is the reason that you cried so bitterly after I left?" "The stunted willow whipped me," said the young man. Oh, the woman sprang out of the house, and beat at the bushes with an iron pan shovel. "How dared you to whip my husband?" "We did nothing," said the bushes. He cried when thinking of his father and mother. 112. Told by Mary Allen, a Russianized Shavansi woman, in the village of Markova on the Anadyr River, December, 1905. 3. Hare Story. There was a hare. He lived with his wife. They had no children. The hare said to his wife, "O wife, I am going now to the manslayer to see what he is doing." He attached his reindeer to the sledge and went away. After a while he saw a large reindeer herd. It was that of the manslayer. Manslayer was working near his house, making a sledge. The hare came, and said, "How are you, manslayer?" Manslayer said, "I am well. Come into my house, and tell my wife that she is to kill you and to cook your meat, and I will come in to eat it." The hare said, "I cannot find the entrance." Manslayer grew angry, and aimed a blow at him with his hatchet. The hare was frightened, and ran into the house. He looked around, and saw that the entrance was no longer there, only the vent hole overhead. He jumped up, but could not reach the vent hole, and fell back to the ground. The wife of Manslayer called to her children, "Here is a hare. Bring me my knife." The hare was frightened, and said, "Well, now, grandmother, do not kill me so soon. Better tie me to a long line. I am so fat, I will try and jump about. Then my meat will be more to your taste." The old woman did so, tied him to a long line. Meanwhile she prepared her kettle. The hare gathered his forces, and again jumped up toward the vent hole, but again he could not reach the vent hole. Then he said, "O grandmother, how many dishes have you in your house?" She said, "I have 3 dishes." "Oh," said the hare, "my meat will be too much for these 3 dishes." He jumped again, but could not reach the vent hole. Then he said again, "O grandmother, how many dishes have you in your house?" She said, 4 dishes. "Oh, my meat will be too much for these 4 dishes." Then he jumped again directly through the vent hole, bit off the line, and ran away. The old woman saw it, and called, "O old man, catch the hare." The old man went in pursuit of the hare. He caught the hare, and was going to kill him. The hare said, "Oh, well, grandfather, do not kill me so soon. I want first to say goodbye to the sun. Then I shall ask something of you, and at the same time you may sharpen your hatchet." Manslayer began to sharpen his hatchet. The hare said to him, "What month is coming now?" Manslayer said, "I do not know. If you know, tell me about it." The hare said, "It is the month of wild geese, when the wild geese are coming here again." "Is that so?" "Yes, it is. And look there. Some wild geese are passing there on high." "Where are they?" "Here, directly overhead." Manslayer raised his head, and the hare snatched his hatchet away, and struck him on the neck. Manslayer fell down. The hare cut his body into pieces and filled a large bag. Then he mounted to the roof of the house and threw the bag down the vent hole. "Here, old woman. Cook this hare." The wife rejoiced, and fell to dressing the meat. The children were skipping about. One said, "Give me the liver." The other said, "Give me the kidney." She distributed the pieces, but as soon as one smelled of his piece, he threw it away. The mother grew angry, and asked, "Why do you throw the pieces away?" They said, "Well, this meat has a smell of our father." She smelled of the meat herself, and cried aloud. Then she rushed out, but the hare was gone. She gave pursuit. The hare saw her, and looked for a hiding hole. There was none. Then he saw an eagle nest on the top of a larch tree. The eagle woman put on a woman's combination suit, descended to the ground from her nest, and was going to work at a wooden dish. The hare came to her, and implored, "O eagle! Hide me in your wide breeches." The eagle took off her combination suit, hid the hare in it, and put it on the ground. She put the dish over it, and sat down on the dish. The man-slaying woman came, and asked, "O eagle! Have you not seen a hare of mine, which I wanted to catch?" "I saw him," said the eagle. "He passed by, and ran up to the sky. Oh, alas! How can I find him now?" The eagle said, "Take a seat on my back. I will carry you up to the sky. Then you may catch the hare. Oh, quick! Take me there." The eagle put out her back, and the man-slaying woman sat upon it. The eagle flew upwards, and then said to the man-slaying woman, "Well, now, look down, and say whether the earth is far enough away." The man-slaying woman said, "The earth is vanishing from view." "Oh," said the eagle, "now hold on tight. I am going to turn a little." She turned her back downwards. The man-slaying woman lost her grip, and fell down, head foremost, to the earth, landing, near the nest of the eagle. Her head and her whole body penetrated into the ground. Only the legs as far as the knees remained out of the ground. The hare dashed out from his hiding place, seized a stone hammer, and hammered with it on the old woman's heels. Then he said to the eagle, "Well, my friend, now these will be good stakes for attaching our reindeer to." The end. Written down by the Cossack Innocent Bereskin, from the words of Mary Chahin, a Russianized yñị-lŭ woman, in the village of Pokotsk, on the Lower Kolyma, 1895. 4. Raven and She-Fox. A tale of a somewhat similar character was collected among the Kolyma Chukchi, and published in my Chukchee Materials, page 128. A raven married a fox woman. They had nothing to eat. The raven said, "Now I am going to the sea spirit." His wife laughed. "How will you find him?" "Oh, I know the sea." The raven flew away, and came to the middle of the sea. He sat down on the ice, and saw, down in the water under the ice, a large house. It was the house of the sea spirit. So he took off his coat and entered the house. The housemaster met him with great joy. "So you have come. Who are you?" "I am the raven." "And where is your coat?" "I left it outside, near the house." "Bring it here." The raven brought it. The sea spirit put it on, and asked, "Do I look well in this coat?" "Oh, quite so. You may wear it all the time." "No," said the sea spirit. He took off the coat and gave it back to the raven. "Now tell me, what is the matter with you?" "We have nothing to eat, my wife and I." Give us something. All right. Go home. He came to his wife, and the house was filled with ringed seals and spotted seals. Also all kinds of fish, whatsoever fish lives in the sea, were there in plenty. The raven's wife was frightened. Whence came all this abundance? The raven said, Do not be frightened. The sea spirit gave all this to me. Oh, oh. The sea spirit. Have you really seen him? I saw him in the middle of the sea. He lives in a house under the water. Oh, the fox was very angry. You fool. You asked for too little. I am going to get more. But you will not act in a proper manner. No, I am clever enough. The fox ran to the middle of the sea, and saw the house of the sea spirit. She took off her coat and entered the house. The sea spirit met her with great joy. Oh, a guest. Who are you? I am Fox Woman. And where is your coat? I left it outside, near the house. Bring it here. She brought it. The sea spirit put it on, and asked, Do I look well in this coat? The fox laughed aloud, and derided him. The sea spirit was very angry. He pushed the fox out. Then he broke all the ice on the sea. The fox was nearly drowned. She came to the shore utterly exhausted. When she came to her husband, the raven grew very angry. I told you so, said he. Now everything has vanished, and we have nothing to eat. They suffered hunger worse than before. The raven once more flew to the middle of the sea and found the sea spirit. This time the sea spirit was so angry, he did not want even to talk to him. The raven stood near the entrance, and said, I have come. What do you want? The raven said with great sorrow, O sea spirit. I have lost everything you gave me, and now we are suffering hunger. Give us something, howsoever small. The sea spirit laughed aloud, and relented. Ah, you are suffering. And where is your coat? It is outside, near the house. Bring it here. The raven brought it, and the sea spirit put it on. Do I look well in this coat? Oh, quite so. You may wear it all the time. I will. He took the coat for himself. Then he asked, What do you want from me? I want herds of reindeer and herds of mountain sheep. Go home. You shall have them all. The raven came home, and saw near his house large reindeer herds with many herdsmen. They greeted him, and said, You have come, O master. I am not your master at all, I am too poor for that. But the sea spirit has sent all these herds and herdsmen to be under your hand. All right. They lived there, the raven without a coat, and the fox, who had been nearly drowned. They ate of the best meat, and were quite wealthy. Then the fox brought forth 2 children, a son and a daughter. They felt so much joy, they died from it. That is the end. Written down by Peter Korkin, a Russianized yñị-lŭ, in the village of Pokotsk on the Lower Kolyma, 1895. 5. The boy who married the sun. A man lived in a maritime settlement. He had 7 grown-up sons. They were traveling in a boat, and hunting whales and walruses. One time they went to sea, and saw a large overhanging cliff, quite similar to a house. At that moment the boat capsized, and they were drowned. Their mother was left quite destitute, with the youngest son, who was still a small boy. The boy cried all the time, and asked his mother for food. She gathered some shells and seaweed on the shore, and with these she fed the boy, but he continued to cry, and to ask for whaleskin and walrus blubber such as he was accustomed to. The mother also cried, Where shall we find them? Your father is gone, and your brothers are also gone. He said, Then I will go and find them. How can you find them? They are drowned in the sea. The boy went away without his mother's knowledge, and walked along the shore. At last he came to that cliff house. He entered it, and saw his father and his 7 brothers sitting there. The father wept. Why have you come? We are dead, drowned. A cliff spirit was there also. He was very angry. Why have you come, said the spirit, and gave the boy a tremendous thrashing, so that he was left hardly alive. The father helped him to get up, and led him out of the house. He gave him also 3 small roots, and said, when you reach home, put one of these roots into each of our caches. Then in the morning send your mother to look into the caches. The boy came home, and first of all he went to the caches, and put into each of them 1 root of those given to him by his father. Then he came to the mother. The mother was weeping. Where have you been, and who has beaten you so frightfully? I saw my father and my 7 brothers. Do not say so. Your father and your brothers perished long ago. Weeping, she fell asleep. In the morning he awakened her, and said, O mother! Go and open the 3 caches, and then bring some food from there. The mother thought, what shall I bring? There is nothing in them. Notwithstanding, she went to the caches and opened them. All the caches were full of provisions, whale skin and white whale blubber and walrus meat and everything as it was in the time when her husband and her 7 sons were alive. The boy said, Now, mother, we have plenty of food, so I will go and look for a wife. Where will you find her, child? I shall. He got up about midnight, put on his clothes and boots, and departed. He looked up toward the sky, and saw 2 men descending directly toward him. Where are you going? What do you want? I am going to look for a wife. All right. Then drive these reindeer of ours, and follow our trail. The way we descended, that way you ascend. He sat down on the sledge and drove upwards along the moon's ray. He felt much fear, nevertheless he drove straight ahead, and came to the heavens. The heavens looked like firm ground, only it was quite white and shining. He saw a raven, that flew by. What do you want here? Oh, well. I know. Stay a little. I will tell you. You will find on the way a settlement of reindeer people. Do not stop there. Then you will find another settlement of reindeer people. Do not stop there either. Also pass by the 3rd settlement. Then you will see a large house, shining like gold. This is the house of the sun. His daughter is quite ill. She is near unto death, and nobody knows how to help her. The sun will greet you with great joy. He will say, Oh, it is a man from the lower world. Can you not help my daughter? I will give you a rich reward. Then say, I do not want your reward. But I will help, if you will consent to give me your daughter for a wife. The sun will think, she is dying. It is better to have her live and marry this stranger. Then he will consent to your request. At the same time I will sit upon the roof. Enter the room, and look out of the window upon the roof. I will open my beak and take in 3 heavy breaths. Then do the same. Take 3 long breaths and let the air of them touch the girl. Then she will recover. The young man came to that house, and fell backward, dazed by its mere brightness. The sun lifted him from the ground, and said, Do not be afraid. Since you came from the lower world, help my daughter, who is ill. I will give you a rich reward. The boy answered, I want no reward. Rather promise to let me marry your daughter. The son thought to himself, better that than to have her dead. So he gave the promise. The young man looked out of the window. A raven was sitting on the roof. The raven opened his beak and drew in 3 breaths. He also drew 3 breaths. The air touched the girl, and she recovered. She looked as if just awakened from deep slumber. She asked for meat and drink, and they gave them to her. After that they married her to the visitor. In a few days the father-in-law said, You have a country of your own. Go there to your mother. The son said also, On the way you will pass 3 settlements with large herds of reindeer. Tell them to follow you. I give them to you. He came to the settlements, and said as he had been told. All right, they answered. And when he looked back, it seemed as if the whole land was moving around, so numerous were the reindeer and the herdsmen. About midnight they came to his mother. Oh, she felt much joy. The young man's wife entered the house, and said, "Oh, this house is too bad. How could we live in a house like this?" "We cannot help it," said her husband. "This is our only house." She went out, and took from her bosom a golden egg. She threw the egg into the brook, and there was a big golden house. "Now," said the woman, "this is a house fit for us to live in." They lived in the house. Their mother wondered greatly, and from thus wondering she died in 3 days. The poor people used to come to them from all directions, and they slaughtered reindeer for every one. Thus they lived in affluence and grew numerous. 113. Told by Mary Allen, a Russianized Shavansi woman, in the village of Markova, on the Middle-Anadyr, 1901.